Allez, bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. J'espère que vous allez bien. Donc, on se retrouve pour le tournoi de PUBG, la PGC, pour les last stages, jour 2. Donc, on va voir aujourd'hui s'il y a des équipes qui se détachent du lot ou pas, ou si ça reste aussi serré qu'hier. Pour l'instant, je ne mets pas le son, parce que YouTube me strike ici dans la vidéo. Je mettrai le son quand la game va se lancer. Toutes les personnes qui sont sur YouTube, vous pouvez vous abonner à la chaîne et lâcher un petit pouce bleu. C'est gratuit et ça fait plaisir.
And you want to come off to as solid a beginning as you possibly can, because while we're one day in, I mean, honestly, this group could not be tighter. When you look at the point spread down, there's the biggest jump we have is from 9th down to 10th between Rock and Gen G, and that's just a couple. I mean, we're talking 5 points or less between all teams down the list. Anyone can jump up the leaderboard here today.
I mean, hey, that's part of the deal. That's what happens when you don't have a Twisted Minds or a Falcons in there getting 90-something points in day one, and it's just spread all the way down. So it's like you said, it's going to make things very, very interesting today. I imagine by the end of the day, it's still going to be pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, what are you thinking? All right, we're playing for the top 5 spots. How many teams do you think are going to be within 10 points of that top 5 by the time this is all said and done?
Today?
Today.
One at most. Honestly, with how close this lobby has been, I'm not seeing anyone being able to separate themselves today. This lobby has played, or this set of 16 teams has played incredibly close with one another, and where some teams have gotten good games, I can't see other teams not having had that same game in the same position. So it's not like there's been the one, they dominated the lobby. I haven't seen that here, at least not yet.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think I would be very surprised if I saw somebody trying to start playing that sponge role, the siphon role, just taking everything and making things a little bit tighter. So we'll see. But we do have our first circle. It is going to be centering up on that island just to the west of Razak.
It's so funny, actually, when you think about it. I mean, what you were just saying, and when we look at the teams here as well, there are so many teams that you go, obviously they could do that. I mean, in tournaments past, 17 could have insane games back-to-back, especially in a lobby like this. I mean, Na'Vi as well, Face in their prime, but then you also look at the recent track record and you go, but are we really expecting it? I mean, there's so many, we were used to take that for granted type teams here, where now it's not as guaranteed anymore. So I think, honestly, this is as difficult of a lobby it is. I think it comes off the back of the fact that it is such a close lobby in terms of the skill and the current, what do we call it, like current current track records
Sure.
of the teams here.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, look, you said it. Like, do you expect it from these teams? Maybe not, but
No.
would you be surprised? Not at all.
And that's the
like,
thing,
not
right?
at all.
That's the thing. I mean, FaZe can go from literally being a point away from being booted out in groups to then have that yesterday. And while it was definitely impressive, it wasn't oh, we've never seen this before. Like, you weren't flabbergasted the same way that you would have been had it been other teams, as we see a little bit of a chase going on. Olympus running for dear life. We're talking about, I mean, the desk was talking about Myth coming into the day, how they definitely did not get anything going yesterday, just 12 points, and they would not want to start with a loss of Olympus. So good thing for them, so Liquid did not up to chase.
Probably a good thing for Liquid too, honestly. Just
Yeah,
the way
you could argue,
the way that things have been going, like these C1 fights have just not been playing out in their favor, or at least not 100% in their favor. Like it does not feel like they've taken an early fight and kept all 4 alive in a while. So avoidance probably the better play here.
Yeah, but for how long can you do that, right? Because as we were just talking about, in terms of no team has really come in and kind of put their foot down saying, guys, you listen to what we want to do now. There are many teams that have that opportunity today to cement themselves as a, we are the top team of this lobby, you better obey when we come and say we want something. And I think Liquid is another great example of a team that in tournaments past have been the team. There's a reason. I mean, Toughies, you talked about them as well coming into the year, saying these are one of the teams that we're expecting to go out and make big things happen. On paper, the track record of
Second
last
place
years.
at PGC.
That's what I mean, right? They've been able to do these things before, but there is just a big fog kind of over a bunch of these teams, and they need to shake their heads real hard and get out of it.
All it takes, though, is one nice strong breeze to blow away the fog. All it takes is one good day, one just really good day to start building things off of, and they might be right back into that form. It's not like these players just got worse. Like, they're
That's
still
the thing,
the
right?
same
Yeah.
players that they were when they got second place at PGC 2024.
That almost worked.
We almost got that.
I'll give it like a 2 out of 10, because the vehicle was not even close to getting flipped over.
I'll be honest with you. How hard are you really trying to save a buggy?
Well,
also?
I mean, given where they are, they definitely want a vehicle each, but
Yeah, but a buggy?
are we getting more speed? Is that what we're doing?
No.
Or are we just doing donuts or
Yeah,
driving in circles
We'll
now?
just get a little bit more. I mean, they're inside circle. They're fine.
They're
Like,
chilling.
They're just chilling. If this, I mean, presumably it's going to go north at some point. You'd have to imagine. But C2 has been a wily and uncontrollable mistress.
Oh, yeah.
So
Definitely.
far through this thing.
A team that I'm curious to see perform here today, it's going to be Na'Vi. I mean,
Na'Vi,
in both, not just day ones, but match ones, Hagatori, I mean, game 1 of groups, game 1 of last chance, absolutely crazy individual performance. We know, again, what he's capable of, but if you look at groups, how day 1 transitioned into 2 and 3, there's a reason they're down here, not at the top, right? That's hello, my bat takes a couple of shots there. Na'Vi too, I mean, even though this might be a weaker lobby in comparison to their group stage lobby, can they go out and continue with a good performance? Because groups showed us that they couldn't.
I mean, I feel like this lobby is just tailor-made for Na'Vi, right?
You would
like
think so.
I mean, Hagatori is he's a superstar. Like, there's just no question. It doesn't matter. You put him on any team in this lobby, and he's going to get his. The issue with Na'Vi, and it's the same as it's been all year long. It's when can the rest of the guys start getting involved, and they've started showing some of that as well.
Yeah.
Like, we've started to see some stuff from Sosed. We've even started to see some stuff from Extends, the newest member of the squad, Fairest up there as well. So maybe this will be the thing that gets them going in the right direction, as we see FaZe getting a little close to that volcano spot where Tiantian just holding on to that rock. It looks like they're just going to dance around for right now, and this might be a bigger problem. Red zone out in the middle of nowhere, as we got multiple fights breaking out.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, they came up, they drove off again, and here they are once more trying to take the fight on one side. CTG, as the Pentagram in the meantime trying to maintain control of this GK team, come rushing on through. They have found one. Red zone able to open up this game with the first kill.
Telling you, man, every PGC, there's someone new just comes out of nowhere and just shocks the world, and it is without a doubt got to be Red Zone.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you know, the only hope at this point is we get to see him in the final. They still got a lot of work left to do, but so far so good. Sitting in 3rd place overall with 51 points, but Red Zone has been absolutely amazing.
And that's the reverse of what we were just talking about with Na'Vi, right? They did nothing on day 1 through groups. And then all of a sudden, the Red Zone train just got activated and they were running through people like it was the easiest thing in the world. And,
his day 2 was just unreal.
We were talking about it too, how he was 2,000 damage down on Hackatory after day 1 and actually caught up and surpassed him too. So definitely a player to look out for as FaZe now spotted. Chan peeks on over, can't quite connect enough to find the first knock though.
Got the shots landed on Wembo, which might be enough to save FaZe as they try to do this big long spread, but they lost track of all the CTG players, and now FaZe has to pull a retreat. And to be honest, Toby, they are fortunate that they're able to get away from this without taking a knock.
I mean, 1 knock should have been 2. I don't want to say easily, but definitely with the skill that we've seen off of CCG as of late, able to find a lot of these points. Chan, the spearhead of that operation, not able to connect there, and FaZe, well, they get to live with the scare.
You get to see what happened to young Spiro. Unfortunately, you just never want to be the last guy in the convoy, do you? As Spiro finds out the hard way there, Red Zone gets his point, and we cut back to FaZe as you can see they're still interested. I think I'm not. Maybe where are their vehicles? Okay, they're gonna hear this. They're gonna hear CTG pulling away, and that might be enough.
I was thinking it might be Bates, but no, they're actually on
their
the vehicles.
Okay,
they're all there.
They had to pull so far back down the hill because they just lost track that they had to give that away, and they'll heal their CTG boys pull away, and that'll be them picking their vehicles up once again. As now FM Potion, well, specifically Breakers, the rest of the team nowhere near. FM Potion Breakers just kind of defending his territory from Azla, and looks like it's working. I
mean, for FM Potion talking about superstars in the making as well, Rex, while he was successful in his time at Gen G, really had kind of coming back up during PGS 10, and now, I mean, yesterday in particular, Breakers went completely nuts. So will be interesting to see if he can follow through with a similar performance here today, or if it was a one-day wonder sort of thing.
And you talk about Rex, that's a guy who we know had actually suffered a pretty serious injury last time we were at PGS, so hurt his hand pretty good. Had to go to the hospital and actually get surgery on it. So the fact that he's able to get that back in is huge. As Petrichor Road, FaZe going to get a little bit too close to them. They're going to lose James, who had an absolute monster day yesterday, James did. But FaZe, they'll lose him. Oh, no, they'll lose him early, and now Feck's going to go down as well.
Yeah, the 2 big heavy hitters of yesterday for FaZe gone down right at the start of the game. They, I'm not sure if they weren't getting shut up by Petrichor coming north initially. I mean, they can't have been. Well, if not, then surely James wouldn't have been that close to the compound. But what they thought was a gimme, because again, Petrichor probably didn't shoot at them early, was a nice little trap setup from the Petrichor boys.
Yeah, Petrichor doing a little low-key bait work, and it working out pretty nicely there as the rest of the FaZe gang will get inside of Razak proper as the circle has cut down south. It's going to have Razak, the city, right in the dead center. Gen G, meanwhile, they're going to lose Bean out in the middle of nowhere as Myth will pick him up. And that'll be Baron that gets the flush on that one.
And a little cheer from the crowd here again. A lot of Myth supporters hoping to see their favorite team make it all the way through here. But it's a long journey from a tied bottom of the leaderboard up to that top 5.
Tell you what, man, that is a guy that they really need to get going.
Oh, yeah.
And find whatever the groove he had in PGS 9 and 10. They desperately need him to get back on that. And so far, it looks like they're addressing their issues by just getting active early and starting to take shots and get involved in fights and picking off people as they're making rotations. So far, so good, but now they got to make their way into this next zone as we check back in with Azla over on the east side.
Yeah, that's the Pentagram trying to wrap around Geek. And I was wondering why Geek weren't taking any shots at them, but if you look at the map, I mean, you have one of the Geek players all the way up in Severn. He drove north over Yas to get up there, so I think that must be trying to go back up and get Sparrow back in the game, which makes perfect sense. You're outside circle still anyway, so it's PewDD all the way up north there, trying to, I'm actually not sure what he's doing right now. Is he looting?
Not
in
sure.
The triple stack? I'm not too sure, but he drove all the way up there, so it must be for good reason.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, it looks like the guns of Pentagram are going to force Geekhead to eat a little bit of blue zone on that eastern side. No big deal.
Yeah.
As they continue to wrap around, and that's actually going to let them feed that information over to PUDD. Let him know as Gen G has now arrived on that western side of Pachinki. Unfortunately for them, Orchid already in there. Boostic had a great day yesterday. Try to follow that up with some more today as Lurix will take shots from the skies down on the rest of that Gen G team. As looks like he was chasing one down. The rest of the boys had to stop and take shots at him.
Yeah, they didn't realize there was one more vehicle down below Myth now coming into this area as well. Actually kind of insane that there's not a single team up on that northern side. Oh, I'm scratched that. Liquid is sat still in cube, kind of waiting for the next circle to confirm where we're going. But if it goes north, you have 15 of 16 on the southern side of the river. That's going to cause some commotion for sure.
It'll be pretty wacky. We'll see how it plays out. Myth still eating a little bit of blue zone down there south of Pachinki. We'll see how far they decide to wrap to make their way in. Now, Potato Hill still pretty clear, and there you go. Okay, the hard cut down south. Everybody was expecting it to go that way anyway, so pretty much the only teams really needing to find a way into this are going to be Liquid and Myth.
Yeah.
But that is, that's going to be rough for both teams, really.
Definitely, yeah. Myth coming on the southern side through there is going to be hard. In the meantime, for teams trying to rotate through the middle, it's going to be equally difficult, especially when Ming Ming is warmed up to the extent he is now. Second kill for him already, and we've only lost 5.
Sure does look like he's feeling it today. So Petrichor Road on that corner compound really finding their shots on these rotations coming right through. Okay, yeah, oh, they're in school. Never mind, they've moved.
Yep.
They were in the corner compound when they took out FaZe. They've actually moved down to school now, and you see CTG over in Apps. Red Zone, meanwhile, they'll go ahead and find a little bit of a spot there in the dip just to the east of Boatyard over in Waves. Spiro, meanwhile, has been revived by PUDD. We'll see if he can actually make landfall. Lots of people looking over in that direction, though.
Yeah, he has Quizzy and Diffix down here already. They wrapped the entire southern side of this, and we've been
easy.
PUDD for his efforts is still up by a plane crash in the hard northern side, so it's going to take him a bit to get down and regroup with his team, but they got time. Only phase 3 should be all right.
All right, looking over at one of the only other teams that was outside of zone, Liquid. They were on the northwestern side looking at that bridge, but it was not looking good. So they elected instead to eat a little bit more blue zone, wrap around on the far west. Here we go. You get to see them just on the base of Everest. They may, depending on when they cut in, man, they may find a path in between where 17 is around those yellows and ruins and where Orchid is in Pachinki. There's a little bit of room in there to make their way. But where do you go from there? I mean, there's got to be a dip or something maybe in Waves that you're looking at.
I was just going to say, I mean, they stopped and scouted Boatyard up on that northwestern side of the water earlier, and Gustav seems like he'll be able to get at least one res up. We'll see if he's going to get them both. But curious as to Liquid rotation all the way south here into now a double team on the southern side. They could have only seen Kraken up on that north side.
Les FaZe qui sont tombés, ils sont en train de se faire
to make going across that bridge, and for good reason, with a lot to lose, they didn't dare to make a run for it.
It is for sure, yeah. I mean, obviously, we've got the eye in the sky, right? We can see all, and we can see that there was only really one player guarding that bridge.
Yeah.
But, you know, Liquid doesn't know that. They don't know if it's a 2-2 split that's just guarding it and whatever. So instead, they take the safer option. They'll pull back down here, take a few shots from 17, and actually PUDD right behind Luke 12. They're going to trade, and PUDD, after doing the hero's work of getting his man Spiro back on his feet, he's going to go down.
So many ways they could have not seen each other had he rotated in literally any other way, but for his efforts, for the 10 kilometers driven, of course, right before circle, he's going straight into Luke, and what we're doing in the meantime, we're going straight out into the open.
All right, Navi, go ahead and collapse that 2-2. We'll see if Gen G is looking, if they see him pull away, and yeah, I think Tosi sees them running away, and Navi actually going to lose Sosid as Rex and the boys just off to the south, or just off to the north, rather, inside the hills. They'll spot them out in rotation, so Navi down to 3, and they've got Amiga right on the other side of the road. And FN, actually, they're going to move around as well.
Wait, this is going to be kind of interesting because Gen G went in, very nice read by them and spotting, and Navi trying to collapse in the other position. FN tried to come over and steal it, but the team saw it. Breakers didn't get the stop in time though, so now he has to try and make a run back towards his teammates, which seems like he has successfully been able to pull off.
Yeah, just a matter of seconds really there for Gen G, and Really fantastic work of scouting by them. 17 now, kind of in a rough spot where they have to figure out how to get in. Meanwhile, Pentagram and Rock will trade grenades over the hilltop. This is, you could see on the mini-map, the border of that new zone is just on the south side. So Azla is going to have to be really cognizant of where these guys are coming from. You also have Sharper on the south side of Rozhok, so that might be the next fight, Rock and Sharper, to figure out who's going to go ahead and try to take the fight with Azla Pentagram.
I have one word for all these teams in the north right now.
What's that?
Death.
Death.
They're literally
Doom.
not a whole lot of places to go. We did see that both Jeems and Fix actually got back in the game. They're trying to get looted up in Pochinki as quickly as they possibly can, because obviously Orchid and Liquid saw them flying in. So it's going to be hard for them to get anything going, unless, of course, if they get a little bit of help from Vard up on the hillside. Maybe a wrap east could be possible, but it's not looking easy. Gustav found already.
Damn. Okay.
Oh.
Quick turn there from
Oh,
Myth.
mais ils ont pas de chance.
So FaZe will get Baron at least. But you know what? I mean, got to give credit to Vard and Gustav for being able to bring back their teammates.
Yeah,
So Fex and Jeems now playing out of Pochinki. Now that's got its own series of problems that they're going to have to deal with shortly as the mortars are starting to fall over towards Pentagram. 17 and Orchid fighting through Pochinki. They've got Genji in the compound just on the other side, so you can see the trades coming through as Boostic will find one. He's Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu is going to get two. He's going to get Arctics and Magore. Can he get Boostic as well? He can! Xiao Wu finding his rhythm here in day number 2.
Solid 3Ps come through from the veteran. We'll see if he can find the last one as well. Still one more to be dealt with. Kills are being stolen, though, all of them, as a matter of fact.
Every single one.
Outside of Boostic, only one claim for his efforts as the nades now start raining on in towards Azla Pentagram. And it's going to be Red Zone first one to feel the hurt.
Rock deciding that they didn't want to take the fight with Sharper immediately. Instead, they're going to try to find the Nox, and they get Red Zone, which is a huge get. To be honest, Sharper, meanwhile, has made their way down, and they're going to come over here and try to take down Azla as well. So Azla Pentagram getting it from all sides. Hammer will take down Solds, but Solds will trade, and
Ils ont
you
pris
just
2
see the
points, c'est
kill
déjà pas
feed
mal.
lighting up as everyone is trying to make their way into this next zone.
This northern side collapsing,
Yeah,
and there's
so
only
on peut
one
premier.
dip they can all really play from. It was just going to be a matter of time before they were all eyeing this one position to try and claim for themselves. And it's Sharper right now next on the chopping block. They have to move forward. The circle's going to be closing in 30 seconds.
Now Petrichor Road is leaving school, and they're going to be backfilling Sharper. So Sharper, they had a brief window here to just fully farm damage onto Rock without having to worry about getting pushed on. But now Petrichor Road looking over in that direction. You see AZ and Ming. And looks like they've stopped down for now, though. So Sharper still has an opportunity to take care of Rock.
Talked about this lobby being close. We've just lost first and third place team as the first two out in this lobby. That's going to guarantee us practically. This is just going to be that much closer coming into the next one.
Wow, Myth actually getting off their revive as well. So they're over there on the southwest or southeastern side, rather. They're going to be able to get everybody back up as we see Sharper hopping 4 deep into Adatia. That is always dangerous business as they make their way across the wide open fields. Where, oh where, do they decide to end up? They're going to go on FN Potion's doorstep, but they are getting absolutely ripped to shreds. Sharper didn't stand a chance.
3-peat for Rex, peeks over. Great timing for him. Cena finally comes to assist, and then he's the one that gets taken down. Feels bad if you're seeing the fan, but looks like they will be able to get him back to safety. Having said that, though, Furious pulling up on this as a result of it. So gotta be quick to try and collapse in the position.
They are indeed. You saw Lurex trying to hold out 17 as best he can after most of his team was dispatched. Na'Vi, they're going to try to get the long-range utility over in that direction. Lurex doing the most here. He's got 2 knocks, and I think that might actually be Team Liquid as well coming from the backside as, oh no, FN Potion, they're going to get absolutely decimated.
Pochon torn apart, Orchard down as well. As the teams on the southern side try to climb their way further forward. Petrichor ragging a lot of points. So does Gen G here. Hello, my bad. Able to find one. Pushes further forward. Knows that they have CTG on the other side as, I mean, 7 kills for Petrichor already in this game.
Goodness gracious, Petrichor Road finding it as they make their way in from that northeastern side. Now Geeke in a little bit of trouble as they're going to take the scrap with Team Liquid. Xiao Wu, the only one left. Gen G finally flexed out of their compound to come out and try to get as much as they could. 3 kills for them so far. CTG will get finished off by a combination of Na'Vi and Petrichor Road as you see Spiro just hiding in the smoke as long as he can.
It wouldn't be unlike Liquid to lose one because the sneaky snake came around the
There he
corner.
is.
Good thing is Sparking was ready for it.
He's
Able to take
eliminated.
him down, and Liquid,
Turn up.
despite being through a tough push there, able to make things happen, keeping 3 alive.
Liquid.
They have had a very rough road in this one, having to come all the way from the north side, wrapped around to the south, and somehow managed to get 3 into this next zone. Now they have to make their move once again. There's only one other player that's still alive. Xiao Wu managed just to out-survive. Who was it that was? It was Boostic and them that were scrapping with them. So Xiao Wu barely alive. Eating blue as Gen G managed to take a few off of them, and they're making their way in on the northern side of the road.
Exactly.
So Team Liquid, they've got this hillside to work with, but it's not great, but it's not the worst.
Well, I mean, the issue for them right now is they have no vehicle, and the only thing you do from
Yeah.
this position when the west and the east is still in is you collapse on the buildings down south. Like, you
Yeah.
gotta go into Namiga's position, and I do not think Liquid has the smokes needed in order to get there. There's a vehicle we can see
There's a
just
Dacia.
outside circle, but no smokes on Sparking, and I would be very surprised if Alo or Luke have any to work with either after the fight that they just had to take, trying to make their way to where they are now.
For sure, yeah, that's it's kind of survival time for Liquid here. We'll see how long they can stick around as Gen G still has angles on him. You can see Alo getting
He's
knocked low,
nothing.
Sparking getting knocked low, and yeah, the pockets are just completely empty. Nothing but lint coming out of those things. Petrichor Road after leaving school, 9 kills now, 5 for Ming, 3 on AZ, and they've got just a tiny little corner of real estate to work with on the eastern side of this zone. Furia on the north side. They're still alive in this. 6 kills for them. Look at that.
Yeah.
Down at the bottom of the leaderboard, 6 kills, though, is only enough to get them into 15th place.
They didn't have to do a whole lot, but their time push on Evan Pochan really paid off for them. So good on them for being able to take that
Did
fight
you
to
mean
them,
you
avoid the
eliminate?
commotion on the northern side as well, coming out of Boatyard.
Yeah, we knew this was always going to be a hard push for Liquid. Not really much left
There
in
you
the
go.
bag as far as anything. And yeah,
Wow.
Petrichor Road will just clean them
He's
up.
eliminated Kusi.
And look at Petrichor, 12 kills now, up to 38 points, climbing up that leaderboard.
Yeah.
And nobody is really in any position to do anything about them over here on the eastern side. Nobody's going to push their comp or leave their compound. Nabiga, you might as well just hold that and wait for the late game.
Phase 6 closing in, 18 players alive. It's going to go quiet for a bit.
I'm telling you, man, Erangel is built different these days.
You're not wrong. It's going to go quiet for a bit, at least until the next circle pops, because for the time being, everyone's inside circle. Everyone knows where everyone is. I say that, but do Namiga know the Baron is still set upstairs in the garage building, because he has not really made a sound for a bit.
He hasn't.
They should know. I mean, they're not peeking it, so they should, right?
Oh, Ming, goodness gracious. Going to find the knock on the Gizera. So Furia will have to go and try to retrieve him. As Ming, 438 damage, 5 kills. I think you're worried the most right here about Gen G and Furia, right? And, well, even more so now as Petrichor Road get very blessed with that circle shift.
Well, everyone got blessed with the circle shift except for Gen G. They were on the, like, well, okay, I guess you're just like everyone but us.
Yeah.
Because even Furia could theoretically go up and play the north side of the ridgeline if they can smoke off extents or something in the warehouse. So it's everyone now looking southwest, knowing full well that Gen G are the next ones to have to try and make something happen. But again, similar story to what we saw with Liquid just before. I don't think they have the vehicles. I'm not sure if they have any smokes.
You sneaky lad.
Wait, he doesn't have a weapon.
He doesn't have
any. Does he have any bullets in his AK?
He has an AK with no rounds.
He doesn't have it.
Nobody has any idea he's
He has
there.
nothing.
There's somebody on the other side of the wall, and they have not even checked. They
There's
closed
no
the door.
way.
Oh, Gedrox.
He doesn't have any bullets.
The call's coming from inside the house.
He literally is going to shadow box them.
Oh.
If they, you know what the myth fans like, Baron, but if they make too much noise now, those players will realize something is going on and they don't see him. He's invisible.
He's laughing. He's the invisible man. He knows he is getting away with absolute murder right now. Do not move.
Do not move.
Do not even breathe. Take your hands off that keyboard immediately. Well, now Gen G finally having to make their move as Furia is going to take another knock. And Namiga, they're going to find Flame. So Gen G, yeah, I mean, this was always going to be trouble, wasn't it? They've got a little bit of a smoke wall going, but the bullets are just flying through, and there's just not really a whole lot they can do at this point.
It's all that's keeping them alive right now is the amount of smokes that they have to work with. Fury, in the meantime, as we were saying, there's the north side of the Ridge that they can work their way towards. So of course, Petrichor is well aware that this is the only place Fury could go, so they have set up a position in order to try and counter it. Ming finds the knock in the first one, doesn't get anything in return, but now it's going to be Cousins that finds Chewy.
Here come the grenades, though. That's the problem, is everybody's just utility raining from everywhere. Flame will bleed out. And Posa going to take this opportunity to try to push a little bit closer. He's got that FAMAS that could do a lot of damage if he gets in range. But you got to figure he's in trouble, non-spotting him out. And that's a nice knock from Posa. And now all of a sudden it's a 1v1. It's just him and AZ.
I mean, Fury is coming up victorious in this right now. They were pulling up 3-man with one guy knocked on the backside as well, but able to find 3 of their own. Karlsson able to get the double just before, and now Posa with the FAMAS finding one more. If he can make an active play on this, if he can push on out, that could be huge.
Namiga. Yeah, Namiga sees that in the kill feed, and they know that this is a time to push. If we can clear out our eastern side, that would be absolutely huge. AZ does manage to hit the res onto Ming. So Ming will try to turn around and get one onto Nan, get them back up to 3 strong. As the smokes are starting to dissipate, the grenades just not falling where they need to go. And it hits him right in the face, though. AZ is going to go down as Namiga starting to make their push.
And at this point, you have to commit all the way through. You cannot stop and try and run back the other way because you don't know what Na'Vi is doing in response. You have to try and run further forward. Baron, though, sat in the compound, still alive, made it into top 4. And I think teams are starting to scratch their heads a bit, going, wait a minute. There can't be this many teams left.
Oh my goodness, Namiga is gonna look back on this VOD review and just kick themselves like there is no freaking way. I did not see this guy.
Have a gun.
He's so sneaky.
He still doesn't have ammo. Wait, he found ammo. No, he has a scope.
He's got a scope.
There's no bullets.
Let's go. Now I can see the guy who's gonna kill me from range when I can't shoot back at him.
He's playing hardcore mode in this game. You gotta find
he got spotted by Hakatori. Hakatori took shots as Baron made his way through. But
he's gonna be inside circle here.
Nothing.
He's gonna be inside circle.
Oh, he's got lots of space. He's got all the space in the world. Well, Namiga, they're still looking over towards Navi. Navi, not really an opportunity to leave their compounds just yet. So Namiga, they're actually using this to flex. And they're wondering what Navi shot at. They're like, we're all over here.
Exactly.
There's no, what is Navi shooting at the buildings over there for?
They're sitting, scrolling through the kill feed going, wait, did we miss one? Is there still 4 up on Navi? We are as confused as anyone, but look at them. They're all looking south now going, wait a minute. Something's not right here. Look at this. Again, game 1 on the day. Hakatori, almost 1,000 damage and a single kill.
That is just...
That is absurd stats.
I mean, it feels like if you see this guy, man, with under 500 damage, you're just like, okay, come on, man. Put it together. Like, get your stuff figured out. And throughout all of this, Posa and Kawanzine still alive for Furia. So they managed to survive the onslaught from Petrichor Road with a little bit of help from Namiga. And now Baron, well, you see what he's got to work with. He's got a wall and a dream.
Well, I mean, we saw, was it the example in Spiro that ended up with a fist fight at the show match the other day? Maybe they're kind enough to give him a chance here, too.
He has earned it, if nothing else. Goodness gracious. Well, Namiga laying the smoke wall down, trying to push the fight into Navi, and he's like, oh no, I gotta get in. Vontae will pick him up, and there you go. But what a performance. Baron getting 4th place placement points off of that when he definitely should have been taken out by Circle 3.
Biggest thing is, had he had any ammo there, he had 3 of them completely lined up, so that could have been a big change for this one. As we now see here, knocks come through all in favor of Namiga, who has made their way into 1st place.
Hakatori and the rest of the Navi boys maybe holding on to that compound a little bit too long. They're going to get the first knock from Furia. Posa and the boys, 8 kills for them as Namiga tries to flush through and clean up what's left of Navi. They spotted, that was nice actually play. They spot out the gas can, the trap being laid by Ferris. Namiga not falling for it, and Ferris not really in a position where he can get any revives here. So Kawanzine will steal that one away. Nice. Another kill there picked up for Furia.
And for Furia, they cannot engage this probably before Namiga takes at least 1 casualty. The issue is they have been completely stellar through this. Somehow, barely able to come out alive with that one. Na'Vi will be eliminated in the end of it, and now is the time to pounce. Literally, if you're Furia, you're going to have about 5 seconds and numbers advantage here. Oh, sorry, not numbers advantage, but only down by 1.
Goodness, Namiga getting away with one there is... They had no idea, and there you go. First knock on the Kawanzine. It's all down to Posa. Nice knock from him. We'll take down Leosh, and now it's a 2v1. Posa has the high ground, and NMG, they have the walls. Which one is better? Both teams playing with no utility. Posa Gets knocked low, and he might go down to blue, and he will. Namiga getting the first win of the day.
Clean as can be for Namiga. They were already set up towards the top of the leaderboard, and now they're starting off the day in style. Didn't have to move far. We're lucky to not have to deal with a certain sneaky snake in their compound.
Oh my goodness.
But outside of that, great start for them.
Baron is just the monster under the bed, but the monster had no fangs, unfortunately. And yeah, there you go. You see Namiga getting some fans in the crowd here, but that is a huge, huge win for them. I mean, we talked about it day one. A lot of people weren't really expecting a lot from these guys, and they come in and they've been showing out. They do find themselves in the final stage, but now that they're here, they are making their presence felt.
Definitely, and Levante, you better flex. You better show these guys how it's done. So
let them know.
Much LAN rookiness across this roster, but you don't see it on any of them. You don't see it anywhere in how they play, because they are dominant from start to finish.
And a big performance there from Furia. They don't have anything to be sad about.
Oh, no.
Turn those frowns upside down, boys. You just got 8, 9 kills in the first game of things. That's looking pretty good. Well, that is one game down. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break it down and get us ready for game number 2.
They're already in first place, and they extend their lead even further here in last stage as they take the victory after some masterful movement over in Mini Pachinki, being able to take that east side, backfill, and then assault the compound. It was perfect stuff coming out from Namiga.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hackatory and the boys on Navi, they had to send their compound. But Furia, man, they had a great defense, both getting pushed from Pero, getting pushed from Namiga, surviving that, taking on Navi's compound as well, taking down Extends, and actually getting a second place there. Massive salvage game for them. Sure, they had a chance, but the two-man push into survival, both from Pero. Pero looking good, though, we gotta say. They had tons of kills all the way through here. I think Ming ended on 6 kills, AC maybe 4 as well. So, like, they had double-digit kills, too. Looking great for that.
He's one of only 10 or 13 names in the tournament as a whole who was a world champion, right? So for Ming to have the step up here alongside the rest of Petrichor Road, that is exciting to see. They had some great nades yesterday, to be fair, as well. But as we take a look at the assault on this compound that I was mentioning before, it all went Namiga's way here.
Yes.
Navi, as much as apparently Hackatory had huge impact on the lobby. He had, what, 1,000 damage but 1 kill. So they were doing a lot from that compound, but not confirming too many kills during it.
But that 1,000 damage, that's going to cost you heals, smokes, utility, probably new vests, even new helmet in that case, right? But overall, fantastic and very exciting game here. The way that teams are kind of moving around, it's extremely hard. These two compounds are kind of crossroad combat here. Unless you have like one foot in on either side, it's extremely difficult. I'll say this though, Myth and Baron getting 4 placement points. That's a next level salvage game for them.
Yeah, it really was. Impressive stuff, and even I imagine Levante when he looked left after they were about to push that compound, he's like, wait a minute, who's that? What are you doing there, Baron?
I will say this though, Levante to come in and have this performance again today here after what we saw from him yesterday here, amazing, looking good. But this game was actually hello my bats. He had 5 or 6 kills. Look at that. Oh, big Levante. Hello my bad, another case where you remember the game where Geeke, there were 4 versus 2 versus Namiga, and the hello my bad actually ended. I think he had 7 kills and more than 1,000 damage. But Namiga here, 19 total points for this one, but there are 4 teams total. It's going to be in the double digits here. 15 and 15 for both Petrichor Road and Furia is huge, James.
It's a big push for Namiga, especially considering they were tied with FaZe coming into today. FaZe only got themselves 2 points in this game, so they really set themselves above even the team they were tied with. But if we look a little bit further into the leaderboard here, extremely important points for Furia.
Yes.
Important points for Petrichor Road. They're not so much in the danger zone compared to a Furia, but 15 coming in from that north side. really, really good.
A little bit scary for Geekay and Pentagram to have a 1-point game to start things. So if this is going to kind of drop them a little bit, it's going to get other teams like Petrichor Road, like Na'Vi, it's going to get them deeper into that top 5, or even within striking distance from some of our mid-pack teams here.
Wow.
You've got to avoid those 0-1, even 2-point games. You got to avoid those. You got to have those salvage games.
Yes, you do. Let's take a look.
Whoa!
76 points from Namiga. I'm putting money on now. I believe that this is going to be the team to shore themselves up for today. This is looking great for these boys.
I was talking to Chris before the game started today, and he said the goal is today to get to triple digits. That's the foundation you want to build. And Namiga already just being 24 points away with 5 more games to go, teams. That is massive. 17 jumps into 5th place, though. Asla drops down, and Na'Vi, because of the 10 points they got here, jumped into 3rd place. So that's huge.
As we saw on the other side as well, Furia jumping out of that danger zone here for the first time for the last stage. We are 1 minute out from our next Erangel game. What do you take away from our previous Erangel game that you want to throw into this one?
I will say the amount of kind of more normal circles and more normal shifts we get compared to some of the hardships we had is kind of nice to see, but I want to see some more variety. We've not had our Stalbot games. We've had way more kind of normal and unexpected circles that we have here. Military we had yesterday. I want to see some Stalbot. I want to maybe even see some urban endings. I would like to see a George ending or even a Yes 9 ending. That'd be huge.
That would be lovely. But for that previous game, of course, the locations that were of high value were obvious early on. So they were wrestled away by those big teams to start things off. Na'Vi obviously having a brilliant spot to play from. Namiga having a good spot to play with. Evan Bonchon having a great spot to play from, but then they were kind of naded out. And that spot becomes oh so vulnerable to those kinds of nade plays. But anyway, thank you very much, Avenger. We are going to be going into Erangel here in just a few moments' time to see who can get themselves a roll-in for those points. It's so far so good for Namiga, as they are rocketing ahead here. Will they be able to get more? Over to the casters for Erangel once again.
Welcome back, everybody, and we've got one game in the books, and Namiga putting their stamp on this thing. They are trying their best to secure their spot into the grand final of PGC, but Toby, there's still a lot more PUBG left to play.
Definitely not even halfway through the last chance yet. As we can see here, the Porsche, the winner of this, oh, not the winner, the MVP of the grand finals, netting himself one of those.
Pretty good get.
I mean, I wouldn't complain. Wouldn't complain one bit. As you see here, of course, Leosh and the boys landing down safely on the western side of Gatka and should be just fine with the loot. We have seen surprisingly few hot drops, and you know what? I'm very happy that that's been the case.
Yeah, I think everybody's probably pretty happy that that's the case.
Yeah.
But you know what? You never know what's going to happen when we get to day 3, when everything's on the line, and these teams have to start making moves. As we see Sharper
Allez, deuxième game de la journée.
close there to Furia, but I think they're going to go ahead and avoid each other for the most part. Sharper noticing that Furia is pulling off, so they're not even going to worry about just. I think Furia, yeah, they're a boatyard team anyway, so
They're chilling.
yeah, everybody's going to be fine. Get a nice vehicle pickup there for FM Pocheon. They'll get out of change the game's way for the time being, and we are going down to Millie.
Wow.
Hugging West, too.
It's rare that I'm agreeing with Martin, but I'll do it here. One time only. He mentioned the lack of city endings.
That's true.
And we haven't really had any of them through the entire tournament thus far. We had a kind of a Youngchon ending in Taiko, or Paper and Matt, did I should say, in the other broadcast there. But outside of that, it's been very open, it's been very compound heavy, and for the sake of her angle, it's been very military. And here we are once again.
Yeah, Team Liquid getting active early, trying to see if they can cause problems from Myth. As Liquid a South George team, Myth a North George team. You always knew that there was most likely going to be a few dust-ups between those two, but it looks like this one will cool off pretty quickly as we see Shea. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say there. Sharper, meanwhile, going to go through the northern side of Pachinki. A lot of boys in that US. And Xiao Wu is looking.
Might as well take a couple of shots, see if he can find something. And indeed, he can. Able to get the first one down. Thunders out of the vehicle. He's not going to get picked back up, and he finds one more. Escalucia taken out as well.
Oh, they flew too close to the sun. This time the sun is Pachinki. And Esgualiza and Thunders will be lost to time now. We'll see if Sharper can stick around and maybe
You should.
think about going for those chips, which all things considered, military circle,
Exactly.
most likely going to be able to get those back.
I love the amount of damage the Xiaowu has done. I'm just going to say it.
Let's go.
It is
17.
very OCD pleasing to galore. So we'll see. Of course, it should be increased by the run through this match. See the damage done and whatnot previous game. 5 kills for Na'Vi. 1,000 of those 1,700 damage was on the side of Hagatori. Only 1 kill to show for. And here we have, of course, the winning team. Man of the match as well. It's going to be Hello My Bad.
Hello My Bad.
Very nice damage to kill ratio for him.
You do like to see it. You do like to see it. And if you guys didn't pick up a Namiga player for your fantasy squad last night, you're going to be kicking yourself today.
Oh, yeah.
As Levante was absolute fire yesterday. And so far, looking like that's not going to slow down as we see an emergency pickup has been popped from the boatyard. That's going to be Furia sending it all the way down. Petrichor got really active.
Yeah.
Really active last game, which is not something that we've seen from Petrichor so far this tournament.
That is true. That is true. They've been lacking that inner fire. Maybe the risk of elimination is what's gonna light it in him. And well, you know what? If that's what it takes, then fair enough. So be it. So we see teams now starting to make that journey towards the south. Na'Vi making their way over already, and Myth as well will do so. So you know what? Let's listen to Kiss and hear what he has to say.
ก็น่าจะเป็นภาวะความกดดันภายในทีมครับแล้วก็เป็นภาวะที่ภายในทีมอาจจะมาเจอแฟนคลับหรือว่าคนเชียร์ครั้งแรกเนี่ยครับเพราะว่าทุกรายการแข่งขันที่ทีมแข่งมาเป็นรายการปิดหมดเลยที่ไม่มีแฟนคลับมาเชียร์ครับก็อาจจะมีความกดดันกันก็เข้าใจกันได้ครับคิดว่ามีความมั่นใจครับเพราะว่าทีมเราได้คุยกันมากขึ้นทุกวันครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าถ้าอันนี้ขอพูดกับทีมได้ไหมครับแบบว่ารู้สึกว่าทีมอยากให้ทีมสามัคคีกันมากขึ้นครับ
Yeah, I mean it's really hard to deal with the success, especially when you know everything has been coming up. The whole story of this year, essentially, or especially the latter half of the year, was Forest and how well they were performing, and then you obviously get picked up by a historic org such as Myth. And then, as he said, now is the time that you're surrounded by fans, so a lot more pressure. We'll see how they deal with it. They've got 2 more days. But yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, man.
Not the first team we've seen crumble under the pressure of now being in front of a crowd. Exactly. So for Myth, hoping that we get more events with an audience there in participation, that they could get warmed up and ready for matches to come if they shouldn't be able to fare through this one.
And get a replay of what Xiaowu did to Sharper a little bit earlier on there. I'm actually looking around at my map to see where Sharper is, and they've actually gone all the way up to Yesnaya, where they're scrapping with FM Potion. See if they were able to even get these chips, or if they're even going to get a chance to do anything this game, as they've just gone from one fight to another. As it looks like 17 has managed to make their way across the bridge, and they're safe on the military island.
It's the smallest thing, but you hate to see it when you have a player that's sat in the seat, then goes to the seat furthest away from the shooter to use your teammate as protection. And still, Escalucia on that left side was the one getting popped out of the car. His teammate going, nope, not going to avoid this one. It's Rex. Opens up here, finds Jedi. We'll see if they can get the last one as well. Louis, he's been able to do some pretty incredible things on his own, but he's usually had the team there to back him up. Breakers yesterday was incredible, and, well, he starts off today strong as well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there for Sharper. Maybe a little bit of panic, or just, I don't know.
They just wanted to wait it out, I think.
Well, just not knowing I mean, maybe they were assuming that FM Potion with the military circle would have left Yasnaya much earlier than they did. But, I mean, FM sticking around. I feel like that's what we see teams that loot up on the northern side do most of the time when we see. I mean, look, you got Myth and Zarky right now still.
Exactly.
They hang out. They wait. They stay for a long time, making sure that they collect as many meds, as many first aids as they can before making their move. So, lesson learned this time for Sharper has changed the game, has now pushed into that western side of Milta. We'll see how they decide to cross the bridge.
Exactly. PK had an easy crossing. They were already here for the most part, but now for PUBG to make it over land with his glider should be all right to fly further forward. No one's opted to take the observatory just yet, so that's available, and of course he should be able to feed that info across to his teammates momentarily. as Hang Yi and Change the Game will hop in a boat just on the southern side of Milta.
Drown a perfectly good coup, Hangy.
Wah.
You hate to see it. Well,
then he goes alone.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, you guys are good, right? Peace. See you later.
Oh, you didn't have a boat? Well, sucks for you.
I don't speak broke. You don't have a boat. Anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this.
I'm just gonna let you go.
Yeah. Oh, that's why they do. Hey, you got a BRDM. You don't need a boat. You got an amphibious mobile vehicle.
And you have a bridge in case you want to cross it, which also I think that's why Hanky went over early on his own to just scout and make sure that it was free. And we can tell you that much. Everyone is sat towards military base proper on north there of Navi, likes the northern side of it. Now you have Petrichor Road with the BRDM as well. So no more BRDMs available, at least not for the time being. You can see just above the minimap, 0 flares, 0 BRDMs. We are playing with this. And for Myth, they're playing with a long journey ahead of them because they are still in Sarki.
Sure are. Well, Team Liquid, after looting up in South George, looks like they will elect to do the emergency pickup here. They're going to get it right as the circle is closing, so nicely timed there for the boys from Team Liquid, as is tradition. And we'll see if they go all the way to the south side. Now, most of our team's already on this military island, so you look at the pathing for that emergency pickup. It's going to put them right over the ferry pier, but unfortunately for them, Furia already guarding that. Geek starting to wrap around the south side on the coast. Orchid with a big wide 2-2 split. They've got the top of the hill. They've got Lurix and Arctics down there on the coast as well. So Liquid, they're going to have their work cut out for them when they finally do land. As Myth, well, as you said, they took their time.
It's going to be a while, but hey, I mean, it's phase 1 going to phase 2. They're going to be fine with a couple of first states used and get their rotation going. Or heal as they go. I mean, should be all right regardless. 17 seconds to go. Good timing on this one, as you said, for Liquid to make their way in, and right as the new circle is going to pop. Will it be outside of the north? We've been there a couple of times already where Navi is currently positioned up in the open hills. Or are we going into the base? Let's see, what do you have in store for us? Southwest.
Going southwest, all right. Cutting out a pretty significant portion of that northern coastline as well, cutting out the radio tower. And you see FaZe already on the move. Geek on that southern coastline will push a little bit closer into Furia, so that might be the next fights we happen to see. FaZe getting shot at from Rock. Pentagram, James very, very low already. As Spiro, he's going to go into no man's land. This was a bold move from Geek, and they're going to lose one to start off as Quizzy getting in the peak battle with Zakraken.
Yep, Furia successful in pulling up on their opponents in the previous game. Will be the ones
flying
rocked up on this time around us. Yeah, I mean, they had to get in here quickly. So Purity gets out the vehicle up on the roof, but there are more players coming. Team Liquid spotting players on the roof, but going for this regardless.
That is bold from Team Liquid. Yeah, I think they have immediately diverting. They're like, uh-oh, this might be a little bit spicier than we thought it would be, as they will drop down. They're going to find vehicles, though, on that northern side. FaZe, meanwhile, is going to be scrapping with Change the Game over on the eastern side, as Alo and Sparking have taken over the rooftops.
See if they can maintain control of it, too. Liquid dropping double, make that a triple blue, so they know that there was one in there. Spots him running out now, but Alo couldn't quite get the angle when he ran out of the shack.
Just not there in time. Diffix gonna lead in with a few grenades, hoping that maybe he can spot out somebody. Quizzy is gonna take down by Gazera. Get flushed out as well. PWD, though, will get the trade onto Zakraken as Posa trying to hold the push. Luke 12 on the low side, playing from the staircase, so a full-on three-way fight. Geek gets eliminated by Furia in the end, but now they have to take the fight with Liquid.
Exactly. Luke spinning in the corner, trying to find one, not able to do just that. Actually not connecting at all. Post able to stay alive outside, but Alo comes in to assist. Able to find one almost there to get the second. Couldn't quite connect to cast in.
Team Liquid looking clean through this fight so far, which is shocking considering that they were the ones that E-Pickup parachuted right down on top of it while it was in the middle of happening. So Posa knocked Gizera and Kalanzine still alive, though. They are in separate buildings. So Team Liquid, they're just going to have to figure this out. See exactly where these guys are. Posa getting finished off by that explosion. I think that was the gas can,
yeah? Able to get him with it. We'll see if Gosera has anything left. Try and make this thing happen. And for Liquid as well. I mean, they know they have the numbers advantage, but they also have not, I mean, let's call a spade, been overly successful in their up-close fights in this tournament thus far. So I respect the fact they're playing this one slow. Let's take a breather for a moment and then try and figure out exactly what we're working with.
Yeah, quite a bold E-Pickup.
Oh, definitely.
Down to this compound. I mean, given this circle, you had to know at least somebody was going to be there. But I think maybe they're thinking if we land, we hit the rooftops. We actually like our chances.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the shot, heard the shot, saw the kill feed flying in. They saw the carts literally rocking up in the compound as they landed. And hey, I mean, as risky as it might have been, they came out very unscathed. So good call on them, despite it being a dangerous one.
All right, moving it as a squad, gonna block off those windows. Gizera opting for the ump. Now that they are in close range combat, he's gonna call over Kawanzine. Actually, he's gonna try to drop the smokes down and try to get himself over to Kawanzine, so at least turn this into a 4v2 instead of 2 4v1s. Gizera gets spotted out. Good work by Liquid, leaving Sparking with that high side. Gets him low, but they can't get the knock.
This circle just became that much more valuable as well with a hard southern shift. Next one's going to shift off water. I mean, and this is again part of the reason Liquid would have really wanted to get this fight over and done with now, because if any other team joins this party, all of a sudden, I mean, things are going to get real scary down here.
I think the stopwatch has to be clicking in their heads. You know what? They have to. Yeah, exactly. They're going to pull away. They're going to let Furia hold on to there. And now they've got to start defending their compound.
Yep.
Fortunately for them, Furia is going to be doing the same thing. So as the pentagram gets a little bit close, they'll be forced away, change the game. They got their BRDM. They're not terribly interested in pushing into a compound, not knowing what's going on there. Petrichor Road, though, they're coming in from that coast side. So we'll see if Team Liquid and Furia can hold away the Pero boys.
See if they succeed in doing just that. They take turns being in charge of guard duty in the compound as Pentagram, while they wanted to go south, has to opt to go further north in this and actually kind of go outside circle and onto the landing strip, holding off face to the east.
See a couple of E pickups, very short range E pickups.
Yeah.
This one's going to be Navi, as they were coming from around C block, just to the southwest of C block. So they will take that and they will come into this ferry pier, but Petrichor Road is there already and they are collapsing down on it, and immediately this will be turning into a quick fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least you'd have to imagine. Agatori up on the roof, good angle. Catch one's crossing, but of course down below they know exactly what they're dealing with. They saw them all coming in. As Pentagram now continuing their endeavors, catch a hold off face, and as they make the wraparound, trying to do so now somewhat successfully thus far, able to find the two. Redstone has gone down on return though.
Just massive trades coming out from both, as now a nice grenade from Vard. We'll find how. Glaz will pull up. Vard spots him out, tries to take the spray through the smoke, doesn't find the mark though. Vard, the last player left alive for FaZe, and he is anticipating that he might be going for that revive. Will cook the grenade, send it over in that direction, forces him to move, and now the push comes through, and that was enough of a distraction to get Glaz. Will find Vard, and now Gen G, they were the other E pickup. They're going to be landing right on top of 17, 770. Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu will defend their teammate, and Gen G is down to one.
Yeah, such a tricky position to play from, and the parachutes ain't making it any easier. You can't see anything through them, and it's going to be Na'Vi from all the way down the southern side.
Les FaZe vont rester dans les 5 premiers.
Final one, South secured for 17, at least for the time being.
There you go, the Orchid boys looking over in that direction as well. So just like that, we're down to 44 alive. 12 teams still remain, and I feel like the southern side mostly cleaned up, but you still have Team Liquid and Furia sharing a compound. You still got Navi and Petrichor Road sharing the ferry pier. FN Potion still looking over in that direction. Here we go, Team Liquid. They're pulling out all the stops to figure out how to get these guys, as they will use that deployable shield to come in from the high ground.
Yeah, I mean,
Curdy leading with the shotgun.
Might as well. They're not being quiet, so might as well try and push on forward. See if you can fight these final few again. I mean, with you being on the very edge of the circle now, lots of you being inside next one, close to none, and you want to get this over and done with before having to think about moving yourself further forward.
Team Liquid pushing his 3, leaving Sparking on the other side to keep eyes out, as Furia has moved down to the low side. Made in Thailand, meanwhile, they're going to get the knock on the Gedrox, as Namiga pushing into that corner building just on that southwestern side of the military base. FN Potion, though, they're arriving. I think they might have gotten pushed away by Liquid. They're going to push right into the middle of Asla Pentagram once again, and Asla Pentagram doing their best to hold the line.
Yeah, successful in doing so as well, as Rock finds one over the top. Glass again, being such a pivotal player in this push on through, was the one to come on in and find Vard. Now able to find the double. Also FN Potion as well. As the fight finally erupts on the southern side, Luke able to find Gizera early. Not
There
able
you
to
go.
find the second, but good trade back and forth. And this is, I mean, again, this is a perfect example of what Liquid has been lacking as of late. These abilities to get the quick communication, 1-2 trades back and forth. Good start for Liquid here in this game, able to survive and stay up as 4.
That is a really, really difficult push to have to make.
Exactly.
And now Petrichor Road, they're going to be pushing in, but Liquid already recovered.
Oh, no!
And he hits the tree. That's not the time you want to be doing that. Long-range shots from Luke 12. Sparking has to stop down to still heal up after getting knocked. Chewy pushing in with the BRDM. Alo taking shots from the other building. Purdy Curdy misses the shotgun shot on AZ, and he's going to go down.
Yep, Luke trying to see if he can hold them crossing, but not able to do so. They have all made their way in. Sparking, though, able to defend well from here. Finds one. Luke there to trade with a second. Great crossfire setup, but none is there to trade. We'll get the flush onto Sparking as well. Just 2 left alive on each team.
2v2 as Alo's going to try to push in. The flashbang will slow him down, actually pull him back away, and he will have grenade in hand. Trying to push in as, you see Asla Pentagram now coming down from the south side. Navi now arriving. Goodness gracious, this compound getting so much action. Where is Navi going? 4 deep in the whip, and Alo steals the BRDM at the perfect time. Will escape. Chewy's down, Ming Ming's down, Navi has arrived.
What in the world did we just see? The sheer amount of confusion on anyone ending up working out in favor for Na'Vi, and while it all goes down, they go, you know what, that's a bewitched vehicle. We're taking this one and we're getting the hell out of here.
Oh my goodness. And meanwhile, Asla Pentagram was able to get the revive onto Red Zone. So Red Zone's now parachuting down on this compound. The circle will pull away. It's going to center up on CTG, who has, I think they have a BRDM there sitting in that center position, just kind of defending themselves. But you see Rock up in the military base. Namiga's going to have to make their way in. Myth is going to have to avoid Orchid as much as they can. But goodness gracious, this Na'Vi Asla Pentagram, Na'Vi still trying to recover their senses after being spun around.
The fact that Soset looked cool as a cucumber through that entire thing tells me these guys, they've seen some stuff. They've been through the ringer enough times to know that you gotta keep your composure when you're pulling up on compounds like this, as Hakatori gets taken down by Red Zone coming in here saying, you know what, I know you're pretty decent in this game, but I've started fragging too.
Tell you what, man, Red Zone, he has just gotten back into the lobby, but he is already ready. Hakatori, this might be Rezible. In fact, they're going to go and stick it Soset immediately there to revive his team's top fragger. Team Liquid still kind of hovering around in the periphery as well. So I think they're thinking, you know what, we've got scopes. If we see any of these guys running around on the outside, maybe we could take advantage.
I mean, they're sat in their BRDM right now, just waiting for the fight to eventually pop off again, and then we'll see if they are up to drive into the compound, see if they can run over some knocked bodies. They're all going to have to come out of the compound real soon, so we'll see what's going to end up happening here. Na'Vi and Pentagram will have to take this fight to one another.
Tell you what, man, these M249s have just been brutal this tournament, as Kiss will get spotted out by Lurex. We were wondering what Myth was going to do about Orchid over there on that western edge. We'll cut back in here, see if we can follow this Na'Vi Pentagram fight to the end as we get a little bit of a replay here. You know what? It is a blessing that none of those guys pressed F too early.
Also, the fact that no one got motion sick, because what in the world am I looking at?
That's PUBG, baby. Immediately hops out too and just absolutely destroys him on that spray. That is nasty, Soset.
I like the fact that we can laugh about this together, and it didn't have more of an impact than it did. But nonetheless, the fight, as we said, has to happen eventually, and for both these teams, they know their other team set outside just waiting for you to try and make a run for it. So they have to take it straight to one another, as Fairest is able to open up, find the first one on Red Zone.
All right, Howl is going to be next on the chopping block. He tries to retreat back. Red Zone not going to be able to be flushed. Howl, though, takes Ferris by surprise. Nice spray with the AUG. Hammer now taking shots from range. I think that's Alo and Luke are starting to get involved and do some damage. Now, actually, Rock is going to get there. So Pentagram will get eliminated in the end. Na'Vi, they do lose Ferris, but they still 3 up.
Yeah, now a tricky position to come. They know that they're only staying alive by the duration of their smokes at this point. Luckily for them, I mean, both Alo and Luke have been kind of suppressed by 17 further towards that southwest side, but it's not going to be for much longer, because this one swings north, and Rock in a good position to claim some much-needed points here.
That is a brutal shift for all of these teams.
Yeah.
Everybody getting locked out essentially. So Team Liquid very pleased with the fact that they were able to pick up that BRDM. We'll see how long they can stick with it, change the game. They've got some decision making to do, and then everybody on the periphery. 17, it looks like Orchid, they're leaving their compound to go and try to take the fight with Myth, but Myth getting shot at from Namiga from the north side. So Smoke's the only thing keeping Myth in this, and now Boostic has arrived with grenades.
How do you counter a Smoke? He'll lob a nade right into the middle of it. He does that, fights Olympus instantly. Second fight now for Myth where they lose Olympus without him being able to really play a factor. He's been so good in assisting Kiss in these fights they've been taking throughout the PGSs, and I think that's part of the reason why they're struggling. They're losing key players before the fight
That's good
starts.
grenades. Nice grenades to try to push them back. They'll find a knock. And actually, Lurix and Boostic going to go down. It's going to be 17 giving them a little bit of support from the backside. Baron will go down to that grenade as Kiss running forward in the blue. He is aggressing onto this, but will get taken down in the end by Xiaowu.
I loved the attempt there, but had taken too much damage to blue already. But great effort in trying to run over and make a play like that, as now Namiga for in a vehicle, try to send it further towards the circle. Have to go over the hilltop because they saw the fights happening here. Should be in a decent enough position with it too.
This is aggressive, but Change the Game has vision onto him, so Tiantian will get that first knock into Hello My Bad. You can see Change the Game just free farming ADR over there. Made in Thailand does go down to Gedrox rather. Arctic's now the last player left alive for Orchid, and he is eating blue zone. Team Liquid, though, they are running around in the midst of Navi. Sosid will take down Luke 12, but Souls will take down Sosid in return. Team Orchid goes down in the end, and Team Rock, with 4 alive inside the zone, are looking fantastic.
Well, you're being shut at by 3 teams. There's a
they're
PRDM
farming.
driving around you. What are you supposed to do if you're extends here? Answer is simple. Admit defeat and go down.
Yeah, I mean, that's about all you can do in this at this point. Now, for Namiga's case, they're actually doing all right. Now, 17, obviously 17 and Rock have kind of been mirrors of each other. One on the north, one on the south. They've been big, wide splits, big, wide spreads, third partying onto everything. And now 17 finally has to make their way in. And you can see what they're having to work with here. The smoke walls at least will be enough to get them into grenade range of Change the Game. Maybe that'll be enough.
6 kills for Xiaowu, already looking to make it even more. One big thing to mention in this match as well is that everyone has been playing at a distance outside of the compound. Everyone's been kind of sat on their own for a while, so we're really low on ammo. Across the board right now as Halo finds Hagatori, news there was a solo somewhere. Continues his journey. Look at this, 32 spare bullets for Xiaowu. We saw just 17 and no spares on Levante moments ago. Leo's down to just 3, so we're going to be throwing pants real soon across effectively almost all the teams.
Not looking good for Namiga right now. We'll see what they can pull out as Change the Game. They still have the BRDM, so they've got something to work with here. As Namiga, they've got it. This is the only option they have left. They've just got to W key into this and hope for the best. Xiaobe will get a knock onto Ares, but Levante will get taken down by 7700. 17 Gaming are just free farming onto both of these teams because there's nothing either can do about it.
Been about time that they start waking up here. They look like a shell of themselves in the group stages, so seeing them now being able to go out and actually get something done is big. Of course, very much led by the performance we have here from Xiaowu in this game.
Xiaowu definitely finding his footing here as Namiga Leosh, the last player left alive. He spots out Biel. RBN going to give Biel a little bit of support. Biel with that Lynx in hand is a very dangerous peak indeed. Wenbo, all he's got left is a BRDM, but that might be enough. He's going to pull right up here onto Leosh and say, hey, buddy, Uber's here. You want to ride? Come on, hop in.
What do you do?
You can do it.
What do you do? Wenbo driving around here. Get out of here!
We cool? You
Get out of here! Like a cow stood out in the middle of the road, and all you're trying to do is get past him. He actually gets taken out with the Lynx in the BL. He's got the BR helmet, and he trades it over.
Oh my gosh!
And he gets him as well.
Biel Mount Como with the Lynx has got to be laughing his head off right now after what he just witnessed. Now, Alo's still alive on that south side, but 17 and Ark are now starting to push into each other, trying to take the fight. And now Alo, he might be able to sneak himself into the late game here.
Why run around with a Panzer in your pocket if you can just bring a Lynx? The great counter to the BRDM as RBN now realizing, well, that's 2 teams eliminated. We can flank this side.
Absolutely. Rock are sending RBN. They've got Fantastico, BL, and Solds all over off in the distance. 17 tried to take the spot from there, and RBN, he had him. But the blue zone arrives. A nice shot from Xiao Bei right before he breaks the plane of the horizon. Rock RBN will go down in the end, but Syntastico has arrived. Good grenade to take down 7700.
Definitely had the ridge lines work with it, but jumped for extra info with little.
Oh no!
But issue is now that open up the angle for Xiao Wu to continue his push on through. 750 damage done already, looking to get even more with it. 8 kills now confirmed.
Xiao Wu is mobbing right now, taking down everybody in the lobby. Solds. Oh, BL though, that Lynx is singing for him. He's only got 1 round left though in the end. And look at this, Alo, he's gonna steal it away. Another point picked up by Liquid.
Liquid's grabbing everything they can in this match and able not only to get into top 3, but 6 kills with it as well. Still alive, dodging and weaving, making sure not to be a still target for that Lynx that, as you said, still Bull left to work with for Beal.
I mean, if you're Bill, you know there's another BRDM on the field, right? Like, you gotta save this one. You have to save it for Alo at this point. You would think. I don't know. Well, Alo still has a few more smokes to work with. So we've turned this into a 2v1v1. Xiao Bei in no position to try to get the res onto 7700. So Rock will go ahead and take that low ground. As there's that last Lynx bullet. So Alo, he's in a lot better position all of a sudden.
They don't know that.
They don't.
There could be more bullets in that Lynx, so maybe just the one shot come through. It's going to keep Xiao Bei humble for a little while. Alo.
Oh, he leaves it behind.
Push forward with his smokes available. I'm not sure how many he has.
Something must have
now
been.
Nothing. No util for him at all.
Yeah, something must have been wrong with the BRDM. He had to leave it, and he's going to spot out Solds. Almost catches him by surprise, but Solds has that rock to work with. Alo going to retreat back into the smoke and will survive to fight just a little bit longer. Oh, the spray is so nasty from Solds, but it's not going to be enough.
One more bullet could have done it, but it's not to be. Jammer Pack getting tacked hard here as Alo Link is on the edge of the smoke. Headshot connected with the SLR. They're trying to take them both out at the same time. Here's Solds, he gets his job done. Can they find Xiao Bei as well?
Just barely wins the 1v1. And now Rock in a great position to get the win here in game number 2. But you see all the pockets are empty. No utility really left to speak of. 1 Molotov and a few flashbangs is all they've got, as Xiao Bei has to start making his way down.
We said we wanted to see Rock make something big of that northern phase 4 shift, and they sure as hell have. 13 kills now, looking to make it 14 and a win, unless if Xiao Bei can pull up a solo performance, but he's out of the blue, my man! What? Not even gonna try for it. Okay, fair enough. Good performance nonetheless for 17, but a 1v2? Make a run for it? I don't know, man. Didn't like it, and Rock out victorious. Great game for them.
I mean, at the end of the day, he was pretty much dead to rights, right? But with no utility, if you had a smoke wall to work with, maybe. But, I mean, just the fact that there was nothing there, he didn't like his odds. And he knows that he's still in the chase with Rock. So Rock with a big, big win. But you said it, man. Both of these teams, Rock and 17, huge, huge games for them here in game number 2.
Definitely 24 kills between the two teams. Again, as we said in the beginning, we know what they're capable of. Haven't seen a lot of it through the tournament, but here they are delivering on the final Erangel of the day.
And take nothing away from Team Liquid either. They had a fantastic game, as we saw just absolute cinema happening around that compound to the north of the ferry. Na'Vi just flipping all over the place. I don't even know. There was so much to take in from that one. Let's throw it over to the desk.
An absolutely furious game from Rock comes out here on Military Island as BL pops off with the Lynx, smashing people in the BRDMs. There's no safe haven for you as the Rock is flying high for a victory here, Avenger.
Yeah, you're jumping into the BRDM after you just saw someone get taken out of the BRDM with a Lynx. Questionable moves, but
love it.
That Lynx was singing all the way through, and what a fantastic game here. A different ending to what we're used to, and that's really what I've been loving. Again, it's more spicy, more difficult. I'll say this though, we saw Xiao Wu pop off. We saw Rock pop off. And overall, that's going to change up our leaderboard so much. And I love the, 5 times back-to-back third-party crashes as the Na'Vi. Liquid left it, and that actually allowed them and secured them a 3rd place with a few extra kills there with Alo. Alo also driving over Na'Vi. Hackator is like hiding behind. Like, no. A little bit of BDMs have an impact here, and that's actually lovely. That's one. Oh, that's the second one, actually. Leash got that. So
but he is getting in.
So he saw him getting taken out there with the links and the kill feed, and then he followed up with that. And then also, the Lil Ghost nade here that RBN got was off the back of Beal actually hitting Lil Ghost with like 90 plus damage from that link. So huge impact with those 10 bullets.
Lynx was doing massive stuff from Beal. Great from Rock to be able to move on up. They were in the middle back to actually get things going at the start of today. So now they'll be again jumping up into maybe even that top 5 here from Rock. Brilliant stuff by them. I am a little bit sad when we look through this highlights that we didn't get the 7, 8 times backflip by Na'Vi
got that
in
though,
that
during the
vehicle.
game. That
We
was
did
huge.
we got the first person as well. We were loving that.
When it started, first third person and then into the third person. I got a roller coaster feeling all over again. And then he jumped out as well, got the knock, got in and got the confirms too. That's huge.
That actually was very impressive.
Yes.
The fact that it was just instantaneous reaction out with the M249.
And it was a full 4-man car rocking up, and all 4 eventually actually surviving, right? Hackator got knocked, but he got picked up, and Na'Vi actually got a decent amount of points out of pushing that compound.
Oh, they did, but this is a good step up for the Americas here as Rock does take that victory. So it's going to be propelling them nicely up. There was a little bit going on, of course, for Team Liquid as well, if you think about the Americas.
Yes.
Obviously, as you say, with the BRDM for Halo, driving on around everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. So we'll see as these numbers do come in.
Whoa.
23 points
That's going to
for Rock. Yes,
That's
definitely.
potentially top 5, James.
I
That's
think
huge.
so.
And it's also 2nd place with 17 Gaming getting the 17 points perfect.
This is actually a good point, though. The fact that 17 Gaming is now popping.
Yes, I mean, again, they, through the years at PTCs, has always been one of those favorite teams. And if they can, sure, we don't have the strongest teams, arguably, since we've had our group stage already sending 5 teams through from each. But they should be absolutely feasting in a lobby like this. And I like that it's starting, and especially in a game like this, right? This is not a home turf game. Like, they looted Pochinki, right? It's not given to them. They had to drive by. They had to get into some of these positions. So I really like that. Liquid also stepping up. They've had a rough last chance so far. And with the 8th match, next game, once we're done with that, we're going to be at a halfway point. We're going to have a lot of information in terms of that. GK not getting another good game here. That's going to have a huge impact. That's actually going to drop into 8th place.
Well, Rock will jump into 4th in that top 5. Good for them. 17 Gaming into 2nd here. So as much as we felt like there was a little bit of a divide for our top 5 relative to some of the other members of the lobby, it has been tightened up very quickly. For FaZe, looking so good yesterday. It's been a bit of a slow start today.
James, there's 18 points between 6th place and 10th place. That pack outside the top 5. That's actually starting to have quite a bit in between them here. If you're Petrichor Road or below, you need to have massive games like for the remainder here. And GK, they're looking good. They've had 2 back-to-back bad games here, and that's really showing here in our overall leaderboard. FN Poaching also not having a step up. FaZe had a great lead for the day here. They started on 57 points, only 3 points in 2 games. It's not going to be enough for them to keep that top 5 because it looks like everyone else is stepping up their game.
I'm concerned for our home nation heroes, Sharper and Myth, because they're the 2 tie.
When do we count them out?
Well, I'm kind of getting there already, if I'm going to be
After next game?
That would be halfway.
That's looking a little bit rough for them. A little bit sad, though.
Yeah.
I was really having huge hope for Myth and Kiss.
Yeah. So me too. But anyway, it is done. We are going to go into a break, and when we return, it's the wildcard maps on the other side of this for last stage.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
mysterious climate change in Erangel, a handful of gunplay updates, and some changes to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale. All this and more as we dive into the Update 39.1 patch report. First up, due to the crash of several Tithonic satellites used in a climate control experiment, parts of Erangel have been damaged and are now temporarily frozen over and covered in snow. As a result, the Blue Zone now has an added freezing effect, which can also be triggered with Blue Zone grenades and the new Blue Zone grenade launcher. And speaking of weapons and loot, rumor has it the crashed satellites have some as well. Ferries in the red zone have been temporarily disabled, while Battlegrounds officials deal with the satellite problem and repair the damaged bridge. Next, we're adjusting the power of a few guns slightly. The M416, SKS, and SLR are all getting buffs to their recoil, while the AUG and VSS recoil is getting a slight nerf. The VSS's firing sound has also been increased. There are a few more little changes on the list, so make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. For fans of alternate game modes, Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting some updates, including updated care packages for TDM and the recall system added to IBR. We're also bringing back UGC Alpha with some new additions. Add to all that our new rank season and a new Survivor Pass, which you can read all about in the patch notes. Update 39.1 is here, so grab a Blue Zone grenade launcher, seek out a TDM care package, and give your enemies a cold reception on Erangel. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back after 2 games. We've got a Namiga kind of securing their spot on first place, but a big game in game number 2. A huge win for Rock is going to put them in the top 5, and now they have something to work with. But as the desk said, Martin said as the desk said, it is very close all the way down to 10th place.
It is!
Beyond that.
Yep, it is.
I'm doing great here, guys. I'm still recovering from the 17 flips that I had to watch.
Oh, that's what it was.
Navi do.
Still classic.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. I'm a little nauseous from having to watch that. But oh man, it was still pretty nasty whenever they land it, and then all of a sudden all of them pop out. Sosa immediately getting a knock on somebody with the M249.
Crazy.
That is a fun thing to behold there. But good win for Rock, jumps them 5 spots, and now they are number 4 overall. But as we said, there's still a lot of teams that are all around them, so they've got a lot of work to do here on the wildcard maps.
And a lot of matches still left to be played as well. And as we've seen, I mean, today I feel like it's a great example of exactly that, is that literally any team in this lobby has pop-off potential.
Oh,
We've seen it amongst everyone through 1st to 16th. Some of them in tournaments past, some of them, of course, in this tournament already, which makes it so much more scary and so much more essential that when you're off to a good thing, when you finally get your momentum going, you got to keep it going. You have to maintain, secure that spot, as you say. And I feel like overall right now, Namiga is the only team that has really been successful in doing so. FaZe started the day up in a tie at first. Now they almost bounced out of top 5. Of course, still close, don't get me wrong. But as I'm saying, you got to keep it going. You got to keep the momentum high, because top 5 in a lobby like this is incredibly difficult to reach.
No, absolutely. And keeping that momentum going is incredibly hard to do, as we've witnessed. I mean, you saw a few Team Orchid fans out there, and they've got to be scratching their heads as to what happened. I mean, they were looking so strong at the beginning of the day yesterday, and it's kind of been forgettable since then. So we'll see if they can turn things around.
Allez, on part pour la troisième game de la journée.
Still within reach. Everybody's still within range of the top 5. As the only team that's really kind of cemented themselves up there, and I guess you can't even really say cemented, not at this point, but 82 points for Namiga Gaming. They're feeling pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's of course they can still sewer out for the rest of the tournament or the rest of this stage and not make it
Feels
through,
unlikely, but
with
it's
how they're
possible.
playing right now, exactly as you're saying, with how they're playing right now, they feel like they should be going through it. Of course, still plenty of games left to go and plenty of top-notch performances left to be seen. One of which we can almost guarantee ourselves is going to come from these boys in Asla Pentagram, who I mean, I didn't do my official tier list thing coming into this tournament, which I otherwise normally do, and now I'm kind of glad I didn't, because a lot of my would-be probably lower seeds D tier teams are definitely playing quite a bit better than I would have first anticipated.
Well, if nothing else, the last stage lobby is going to be enough to hopefully get some of these guys' confidence going into that grand final, but you got to make top 5 first.
Yeah.
And here we go on
Et
to
bonjour à tous ceux qui rejoignent le stream.
going all the way south. So,
Je rappelle sur YouTube que vous pouvez vous abonner à la chaîne et lâcher un petit pouce bleu, ça fait toujours plaisir.
Definitely, all the way
En plus,
south.
c'est gratuit.
Even Terminal is gonna
Ensuite,
be
si
a
vous voulez
long
vous abonner,
stretch to try and get to from
vous
here.
pouvez vous abonner
So,
gratuitement
maybe
grâce à
some
Amazon Prime.
ulterior
Lié
drops
avec
that's
Twitch, ça
gonna
vous fait
cause
le
for
Twitch Prime.
promotion, maybe some vehicle jumping that's gonna cause for a run over. There is a good chance that both these things could happen. I'm seeing now Rock RBN flying very, very close to one of the Orchid players. Could potentially cause some commotion, but nope, seems like he's gonna go for the compound while the other player goes for the car.
yeah, looking off to the north as well, you see quite a few teams waiting for that last-minute plane. And yep, FN Potion and Furia, they are going to be right on top of each other down there in the southeast. As we still got Team Liquid, Myth, Asla Pentagram all trying to head as far north as they can at the very end. Rock, he does get the compound. Will at least send some shots over there. So RBN using that M249 to great effect. And here we go. We get a western circle to start things off.
This is an interesting circle. I mean, it is in and of itself because there's plenty of water and it's hard to play through, but even more so because of the plane path. It's very, like, normally you see that southern wrap into this circle from a lot of the teams coming in from the north. They'll kind of hug the coastline all the way through.
Sure.
That's going to be incredibly difficult, if not near impossible, because all the teams are already so far south. So here it's going to be kind of upside down from what we're used to seeing. I think some teams might actually go all the way north around to try and come in. Issue is then you're kind of rotating yourself into a bridge crossing, like going over the north side island. But if you're Pentagram, I mean, if you're FN out east, how do you plan on maneuvering west here, knowing that you are literally last in a enormous pool of teams trying to come in from that same direction?
Yeah, it's going to be definitely something to watch here. All of our IGLs going to be working overtime, getting figuring out how they want to make their way in. As Fantastico got our man of the match there for match number 2. And there's our most kills list updated. Xiao Wu, 17. Finding a little bit of a rhythm here now that they've made it to the last stage. Currently in second place overall.
I just saw, coming into this game, statistics saying Xiao Wu, currently our top killer in the lobby as a whole. He has 3,000 damage. Oh, that's boosting. Welcome back. Active once more. Finding RBN early on. Rock's success wasn't meant to last that long, I guess.
Sneaky lad.
But yeah, no, Xiao Wu, most kills, but 3,000 damage less than Hagatori.
That's a lot.
He's, well, Hagatori had a 1,000 damage, 1-kill game. That definitely helps that. But also, he's been good at finding those quick yoinks from other teams, Xiao Wu.
Yes, indeed. And Says I think that says a lot about Hackatory as well. I mean, good God, that guy's a. If you're a fantasy player, that guy's a point factory. So you want to definitely have him on your team. Well, we got a chance to talk to Hello My Bad. So let's get his words here.
All right, and now we are with Hello My Bad from Nemiga. So I would like to say congratulations on your chicken there, but this is your first global event, right? And you fought your way into the last stage here. So I would like to ask you about this incredible momentum. What's driving it?
We're feeling like really good. We got lots of energy in our team.
Yeah.
Since we were doing good in groups, it helps us a lot to make some good solutions on how should we play in LCQ, right? So we were working a lot on our team play, on our thinking, on our knowledge, and that's how we perform right now.
Oh, okay. So there's still a lot of opportunities. So let's cheer for it, Nemiga.
Yay! That was a big. I mean, look, to come in here though, into today and after a great performance yesterday.
What?
What even happened there?
Can somebody check the vehicles today? Because they're not acting normally. First we have spinny cars on one side, and now all of a sudden a car just blew up.
Was there a red zone?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they did have two cars parked next to it. Maybe they blew it up intentionally and then took the other one, and then Orca wasn't informed that it was about to explode.
Oh, you know what I think it was? I think Gen.G got in a scrap with Na'Vi. They took two off of Na'Vi. That might be. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They blew up the blue chips so that Na'Vi couldn't get the res. And unfortunately, got a little too close. So, okay, you know what? No harm, no foul, even though Change the Game now is starting to arrive to that fishing camp on that western side. But Gen.G still playing the hills. They've got the rest of Na'Vi that are retreating off to the east, though, so they do have to be careful.
And that's actually really big as well, because we're losing Fairest and Hackatory for that early on in the game as well. Just mentioned it. I mentioned him and his excellence in the game, of course, Hackatory, Na'Vi. Without him for the time being, maybe now hoping for a hard western or southwestern shift so they could potentially go back and get their teammates back in the game. Issue is we just saw the explosion of the car. And if, as you said, it is in fact what happened that they blew up the blue chips, well, then there's no teammates to pick up.
Presumably, that's what happened. We didn't get to see it.
I think that would be a good good guess.
If we're detective, we're doing detective
qualified assumption.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, Team Orchid's leaving Ardix in that prison, which is currently getting red zoned, and it's also getting a flyby there from Levant. Was that Levant? No, Leosh. There we go. I saw the L. Leosh now he's just trolling. He's just like, oh, you want to shoot at me? Yeah, I'm just going to keep doing circles around you.
If he gets knocked, at least it goes in the water. Should be okay.
Yeah. Well, we still haven't figured out if a red zone missile can hit a glider. We'll keep an eye over there, though. 17. They are all 4 deep inside. Oh, actually, no, 3 deep inside a vehicle. Little Ghost way off down to the south of Terminal. So they're going to avoid Asla Pentagram. But now Asla Pentagram getting a little bit close to Myth. And now here we get to see a little bit of replay here about exactly what happened to Na'Vi. And yeah, oh goodness, Bean just had him absolutely dead to rights.
That was insane quick reaction on it too. He scopes in and kind of halfway through the scope realizes there's one more guy on the right side as well. So easy pickings, and there you have the vehicle explosion. Good thing for Orca is there was only the knock. No,
well, and watching that replay, I'm not sure if they did that if that was an intentional explosion or not. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. It looked like there were grenades being thrown though over towards that. Okay, boink. There, we're good. All right, but yeah, I'm sure that's what the case was. I'm sure the blue chips. I'm sure we're not going to see Hackatory or Ferris back, which unfortunately Hackatory is my captain, so that's
he's everyone's captain. So don't worry, everyone took the same loss.
Like we're all in the same boat, guys, together. We're all -4 for captaining the young lad. But you know what? He's going to get his points back in the end, I assure you. So we see Team Liquid. They liked the BRDM so much last game after yoinking it out of the hands of Petrichor Road that they thought they would get their own this time. And now they're getting a little bit close to FN Potion. Rex will take a few shots. They got to be careful, though. You see that Panzerfaust in the bag for Rex, but I don't think Liquid's going to bite on that.
Also, a few more fish in this sea than I think they realized, because you're Fury on that southern side as well, seeing all this go down and just come, we wish you'd go out and take a fight here in the open, because we're going to be ready for that for sure. They're already now starting to take shots at FN Pochon, so now alerted to the fact that there is, in fact, one more team around here.
And another team, if you include just off to the west, Liquid running into the eastern half, or the southern half, rather, of a Petrichor 2-2 split. So that's going to force Team Liquid to come back over here towards FN Pochon and play around that eastern wall. Is Namiga now making the push onto Orchid? I think they realized that Arctics was all by himself, but he's going to find the knock onto Levante. That is not something that we've seen very often.
Nope.
Levante going down early.
A lot of minuses for a lot of fantasy players, as two of the top damage dealers have gone down pre-10 minutes. We'll see what's going to be the end of it, or maybe if Gedrox and the boys can get the players back in game. There is a rest station in prison, so it should be all right. As we look at the circle, though, I mean, the peninsula out west, we've seen so many games end in and around the compound that Rock has already claimed, like that field up there between Orchid and Rock. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw one of those big northwestern hardships now up into that exact area.
Yes, indeed. We'll keep an eye on it. Petrichor Road going to pre-fire the emergency pickup just in case that does in fact happen.
Exactly.
We do have a couple of teams on the northern side. Asla Pentagram coming down from the north. They're going to cross the river. Actually, they're just going to probably stop down on the river right now and just scout it out. Wait for that circle to pop before making their way in. But I got to tell you, Toby, this eastern side of the zone,
yeah,
it is just packed with teams that are making their rotations through, and now 17 going to get a little close to Team Liquid.
I mean, it's a rate.
There it is,
wow.
yeah.
Not that I'm saying I'm good at predicting circles, but I think everyone with the E-pickup set up as well, we're expecting something like this to happen. The hard northwestern ship out onto the peninsula, and a literal bottleneck of teams now trying to squeeze their way through out to that northwestern side.
And Rock kind of kicking themselves out in this one after losing one early to Boostic off of the early drop. We'll see where Petrichor Road decides to go, as another E-pickup has been popped. It's going to be the duo from Navi. Sosadin Extends will come in from that eastern side. Myth, they're going to see it happening, but they're just going to drive on by. They've got to make their way in, and as we said, that eastern side, they already know it is packed right now. Gen G, they're finding the trailing team of Change the Game. They've already signed Hangi already inside, so they'll try to find somebody else. Sharpbeard, they're going to lose Jedi as they are getting a little bit too close to Furia.
Yeah, and this is what we always see in these type of situations, because again, we have seen this northwest shift so many times before. And it's for the teams to get up there as fast as possible. The issue and danger with it is you got to get up there fast, but you also know you got to hold your ground when you're there for a good circle and a half. Because if you don't, I mean, you're down and out. Everyone's going to be fighting for open space right now.
Yeah, I know you can see Petrichor Road going to go for Hoppo right now, but Asla Pentagram already has Glaz and Hammer kind of hovering around that area as well. And I'm concerned for Navi that this might be the intended landing path for their E-pickup. It makes sense, right? You're down to a duo, send it to the city. We'll see where they decide to go, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe they just jump on Rock and say, screw it, let's see if we can actually claim just one room in this building.
That's a good option, too.
And for Rock, hopefully for them, they're anticipating it, they're seeing it, but nope, seems like they're flying a bit further towards the west, as you were saying, maybe towards the city. Little short on the shot there with the Panzer. Gonna allow for the Myth BRDM to continue moving.
That was an ambitious Panzerfaust there, but good job from Orca. He's doing some damage. Not even sure who that's on, but he's landing them. As we see, Navi will go down to Hoppo, and they'll find the southern half of the city pretty empty, so that's good news for the duo.
Got all the good reads today, Paul. What happened?
Hey, we're killing it right now. You had the western shift. I got the Hoppo drop. We're
there you go. Good stuff.
We're vibing.
Yeah, I mean, and as much as we've seen in terms of shots fired and teams eliminate all players, I should say, we haven't really seen the worst of it yet, because we still have a lot of these teams lingering that eastern edge of the circle, some of whom have not even made it inside circle yet. As the second, or well, I should say first, PRDM of the game is currently under fire. Purdy trying to get over the hillside, back to safety, back towards his teammates, to a Liquid who are still sat in the swamp, part of the bunch of teams that know full well they have to go west, because the next circle is probably going to go towards Rock or up towards CTG and that hillside and the fields up there. And the thing is, we know where it's going to go, but how in the freak, like how do we get there? Like, they know what's ahead of them, but you have to make their play eventually, right?
Gonna be tough. Well,
Nigh on impossible.
I mean, I'm wondering if Team Liquid might have an emergency pickup ready for him because Purdy Carty is just he's scouting by feel right now in that BRDM. But FN Potion, they're going to have everybody back into the vehicles. They're playing on the south side. Team Liquid are going to send it. 17 Gaming, meanwhile, they're going to be wrapping right through Gen G. Fortunately for them, only Orchid looking over in that direction as the circle does go exactly where we thought it would, right over the top of those fields. So change the game, looking pretty nice.
Circles are random, but these ones I feel like we've seen so many times before. The observers drawing the exact pathing that Liquid took and tried to get here. Of course, a little safer when you're driving a BRDM than when you're coming through with other vehicles. So here they are. Purdy able to scare people off with this BRDM, so they have a shack to play around, at least the Liquid boys, which is, I guess, more than what a lot of other teams will have.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know if that's what they particularly want, but we'll see what they work with. They've got Gen G coming in from the north, and now you see PWD going to rejoin his team. Actually, no, that was an E pickup, so he's popped up to scout a little bit and see how they're going to come in from this eastern side. There's still 58 alive, Toby. There's still so many teams. Now, the western side pretty clear for obvious reasons, but the east is getting really, really spicy, as now Myth is going to have to make their way in with 3 in a vehicle and a BRDM to play around.
Similar situation as with Liquid. We've got to play the open. We've got to fight for a shack. Issue is their shack is not free because 17 has claimed it early this time around. Baron already down as they are exposed to playing out in the open here with a lot of teams around them already.
And here's another fight taking place. FaZe and Orchid.
Big one.
On this southeastern side on the hilltops. Gustav already knocked down Fex, trying to get a little bit closer. He's going to spot him out, take the spray, but immediately retreat, knowing that he just doesn't have the support with him for now. Bean, though, is going to get spotted out on the north side as he gets a little bit too close to Team Liquid.
And for FaZe here, I mean, they need to fight their way through Orchid in order to be able to push further into the circle. They literally cannot see what's ahead of them because of the terrain and how this ridge line cuts them off from the current circle. They need to do it now because the circle's closing in already. As Giz trying to pull up on the 17 shag initially, but thinks better if it backs off, but not before losing Scabby.
Yeah, Myth, I don't know if they just got a bad read on that or what, but yeah, 17 was had this great split going on here, and they just run right into it, and as a result, they just lose Scappy essentially for free. And now they'll just post up on the rocks, on the ridges, as 17 will just wait to see if Myth tries to make the same mistake again.
I think that what they were trying to do is have Scabby run up behind the BRDM for cover and then lob some utility over towards the shack, hopefully take him out. But as you said, great off angle in anticipation to have 7-7 out on this side. There's Leosh, doesn't like flying anymore, so he's going to commit to the ground with his glider down on that southern side. As we also see Levante getting back in the game, able to get their point man back into what will no doubt be a active fight in the open type finish.
Levante back, and FaZe able to get the res onto Gustav and disengage from that fight with Orchid. So still a lot of work left to be done as they are right on that edge of the zone. As Spiro gonna spot out Sparking, and he's got that Lynx. And we saw what the Lynx can do to BRDMs in that last game. And the new circle will pop, and it's going to go all the way off to the north. Look at Asla Pentagram. They have so much room up there to work with.
This one, I mean, as predictable as the previous 2 circles were, this one actually a bit further northwest than what we're used to seeing. Down in the field where Liquid and all of them towards the east side is usually where this one would go. So a few teams, I think, caught by surprise to see this one shift all the way up there.
Liquid on the clock now. It might be time to just get as many kills as possible. They are surrounded on all edges. Gen G from the north and Geek from the south. Gen G has now arrived, and you see Alo with the smokes, but now Boostic's going to get picked out by a combination of Rock and FN Potion as Orchid try to come in from the south side.
Yeah, good nade lopped on over. Gen G trying to main space for themselves as fights taking place on all fronts here, jumping back and forth. It's Liquid trying to stay strong. Purdy trying to make use of the BRDM to the best of his ability, but not able to fight a whole lot. Where did I say that? But does at least flip a vehicle over.
Get him out of there. Well, Tosi is going to try to make the push, but Alo will win that one. Spiro, though, is going to spot Flame. That Lynx reigning large here for Geek. Orca will finish off Sparking once again, but Orca, the last player left alive for Gen G. Purdy Curdy is still up in that BRDM for Team Liquid, and Alo, let's see if he can get the res.
Love the positioning for Asla Pentagram in this fight as well. They know what's happening. They know the need to maintain space on this northern side, so contain that entire east, force them into each other, force them back south, because right now they have full control of the north side of this next circle.
Luke 12 going to get spotted out All right, after getting rezzed by Alo, and Purdy Cardi, he has already left to go find that place inside the zone with the BRDM. Furia, meanwhile, they're in trouble as well as they are pinching onto Geeke. So you see all the fights that are happening on this eastern side. Purdy Cardi going to come try to retrieve his teammate, and that is brave. Alo will get the knock and the flush on the Sparking while he gets returned. Oh, nice! PWD goes down, and Alo gets one for free.
A little bit of help coming through on the side there. Red Zone, the ones to find, they're not keeping Alo alive. He'll thank him, but doesn't really have time to right now because there's still a lot of opponents around.
And Alo still outside of the vehicle. Purdy Cardi just kind of rolling around. FaZe is now coming in on this as well, as Vard has been left out in the blue to bleed out. But FaZe, they want to take this fight, and they're going to find it. They'll find Kurt as he hops out of the BRDM at the wrong time.
Yeah, try to go for safety, try to get some heals going inside the shack, taken out. Vex able to steal the BRDM away from him now. Should be able to make their way further towards the circle, and they could go north in this again. Pentagram only fortifying with 2 in this position. They've sent Glass over to try and help out Howl. And if FaZe reach this well, there is a fight to be taken in the north.
I mean, with how much room that Asla has to work with, they have to do this. 2-2s on a complete opposite sides, but they know that everything in between them is as free as Alo will find another one before eventually going down. Well, he might be able to make his way in. We'll see.
Shifting north too.
And he does go north once again. So Asla Pentagram, they have everything, but change the game. They still have that compound. But where's Myth going? Looks like they might be trying to make a breach here.
With Myth just pulling up on this one, we now... Oh! A bit short, had a triple kill written all over it. With Myth just pulling up on this, we now have 10 of our 37 players inside this next circle. Goes to show how little there is to play, and also how dug in all these players are in the fields on the southern side. So hard to really go anywhere.
Nice hold so far from Change the Game as they find the initial knock onto Olympus. They've got Baron and Kiss pinned down inside this warehouse. Kiss has to get a little bit closer up to the front. Baron going to go for the side angle, but that's going to get rid by Hangy as he pulls out that Panzerfaust. Doesn't want to even mess with it. Wembo will secure the flush, and now FaZe has arrived as well. Gustav going to be the one leading the way in the US. They've got a BRDM, but Gustav going to get taken down by Red Zone. Jeems and Fex will go to the opposite side of the compound.
Usin right in the middle of everything, tries to make a run for it, but Red Zone again active in taking apart this CTG team. Again, they're maintaining their 2-2 split still. Asla Pentagram effectively with control of half this circle.
All right, Sharper, they're going to lose Thunders. Escaliza, the last one left alive. Has changed the game, is down to Wembo. He's going to go for a very risky res, considering how many teams are inside his compound. That grenade won't find it. Hanky will get back in, and maybe, just maybe, Change the Game can get back up to 3 strong here.
5 teams still out in the fields on the southern side too. Those fights have still yet to even take place. 17 now wrapping their way on in. Should have eyes to some extent on this compound as well, at least coming in from the south. So that's one more angle to be worried about if you're the teams inside here fighting.
Oh boy, Baron, he's doing a little seat swapping, a little toying with the sun here. Gets taken out of that BRDM with the Panzerfaust. Has changed the game. Will take one of those off the field. And now Myth down to 1. Well, on the south side, Namiga Gaming, they're trying to hold the line as well. You see the ridge lines they've got to work with as FN Potion trying to make a push in, but Petrichor Road is there as well as Howl from Asla Pentagram just taking shots on everything down.
And Namiga doing the same thing here. They know that they have to fight on multiple fronts here, but the road itself is doing a good job of kind of cornering off the eastern side. So all of them right now are looking rest and trying to fend off against both the likes of FN Potion and Petrichor Road.
Petrichor Road with the wall at their backs trying to make their way in, but that presence from Howl is just causing them so many problems.
Yeah.
As you see, he's just picking off dead people and just securing more points for Asla Pentagram. They're up to 4 kills now. Petrichor Road down to just AZ, and he's going to get spotted by Howl as well. The eyes in the skies coming down hard on Petrichor Road.
Nothing more he can do. Down to 9 teams we go. 3 still on the southern side. This Galusha is sat there by himself. Does 17 know of his whereabouts? I think they might. I mean, there's 3 players looking in his direction, so you'd think so. As we hop north again, I mean, the way that Asla Pentagram has played this north side has been stellar. We'll see if they can maintain control of it, and in the end, a 4v1 push. A bit too much to ask for.
It's a big fight right here between 17 and Namiga as they trade shots over the hillside. Rock Also off in the distance, you can see Asla starting to have to make their way down from that high ground. They would love to be able to get rid of Rock, and that would just clean their whole northern side up. Fantastico going to try to go for the res onto Solds, but the grenades are coming from red zone. They're going to go just a little bit too long.
Do you think they're actually going to fight, though, down on that southern side, 17? I feel like the road in and of itself is going to keep them from fighting, and also with how much is going on up north right now.
There it is.
You think they're going to keep it safe, and yeah, I mean, it was only going to be a matter of time. Once you get that first knock, you love a few more nades in that direction, and the finish through will come your way.
8 kills now for Asla, 4 for Howl, as he has been doing the most up there with that high ground. Now, we still have the 3 teams that are inside the compound. It's going to be FaZe, Change the Game, and Kiss is the last player live from Myth. And somehow, you just pointed it out, I didn't even see him. Somehow, Alo is still in this for Team Liquid on that northeastern side. What a sneaky lad.
Doing his best Bloomy impersonation, and it's working out for him. He was out there for a while. Nate lopped on over to follow from the knock from Levante just moments ago. It's going to take Little goes down lower. Second one should definitely get him down, and indeed it will.
Indeed it will. Xiaobei tried to hold the line on the low side, but Levante just too good with the utility. So Namiga going to take one off of 17, but they'll pull away from that fight for the time being, and Asla just holding on to the north side while FaZe trying to be a little bit more active here, see if they can maybe change the game while they're slipping. But yeah, that's the problem. Asla Pentagram just has, I mean, there is free farming, I mean, free lines of sight down onto this.
As long as the high ground up on the northwestern side is in play, you can effectively not play the roofs of here at all, unless we have a lot of util. And for the sake of FaZe, while they have some util, they're not willing to spend it on that right now. Then rather, as we see with teams here, prone it out. Maybe, is he going from, I'm not sure if he's looting up here, what's going on, but he has found himself now on the roof of the building that Change the Game is in.
There he is.
Chill.
Is that a
level 3 gear?
Does he have the links?
I think he has the links and the FAMAS, because Taco, just Taco things.
That's how it works. Well, we'll see if that comes into play later. We've already seen that Team Liquid solos can be pretty devastating, and Alo just on the clock today, man. The rest of these guys are getting the clock out early, and he's sticking around and making sure the workplace is clean. New circle pops, and it's going to go away from the compound, so that's great news for Asla. But bad news for everybody else.
It's been the name of the game so far this tournament, or this day, I should say. 1 of 17 players inside this next circle.
Yeah,
it literally
seriously.
actively tried to go to the one spot that would have the fewest players inside. And I think there's a good reason why you see Pentagram sit so hard up on the northern side, because anything south thereof, you're forced out into the open. So even for Pentagram, while they're the only team in the circle, there is not really anything for them to claim circle center right now. I say that, but Hammer is actually alongside his teammate, and driving further towards the west side of this one.
Change the Game, going to lay down a whole bunch of smokes.
Oh, yeah.
And try to take the fight in here. I think they might have been trying to get to a vehicle, maybe. I'm not sure. But Kiss going to find Xiao Wu, as Kiss is just being active on the south side. So 17 going to lose another one. They're going to send the last 2 players trying to get in a little bit closer. 17 get to this compound, but it is brutal right now. 7700 Xiaobei just seat swapping every half a second to make sure he doesn't get headshot out.
I'm surprised none of the CCG players looked south, and that they were coming up at 1 kilometer an hour with 2 busted tires and a Dacia. But CTG now allowing for 17 to get inside this compound, and more importantly, they're inside circle now of 17, so CTG just made their own play that much harder to try and execute come this next circle.
Sneaky boy. Well, meanwhile, Namiga had to cross the road. They had to leave their ridge line, and as a result, they are just getting absolutely decimated by Asla Pentagram. 8 kills now for Asla, as they've got another knock. Kiss does eventually go down to Winbow, so that's the 1 solo at least out of this lobby, as Namiga will fetch their fallen player, retreat back to that ridge line to get him back on his feet. Now FaZe and 17 combining down on to Change the Game, as it is down to just 1. Fex will find Xiaobei, though, in return.
And backs against the wall, FaZe able to scrap some more points out of it. 4 kills in this match, 6 plays guaranteed. So while they've been pretty since they pull up onto here, they are making something happen.
Here he's trying to go for that push. He knows the 17 is in here. He knows there's only one of them. He's got to do something, because Levante now has the angle, and he loses the 1v1. 7-7-0. Nice shots from him, and now FaZe trying to make the push in, see if they can take him out, but that is a Panzerfaust just waiting. Oh, he looked away at the wrong second. Oh, no. and FaZe will still be in this one with Jeems and Fex. They win the compound, and Alo is in the top 4 yet again.
Does Glass know of
get-
where he is? He's looking east as if. Wait, did I see movement? Is my brain playing tricks on me?
4
Was the one
deuxième au
over
char
there?
de
Did I
poste
hear
dans les
footsteps?
5 premiers.
I'm not sure he's aware of his position, but I think, regardless, I mean, his job right now is holding that northeast side contained. Somebody's going to come out of that compound. They could try and flank north around. Glass right now playing outside circle as well is sat here in charge of making sure no one crosses that road in the north.
Yeah, I don't know if he spotted Alo, but he definitely does not want that team that's from the compound to wrap around on that northern side. So that is his job, as you said. Levante, look at that, 711 damage for him as he has found a sneaky little spot there. Jeems got what's left of that BRDM. He's going to try to make some move with it. See if he can at least get into the circle, and he will. Good stuff there from Jeems.
Oh, listen, he's actually
Nice
not
turn shot from Fex.
He's actually just exactly not inside circle. Oh, just on that southern side. This, though, with the vehicle coming in, it's going to alert Alo to the movement, and it's going to throw a nade on over. It's going to be the blue zone that takes him down initially, and Glass is going to be found, or Glass is going to find one. Fex found by Get Drugs as well, so that's going to be FaZe out in 4th. Do they now think this West
that's
is
a big
free?
knock.
I think they just might.
That's
Alo
a
could
big
go
knock.
completely unnoticed here.
Okay, we saw it last game. Sneaky Alo. You got a few people looking over in that direction. There it is. Gedrox, I think, spotted him out. But a nice grenade, though, is going to force Asla to push off of that rock. But what a grenade from Hal in return. Gedrox and Hallow My Bad go down. Hammer finds Levante as Asla Pentagram puts the vice onto Namiga.
Everyone looks to red zone for help, but today it's been a Howl-type day. He's up to 4 kills already. Looks to get even more as Asla Pentagram. What a beautiful performance on the northern side of this circle. All the way through the mid-game, they maintained full control, and they knew exactly what was needed of them in order to bring home a win. They played that game to perfection.
That was really, really nice. Now, they were the beneficiary of what was a, well, fairly predictable yet still wild circle of everything. Hard shifting west, so all the other teams were south of the circle, so they had just free reign of the north. But the important thing is that they had free reign, but they did the most with it. The wide 2-2 splits, the shots down onto everybody, just being active early and often, got Asla Pentagram a lot of damage, got him a lot of kills, and in the end, it got them the win on Tego.
Asla Pentagram with the victory for this one as they're able to take Tego in both hands and run with it. The running of the Bulls as Red Zone and the boys is charging down the causeway.
Yeah, fantastic game. Also huge game for Namiga here again to extend their lead at the very top here, James. As the Pentagram though, that western shift, and again, the northern side of that high ground, they're able to have both hills on that side when we saw that shift. Nobody was there. They had the control. They got all the gear they needed from those drops. Even though in the late game, the game tried to give a little bit of an advantage or a kind of leveling playing field for the Amiga. They also got a little bit of crates there in the end.
Yes, they did.
It wasn't to be here. Having those couple of rocks, having the amount of control in there, and the amount of, knocks and everything that got stolen from Red Zone this game was huge. He still stepped up. He still managed to go through. Huge game for them.
Yeah.
17 also got points here. That's massive. FaZe with a bit of a resurgence in terms of their kills and also the placement points they got. And another Alo clutch. A salvage game once again for Liquid. 3 more games to go for them, but they need a huge amount of points still to catch that top 5.
They're going to continue to need it for sure here, but as we take a look at the final highlights from all of this, it's Lynxes everywhere, and Asla Pentagram did clean them up, opening things up with the Howl grenade to get things going. We've seen multiple Howl clutch moments from last stage to the point it's 23 points going their way. Namiga again is in a top position with 12 points. FaZe Clan has turned things on. It was a bit of a sketchy start to the day. but 10 points is good for them.
Yeah, 10 points is them making sure that it's probably still inside that top 5. Liquid getting the 9, huge as well, as we talked about with Alo. Little bit of a bad game for Na'Vi here. Those 0 points, they actually, I was surprised they didn't try to go for the double revive here. They lost 2 players very early on, right? And they went for the E pickup to go on that western side.
Yeah, we thought that Harpo E pickup was maybe their attempt to actually do that, but nothing really came of it.
They didn't manage to get those 2 chips, but that would have been a massive play. If they managed to get the 2 chips, get into Harpo, even though Pero was in there for some while, that would have been a massive kind of drop for them. But that the second circle western shift makes it extremely hard for everyone to transition. You saw all the teams. There's like 12 teams from the eastern side trying to get into a better spot. Rock, though, I was surprised. They actually had, in circle 2 and 3, they actually had a really good spot. But that northern shift, it made it hard for them. They're still in 5th, though, but Nemiga and Asta Pentagram, James.
Yeah, big moves. 94 points for the Nemiga boys as they get themselves that #1 spot. Still continued locked down for a little while in this game. 17 Gaming had moved up to 2nd place. However, Asla Pentagram with this win will be able to wrestle that away from them. We are, as you say, like with Na'Vi having some of these more mediocre games, seeing them slipping out of what is currently that qualification spot. And when you've got guys like Hakatori popping off the way that they do, you would expect them to be top 5, but they've just been too inconsistent.
Just 1 point. Just 1 point off. Yeah. But we are a halfway point here, James. And if we are saying, okay, halfway point here, the top 5 cutoff is going to be 130 points. So for you to be safe, 135, 140 maybe, to be absolutely safe, where you can start making moves and kind of separating stuff. Again, Na'Vi 1 point off that 5th place. There's a little bit of a gap. There's 11 or 12 points down to the 7th place. So the top 6 is separating themselves from our mid-pack. And if our mid-pack doesn't step up in the rest of the 3 games today here, it's going to make it extremely difficult to catch that top 5.
Yeah, a team like Team Orchid, of course, as Boostic started off that game strong with a kill here and there. But, I mean, beyond all of that, right, they need a lot more points to really gain traction now with only being halfway through.
James is, every time we see him here, he's gotten some sun today, it looks like.
Louise, he is a tomato.
Very tanned.
That's crazy. That's how I look when I tan.
I talked a little bit with him. Talked a little bit with him yesterday. He said, we figured some things out. We've got some more clear defined roles. We try to make the plays around making sure we can, obviously, we stay alive and also get into late game as much as possible while we frag out.
Fair. All right, well, let's get to Rondo as we have got another game on the way. The Liquid boys are going to need your support to get a little bit more on the board. The 4th game of the day. We're ready to Rondo. We're ready for the casters.
Welcome back, everybody, as we head over into Rondo. Now we've got 3 games down for the day, and the entire last stage is now halfway done. Nemiga holding strong on the top spot with 94 points, but if you're going to start making moves, you got to start doing it now, Toby.
Oh, yeah.
There's still a lot of movement to be had in this leaderboard.
From a surprisingly southern plane here on Taiko moments ago, arguably as east as you can possibly go.
That's pretty east.
Plane here on Rondo. I have been screaming and yelling, crying for Jadina City ending for, well, ever since this game came out, because it's a big city and they've decided to put it
Allez, Rondo,
on
quatrième
the
game
edge
de la
of the map, so
journée.
you never go there.
Yeah.
Big cities in the center, please, because this is a cool city and we never see it.
You know what? Just swap Jadina City and Test Track.
No, and Yulin. Just put Yulin and put Test Track and Jadina City next to each other. This whole, all the cool places on the edge of the map, I don't like it. But let's see if we maybe get some love here with the first circle coming in at just a short moment. 3 teams up and around Test Track now. I think Furry is just going to go for vehicles, but still, it's pretty packed.
Yeah, that'd be a very reckless and bold play from Furia to go over there on Test Track at Neox when it is known that Na'Vi and 17 like to set up shop there, and set up shop they will, given this circle.
Yeah. Well, it couldn't go Stadium, so it had to go Test Track.
Sure.
We've been here before, and well, luckily for the players, so have they. And they will know how to weather this area of the map. We had a similar situation happen yesterday. CTG fighting in and around that river on the eastern side of the circle. And maybe, just maybe today will prove to be a similar one of that.
The good news for the players, all the teams here, is that this is a 100% playable circle, and you can wrap around to your heart's content.
True.
I mean, there's every bit of this you're able to come in from any angle that you so choose. As we get a look at the stats from Asla Pentagram last round, Howl, that man of the match, 7 kills, 641 damage. I would have thought it was more.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting pretty active. And Howl, I mean, on that western side, for the most part of the game, actually on his own, because they were 3-man stacking the right side of their 2-2 split. Really putting up some big numbers in the midway through that game, applying a lot of pressure single-handedly to like half the circle alive.
Yeah, well, got to look at Flame there for a second. He's the northernmost member of Gen G and closest to the center circle, so we'll see how long he is by himself. Get a look at Petrichor Road. That's some grenade damage from Ming Ming. Not a bad day so far for Petrichor.
No.
And if they can string a couple more together, they're going to be in a nice position to try to make a strike at that top 5.
I'm glad to see a smile on Ming Ming's face there as well as we get a look at the player cam, because I feel like it's been a while since Petrichor's been smiling in terms of their performances. They've
been a while
lacking.
since we've seen Ming Ming #3 in total damage.
Well, I mean, they're that as well, right? And maybe that's it. You need to get your enabler, obviously, no Ikes left. I mean, that's a pretty darn big loss in your capabilities when it comes to up-close fights, and that's where Petrichor has been struggling. As a matter of fact, they haven't even been able to get to those fights because they've been losing players mid and early, through the mid game as well. So hopefully they can get something going as we now get a listen into Rex here. Let's see what he has to say.
Ooh.
오늘 경기력에 만족하진 않고 되게 기복이 심한 날이라고 느꼈고 그걸 좀 중점적으로 보완하려고 노력해야 될 것 같아요. 이게 잘하는 팀이 무조건 올라가는 구조이다 보니까 지금 상태에서는 잘하는 팀이 많이 빠져서 큰 압박감은 없는데 그래도 꼭 5등 안에 들어야 된다는 그 부담감 하나는 갖고 게임하고 있는 것 같아요.
There we go. Get to hear from the birthday boy, or recent birthday boy, Mr. Rex, who had that birthday on the day of our event match, which gave everybody an opportunity to see what snowy Erangel looks like. So if you haven't got a chance to check that out, make sure you do, as Levante gets a little bit too close to Navi, and unfortunately for him, he gets spotted out from on high, extends a few shots over in that direction. He will at least be good enough with that SKS to free himself up a little bit, and now the rest of the boys have arrived, and they're going to push right in. Sosit had an angle, but he gets blocked off by a well-placed Pico.
Interesting this as well, because this is not an unusual way Navi splits out of test track or the eastern side thereof. But Namiga, I mean, despite, you would imagine, knowing this off of their prep work coming into it, that they tend to sit in this split across the road, they're saying, you know what? We know they're there, but we also know they're only 2, so let's commit to it early on.
Take the shot. Why not? It's dead center circle. What do you got to lose? Levante trying to get in and rejoin the rest of the boys. Sosit, though, he's going to spot him out. Nice spray. We'll skid him low. Levante will try to return fire as Sosit will pull out the SK. Oh, nice shots, though. We'll get him low. Sosit. Nice damage from him. He actually showed out on the day of that.
Oh, yeah.
That event match as well. So letting everybody know it's not just Hackatory around here.
Oh, that's a lot of skill across that entire roster. Gedrox, though, shutting him down with a well-placed nade over the top of the container. Able to get one there. As the rest of the team now having to figure out, can we get around that northern side to him? Because the issue is that, I mean, Amiga, they've claimed the tallest building, and doing so with a lot of firepower now as well.
Well, the bigger issue may be that now that everybody has seen Sosit go down in the kill feed, as you said, everybody knows what Navi likes to do.
Yeah.
Once leaving this, they might see this fight in the kill feed and think that maybe they can take these guys by surprise. Now Hackatory going to go for that outside far angle. That is dangerous stuff. As there you go, change the game. We'll steal that one away, and that'll go into the bag of Hangy.
Maybe that was intentional. Sosit goes like, I might go down, but I'm not giving that point over to them.
If it was, man, that's a 5-head
They shall not be rewarded for having taken me out. And for Navi, honestly, I think kind of a blessing in disguise that he goes down there, because now, as annoying as it is losing one, it's like, oh, okay, but at least we don't have to worry about that. Let's focus back on the position that we're in and see what we can do with at least the south part of the split that we had.
Just resign yourself to playing as a trio.
Exactly.
Forward here, as you see, Furia still biking around just on the south side of test track. See how close they do decide to get. Looks like Post has already found a foothold inside, and that's going to be enough to call the rest of the boys on over.
Call this a Danish rotation.
Danish on bikes. Yeah.
We'll see if Kraken can make it happen, and indeed he can. Safest rotation ever, and very, very environment friendly.
Environmentally friendly. Does he pay 100% tax on that bike for the Danish rotation?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
We'll check in later. But Lyrex has the eyes in the sky. Orchid, the only team now. Actually, no, there's still a couple of teams off to the north, but they are the southernmost team trying to make their way into the zone, so they'll find a pretty free path in as FaZe Clan stuck around long enough to pick up a glider of their own, and this time it's going to be Vard doing the sky thing. It's usually James, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. James been demoted to groundwork.
Not been promoted to.
Or promoted more so, because, yeah, true. Vard this time around going to take to the sky, and we'll see if he can path a good route for the boys in FaZe to get up here. They didn't get off to the best start on the wrangle, but able to scrap some points through the second game there, and then in this previous one too, while not pretty, able to actually get 10 points out of that game.
That was huge.
So good job on them, and honestly, that's kind of been the way of FaZe, with the exception of a couple of games yesterday, is that they've been losing players early, but then making something of a tough situation they found themselves in.
Yeah, first couple of games here today, they for sure were looking like they might be in a little bit of a fall, but that 10-point game there on Tago, maybe righting the ship. We'll see what FaZe decides to do here, although they are trying to make their way into the north side, and FN Potion, this is a big wide split that they're pulling off. This feels like a camp almost from Potion, just waiting for somebody to come in from the northern side.
Definitely Breakers. Solo player will feed the info across to his teammates that he is indeed being collapsed upon, but does he have, as we talk about so often, Poro, does he have that fire escape ready? Where is his vehicle? Where is his exit strategy? Maybe the exit strategy is just the river. We'll see as teammates are crossing over. Zenith is coming over here, but I think for FaZe they weren't planning on stopping here at all, but now I think FN, they could have lived with the scare. They just stayed low.
Yeah, that was almost a slow start, and Breakers will get spotted out by Fex as now the trade comes through. Zenith will get him, but Gustav will trade him back as well. So FN Potion, they will lose two, and now Star-Lord is starting to arrive. Vard is coming back over. Rex is already there, and Rex gets the knock onto Gustav. So FaZe, neither one of these teams, I feel like, really want to take this fight, but now they are fully invested.
I mean, for FN Potion, again, I think had they not opted to engage, had Zenith not crossed over, FaZe were just going to stop here, scout, and move on. But now a fight comes of it, and then with it being a 4v1, make it a 2v1 for the time being. Actually make it a 1v1 as Vard is now finally engaged in the battle from up high.
Vard getting the knock from the glider onto Star-Lord. Nice spray from him to support his teammate. And now Rex just playing around on that beach. Can he get him? He will get him low enough to where he goes down to the blue, and FN Potion is eliminated.
Quick land down on the ground. Get your teammates back up and alive. And again, as I was saying, they looked like they were wrapping that compound, going continuously down towards the south, but FN got scared hearing the vehicles coming in, and they opted to engage and, well, paid with their lives.
New Circle did pop, and it did favor over towards the west, as we pretty much expected it would. Test Track and Neox Factory still big players in there. Lurk's going to have to leave the skies there after getting shot at by just about everybody on the south side, which is honestly a lot of people. Rock down there, Myth down there, and now Geek and Sharper are making the long wrap around to the south as well. So the southern part of this zone about to get a little bit spooky.
I think the reason for this is that everyone is expecting this next couple of circles to continuously move further west of Test Track and out into the very western edge of it. And at least that's been the pattern that we've seen when circles have gone here. So they're wanting to wrap south in order to go all the way around out of that western side too.
Okay. Extends. Oh, Na'Vi going to take two off of Gen G as they tried to get into that Neox Factory, but Na'Vi is ready for it despite the fact that they lose Sosid. The trio still holding strong, but Bean has managed to make his way in. And he's still got Tosi with him as well. Ferris will spot him out on the outside. Bean trying to trade back as best he can. Ferris whipping out that Panzerfaust, and that was a little ambitious. Bean already on the move.
Well, let's see if he can make more here. Hagatori realizing, if not approximately, then almost exactly where he has his opponent on the other side. And for the time being, I mean, if they can keep them separated the same way they have them right now, they should be all right. But Ferris down here, maybe soon to hear the footsteps of Namika coming in. He's going to feed that in for a cross, and then they have a tough decision to make. Hakatori, do you then hold on to the angle of the teams down below you, or do you try and engage with the teams coming in?
Mega pushing in, and Gen.G, Na'Vi all on top of each other. Great band once said you got to keep them separated. Gedrox, though, Hallow My Bad gonna find the knock on a Ferrist. As now Na'Vi getting pushed from the north side, but extends. Nice shots will take down Hallow My Bad.
Crucial.
Oh, Levante, nice headshot.
Yeah, gotta try and connect anything you can to push further forward and not only get the rest, but as we see here, also get the flush confirmed. So many small window angles here. I love the fact the Layers is re-peeking that just to double check whether he's safe or not.
Oh,
Hakatori
Flame.
getting pre-fired by Flame. Good shots connected by Flame, who it's been a bit of a quiet tournament for him thus far, but we've seen what he's capable of before, and here, able to deliver once again.
Yeah, Na'Vi be kicking themselves after this one. I mean, this was just right in their territory, but they have just been getting pressured from the word go. And now all of a sudden it's down to just extends. We'll see what he can do as a solo. We'll see if Namiga actually wants to continue this fight with Gen.G as we wait and see where the next circle decides to pop.
I'm expecting Central West.
Central West? All right, let's call it.
If it goes north, I mean, we've seen those before as well. And that hill up there, actually, where Liquid is currently positioned, is incredibly open and very, very difficult to play. But let's see, where are we going? It is going to go right down, smack back the middle of Neox and Chester.
You know what? You hit too many last game. Calling the circles, so this time it had to go completely opposite of what you were thinking it might go. As we will, you know what? We also talked about we haven't gotten any city endings. This is about as close as we're going to see, I guess. Test Track and Neox Factory dead center as the Pentagram already in there, Fury already in there, Petrichor Road. They are trying to come in from the western side, but 17 already looking over in that direction.
How center do you commit in this one if you are the likes of Petrichor right now? You know there's a path for you in, but I think for many teams, they also kind of like sitting out here right now. Because there is still that eventual, we're going to end on the western side of the test track itself. That we've seen before, where they start lobbing nades up on the racetrack and everything. We've seen that so many times in the past, and I really think for many teams they're still thinking of it. So Petrichor not opting to fully commit center. They're waiting out on the western side.
Yeah, not just yet. They're gonna have confidence in their ability to hold off any pushes. As we see Team Liquid, they're gonna find just the smallest of footholds here on the northern side of Test Track. Now, as the Pentagram saw that coming through, as the Pentagram kind of in a split here in the middle of that that compound, so we'll keep an eye on that. They need to be careful. Rock, they'll get their man back in, but Myth is just in the foothills off to the north and east. So they are looking over in this direction. So Rock, they've still got some work cut out for them here.
I mean, if Myth can either take out Rock or just force them to go into Test Track proper with everyone else in the circle that goes anywhere south, it should be golden. But up on the northern side in the meantime, a West make that. Thunder's able to find Ming Ming earlier. Sapalui able to take down AC as well. It's been tough treading for Sharper Esports, but they look sharp as ever right now as they find the triple come through. Just one more left alive on the side of Petrichor, and that's Nan.
Goodness, I'm not sure what the plan for Petrichor was there, but it did not go according to plan, as Nan will have to retreat off to the north in the vehicle by himself. But great hold there from Sharper, as they can now turn their attention back towards the south, where Orchid, they already know that these guys are here. Booster going to push forward with that M249 in hand, and oh no, as Gualisa is going to be the one that pays the price.
I mean, it's the same we've seen so many times before. As soon as they finally get something going, Escalucia drives on up on the bike, shut down, right as they were going, oh yeah, momentum hour, and undead.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut down immediately. And for Boostic on the flip side of that, finally able to get things going here off of a, I think for himself, less than optimal day yesterday.
What can you do? 17 Ghost getting peppered by Furia, as I think Nan has managed to maybe find his way in. I don't know. He's still driving around, still seeing if he can find a better home, as the circle will center up on that western half. So teams from Neox, or any team east of Neox, FaZe, Geek, Change the Game, even Gen.G's Flame now arriving. They're going to have to make their way in.
Yep, south side is going to be important between Rock and Myth here. For Myth, if they can stay alive and, I mean, kind of as I said before, force either Rock off or take them out altogether, they still have a high ground to play down on that southern side, which could come in extremely handy. the meantime, towards the Neox factory proper, Gen G is trying to get their last man back in.
Oh,
Seems
my
like
goodness.
he's able to land, but he ain't there quite yet.
Just immediately runs to the rock.
Yep.
As PWD will get taken down by Vard. Geeke was trying to, I mean, they were just trading shots with Change the Game and didn't even expect this push from FaZe on the south side as Petrichor's non. Well, you can't run around in the vehicle anymore, my man. It is all gone. We'll see how long he can stay alive as a solo. Rock, as you said, that fight with Myth looming large here on the south side.
They have to take it. The good thing for Myth is that they've sent Scabby further north already to kind of play the inside position, but Rock is trying to do kind of a mirror play of exactly that, but getting shut up by Scabby, they're going to wrap further towards the west instead, from where they also have some space. And this is the exact hill I was talking about.
Yeah.
If you can claim this south side, you can use it so well and get a lot of points off. But issue is there are two teams trying to do the same thing right now, so neither of them can reap the rewards of having this location on lockdown.
Well, Rock gets there first. We'll see what they do with it. Gen G, meanwhile, having to push north through that Neox factory. They know that Namiga is up there. They also know that there is that last solo player from Na'Vi and Extends that could be hiding around any corner. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand trying to make the push on, and Syntastico and the Rock boys have to hop in the vehicles. They're trying to reposition, but Myth is just crashing right down onto this position. Rock will have to retreat.
Baffled that Kiss didn't just commit to the spray there. He had three guys barely even moving in the vehicle, but Help is coming through.
Oh,
To make matters even worse, it's actually Furia from inside of Test Track able to find the first couple. Kiss, though, perfect position to get a lot going here, but only able to find one.
Oh, Kawadzine actually gets the last shot into him as well, as Rock might be able to reset here. Syntastico has to stop down to heal up, but Scappy still trying to make the scrap as Orchid now is coming in from the west, and Magori will get the knock on a Santa.
This looked clean from Myth, but Beal peeks on up, finds the double onto them. It's going to turn that fight completely upside down, and over Boostic comes up easy, or at least should be easy cleanup duty here. Rock eliminated. He goes, okay, so they're not there. Like, what in the world am I looking at here? And FaZe now doing the exact same thing coming in on the east.
Yeah, FaZe, they, I mean, you're not going to push through Neox Factory, are you?
Oh,
You got to go somewhere. So coming down on this south side, they're going to spot out Boostic.
Wow.
James will get the knock, and Boostic nowhere near the rest of his team. Magore and Lurex still off to the west. So that is most likely him down and dusted. Kiss as well. We'll see, make sure FaZe collects that point for themselves. Gustav will get it. And FaZe continuing to wrap around on this southern side. They're coming in pretty clutch right now with these rotations.
I love seeing FaZe actually play all four together.
Oh no!
Blitz haven't been working out for them, and I think it's safe to say Nan has been found.
Goodbye, Nan.
Down he goes, was waiting for the bus, ended up getting run over by it. And now, for the rest of them, what can you make of this? Trying to come in face outside circle, Sharper as well, and then 17 and CTT, who's been sat next to each other for a long time now. They two both have to make a move.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens on that north side. I'm also interested to see where Sharper decides to go now. They did see Lurex just make his way in. They took out Magore, so they know about the last player left alive for Orchid. Angie will get taken down by Lil Ghost and flushed, so that's one down for Change the Game as they try to make their push across this bridge.
Surprised that they opt to go this way, take the fight into this, because it's also outside circle for CTT. I mean, collapsing a Liquid further east seems like it would be an easier play to make, but
PK.
could be multiple reasons why they don't go for that. Hello, my bad. Is it going for vehicles with the mortar? That's a little ambitious, ain't it?
It sure is. Levante will find Diffix and picks him out of the car, but Howl will steal it away as Geeke tries to find a way in, but every angle is covered. Another mortar will fall down on top of where they just were. Spiro gets taken out. D'Amiga still on that high side. Na'Vi will finally go down as Extends gets caught out.
1 point game for Na'Vi. They were looking so good through yesterday and through the first match today, but not able to get a whole lot going in this one either.
Oh, he's got no idea. Flame is in the perfect position to take down Gedrox, and that will be Namiga losing one. They are down to just 3 as they try to collapse here onto Gen G. Nice grenade from Hello My Bad, though. Will find Bean.
Right at his feet as 17 now, 4 in a vehicle going out into the open. This could be dangerous. Luckily for them, though, there's no one right in front of them. It's just Lurex, and he smoked himself off. So that should be a safe rotation to Egg. Oh, my Lord. Wrapping one step further than I thought they were going to. This nade could be perfect, but bounces a bit far.
Oh, it was a beautiful grenade from Sharper, and another one to follow it up. Thunders will find 2. Owo's down. Xiaobei is down. It's down to just Xiao Wu and Lil Ghost, but the grenades keep coming. Thunders will tend, that's going to be the blue zone grenade. It's going to bounce away, so that's good news for them. But Gen G, they're making their way through Namiga, but Namiga's Hello My Bad is not going down without a fight. It's a 1v1 for the win, and Gen G will win it.
And it's going to be Flame single-handedly taking out the last 3 of Namiga. My, oh my, what a performance from him.
Sharper just holding on to the edge here for as long as they can. And look at this, FaZe, they have the entire south side to themselves. Nobody pressing them at all. He's going to get, I'm not sure who's spotting for him even at this point, but the circle will pop. It's going to fall on Asla Pentagram once again. So after a great game on Tego, Asla set up here for another nice one here on Rondo.
All the space in the world. FaZe just having a laugh down there, especially with this next circle too. Should be a pretty straightforward rotation to the north for them, but of course they're coming into pretty unknown territory. They haven't had a chance to peek on over here just yet, so they're going to play it slow, careful, as you would expect from anyone in this lobby.
6 kills for FaZe so far, and they've still got everyone alive. They're going to push in towards Gen G as Sharper is going to try to push in towards 17. This last remaining duo from 17 has been tough to get rid of, but Earth Zapalui, Jedi will actually kill Xiao Wu with the vehicle explosion, but now FaZe has pushed into Gen G. Orca and Flame are going to collapse onto FaZe immediately, and now Sharper trying to make the push onto 17. It's down to just Lil Ghost healing in the smokes.
How is Flame still alive single-handedly? But this time around, a little bit of help on the side of Toshi, but what an incredible effort to try and make this happen. James now finally able to get one, but Orca with the Sword of takes him out. 2v4, FaZe shut down.
Not Gen G with 10 kills now as they are holding the line as a duo on the south side. 17 just down to Lil Ghost. He can't even stop to go for the res onto Xiao Wu. He has got to expect this push from the trio of Sharper. The blue zone is right at their backs, and there you go. Thunders will take him down as now 6 kills for Sharper.
Big games coming through for teams in dire needs of him. Sharper able to make it happen. Furia still 4 alive with 4 kills already. And then Gen G, as you say, 10 kills between the two. They've been down to 2 for a good while now as well. But Orca and Flame making things happen.
Don't sleep on Team Liquid either. They're still 4 alive coming in from the north. And we'll see how long it takes these teams to kind of figure out where everybody is. I mean, Sharper obviously has been very loud. Furia going to take a knock there. Earth Zapalui will get the knock on a Kawanzine, and that's going to open up a door here for Sharper. They're going to make the push.
Yep, trying to make that happen. Kosa, though, taken out as soon as they start getting the vehicle rolling. Kraken trying to make the spin around the vehicle, get inside, but no technical commit to the fight. Instead, able to find the first. Kasira there to find Frontus as well.
Nicely done there. And they might have been getting a little bit of support from Change the Game on high. Tiantian just taking shots at everything down below, but great hold from Zakraken. Earth Zapalui now the last player left alive for Sharper, but you can see he is in a bad spot here. He's just inside the zone, though, so I think he might be safe if he just lies on his tummy there for a little bit longer.
Lay low, act like you ain't here.
Yep.
Wissy's going to be doing the same thing towards the north. I'm not sure if Liquid realizes that there's the EK player up there, but down on that southern side, Flame and Orca now out on the monument and inside circle.
Look at that. Furia actually able to reset as well. They're back up to 4 strong. 6 kills for them so far. A good game for them here will go a long way as they have been kind of hovering around that bottom half of the leaderboard. We'll see if they can pull something out here, but Change the Game is on the move. See, meanwhile, Quizzy, he's got to figure out his pathing in. As Furia just trying to get rid of Zapalui if they can. The Molotovs will land on him, but it's not going to be enough to finish him off.
Up on fire.
But now Tiantian
through it. Yeah, Tiantian, I mean, they're up on the top of it, and with no one else being up there, it's very hard. I mean, you can only really get them with util, and no one is effectively willing to expend it trying to claim them right now, so shooting gallery for Change the Game here. Only 2 kills thus far, but should have top 5 pretty guaranteed with where they're currently set. Because no one can get up to them either.
No. They are about as good a place as you can get. There you go. Kawanzine will take down Earth Zapalui. So Furia will lose a Kraken. And now they have to worry about Change the Game, who's right above them, and they are not inside the circle. But there you go, Kawanzine, big knock on a Wimbo. That might open the door here as we see Team Liquid still trying to make their way in. Ares is looking off in his direction. to see, or in their direction to see if they can find anybody. But yeah, Tiantian has to go for this res on a Wimbo. So Furia, they have to move now.
Exactly, you can see the util they're throwing. It's so incredibly difficult to pinpoint exactly where you got to throw them or cook them right, because they're almost always going to bounce too far.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing here. Almost actually at risk of nading yourself if you throw it all the way over. And down on the other side, that's 5 nades spent by Furia to try and get that flush, neither of them finding home.
That's 5 nades that might be much better saved for later. We'll see.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, though, Ares keeping an eye on him as they try to make their way in. Alo's going to go down. Sparking going to go down. Alo. Oh, Ares just had the perfect angle on all of this. And Team Liquid now down to Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 in the smokes.
Only he knew. Had he leaned a bit further forward, there were 2 more to be found downstairs. He might miss the top 4 throw and hit them downstairs instead. That's almost what happens, but no, it goes inside, finds the flush in Alo.
Okay, Alo is down, but Sparking still resable. We'll see if they can get him, but that is just a nasty angle from Change the Game. As Asla Pentagram looks like they've spotted out Gen G on the south side. A few shots being sent over in that direction as we wait and see where the next circle will go. Right in the center. All right, easy peasy.
Middle. Furia forced to move. Gen G still out behind that monument in the roundabout, but able to chill for a bit. And now, of course, with Rooftop in play for Glass, gonna make things a bit harder on the side of CTG, but Glass, you're on your own up here. Gonna play it safe.
Sure is. But he's doing the Lord's work up there, trying to do something about Change the Game. There's just nothing that anybody else can really do. As now Team Liquid will spot out Furia. Orca gonna get spotted out by Red Zone, so Gen G, their reign of terror might be coming to an end here shortly.
I think for Liquid is they're able to reset, get one back up alive. 3 players still on their feet in this, and as you said before, I mean, for Furia, those pieces of util they expected trying to take the top ain't gonna happen, but ain't gonna matter either, because Luke and Purdy double nade lopped over, 3 points to boot with it.
Let them cook, because they are cooked perfectly. And that is going to be it for Furia. Change the Game. They still have this high ground, and they can still stay here for as long as they want. Gen G has been spotted out by Asla Pentagram. I'm not sure how much utility they've got. Actually, they've got 11 smokes. They're vibing if they can lay that down. But the problem is that Asla has just no pressure from anywhere else, really. As long as they avoid the line of sight from Change the Game, they can just free fire down onto Gen G.
I don't think Change the Game has done a whole lot to look in the direction of Gen G just yet. I was just going to say now they spot them. That's going to be Orca down early on here. They hadn't really looked their way just yet, because the only side from where they could, like Gen G could be covered from Asla, is going to leave them open to the sidelines of Change the Game. So they're now in a very, very beneficial position here on the eastern side.
Liquid in a world of hurt now, as that flush will be stolen away by Red Zone. So another point picked up for Pentagram. Change the Game. You're looking at their ammo count starting to get a little bit lower.
Yeah.
They should be all right for now, but they need to start kind of considering a little bit of conservation, because it's not like they're able to loot anything that they're shooting at right now. Even if they do get the kills, they've just been hanging out on this high ground, and everybody now looking over towards that bridge as Purdy Curdy will be flushed out. It's down to Luke 12 and Sparking for Team Liquid.
We saw the reaction, the side effects on camera just before as well. They know this game ending in this area of the map. They're like, oh, this was literally the perfect game for us. We could have made so much happen, and that's exactly what these tournaments are all about, especially when you're hunting for top 5. You have to make the most of every opportunity you're given. So to lose out 2v4 against Gen G there is a big hurt for them. Flame finally found in the end, but what a great effort for him. Put a lot of points for Gen G.
You know, that's always the problem, isn't it? Is you can play the best PUBG in the world, but if somebody just has an amazing play or an amazing game, and unfortunately for FaZe, this time it was Flame from Gen G. Is the grenade gonna bounce off Wenbo's shin, and he kicks it away and will stay alive a little bit longer, but he is the last one left alive for Change the Game, and Team Liquid gonna go down first, but Asla Pentagram gets the win just like that. There was nowhere else for anyone to go.
Back to back. back-to-back chicken dinners for Asla Pentagram. Wildcard? Nah, our card. They know how to make their way through Rondo, through Tago, looking as strong as ever. Spearheaded, I was gonna say by Red Zone, but in this game here, it was a full team performance. Great luck down there in the southern side of Neox.
And it feels like it's been that way all day for Asla Pentagram, right? We were talking about Red Zone because Red Zone put on such an unbelievable performance in those group stages, but so far here in the final stage, he has been doing well, yes, but the rest of that team has definitely stepped up to support.
There you go, the twos shown across the board, whether it's peace sign 2, hearts, you name it, they know what to do. Let's see if they can make it 3 with Miramar coming up next.
Je reviens, je vais me faire un petit café.
Asla Pentagram continues to impress here at PGC 2025. It's another win on the board for the South Korean powerhouses. Red Zone's blasting everything. It's a great time here, Avenger.
Yeah, it's looking good for them. Obviously, a difficult circle for the majority of teams to get into this test back here, right? You have so much high ground. And also, how this whole path around, like when you're playing that high ground, trying to get in, but the off angles. Luke got him down then. I would say this though, another good position here for Liquid, got some points.
Yes.
G got some points as well, but it's a difficult end game here.
Luke 12 with the big banger a little later on, as we saw a lot of grenades hitting this spot in particular, because this spot is so well known. If you do not have a place in Test Track proper, in the Ox Factory proper, a lot of people try and go for that as a salvage spot, and it became a bit of a hotbed for a lot of these teams to deal with.
Yeah, it wasn't deep. I will say this though, the way that Asla Pentagram control the center with not just one or two guys, they were looking every single direction as well, locking this down. That nade though, oh my god. What a insane nade, James.
A double. Big old stuff coming on out here. So very important points for Team Liquid as they continue to try and find themselves a spot. Unfortunately though, as you were mentioning before, kind of the high ground concept here of the overlook against some of those buildings just really puts the boot in against any movement that Team Liquid would want from there. Asla Pentagram had it all on lockdown.
How many points are we gonna end on with them? For sure, at the end of the day, they hit triple digits, right?
They
gonna be so close. And yeah, and as we're talking about prior to this game here, James, I think we might be locking in 1 or 2, maybe even 3 teams, depending on...
Maybe 3, you think?
Yeah, could be. I will say this, Asla and Nemiga looking extremely close to locking this one home here. We're 10 games done, we got 8 more of those. A lot of stuff can change.
Yep, true.
Base looking a little nervous, still looking good for the day after their first 2 bad games here. Hopefully for them and Miramar's can change.
Maybe, of course, a bit of a different game as that is going to be on the desert here, but for all of these teams trying to get a few more points, scrambling things, I think, as you're saying, I think at least Amiga as well as Asla Pentagram, with the way that they are playing currently, Red Zone, very happy with that one as well here, as this team is going from stride to stride, right? Because as soon as we looked at the group stage and we're thinking to ourselves, damn, Red Zone is the guy. Here in last stage, these, all 4, like as individual components, are coming together, showing some strong showings here. 17 points, not the biggest chicken dinner, but it's a chicken dinner nonetheless.
It is. The amount of points obviously getting here. If you're deep into the double digits, close to 20, you're doing absolutely fine. Gen G also with double digit into the 10 kills here, 14 points for them too. 5 teams total on double digits, James. For obviously also fragging odds, but looking good. Liquid, if they didn't have such a bad day yesterday, they would actually have been close or even in the top 5 with how good they've been doing today. So a good change of pace for them, but they need 2 more good games to be close.
A little bit of have feels for Na'Vi in a game like this, right? When you're dropping Neops, when you have this kind of location, the circle's coming your way as well. You'd be hoping for some decent points from this, but Asla Pentagram will take #1 position, 99 points, and kind of the downfall of a lot of what Na'Vi wanted to do. Nemiga now at 96 points when everything's said and done.
97, but yeah, that's correct.
That's, yep.
You're close.
You know what? Numbers.
Yeah,
Continue.
97, yeah, almost at the triple-digit mark. And surely, these two teams here, they're going to continue with that huge amount of confidence that they've been able to get from these two. As the Pentagram in that first spot. You know, 2 more games to go here, James. We're going to end on 110 to 120, and they're going to be like, okay, tomorrow, they're going to be able to make moves.
Yeah,
they
maybe,
could potentially deny someone a final spot here. So that's the big operation and campaign for the teams in 3rd and below. You gotta make sure you get even close, or even deeper into the top 5 here. I'll say this though, Change the Game and Na'Vi looking pretty good, but our mid pack that's in the change with the 50-some points and a little bit below, we have 2 more games to go. With 1 or 2 decent games, or even some double-digit games here, they could actually get into that 5th spot quite easily, and that is the #1 task. You need to be close, if not in the top 5, you need to be within that striking distance. Otherwise, it's going to be, for tomorrow, it's going to be extremely difficult.
There might be a few running away with it, however, it is still rather close here. We still have those games remaining. So, to a break. When we return, we have more here from last stage.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the new
j'ai 4
developed
minutes pour
fast
préparer mon
TN
café.
panel and upgraded Day2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Stay focused.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage, starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale. Each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions, coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and we have 4 games down today. We have seen the rise of Pentagram. Namiga still holding on to the top spot, and we still have a bevy of teams right below that have got their eyes on that top 5 spot. But we've only 8 games remaining, Toby. Anybody who's at the bottom, they need to make something happen now.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately for a lot of the people sat behind us, it has a lot of Thailand written all over it down towards the bottom. Good thing for Sharper is that while it's been tough, we saw them in that fight against Petrichor just then, where Thunders actually woke up. It wasn't the same Earth Sapalui kind of bandwagon that a lot of people were on through the group stage through previous tournaments, but at least here, while they're still down the leaderboard, it's something. It's a starting of showing a ball that can maybe start rolling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you see a 20-plus point win, and all of a sudden you're right back in the top 8, and you got eyes on 5. Yeah. So, but it's going to take some doing. We have 2 left to play on Miramar. So who will be the teams that come out on top there as we check in with Petrichor Road? It's been it feels like they started off strong. They just dropped another 3 spots after that last game. Like, it is, I don't know, man. It just, anytime it feels like we see something good from them, it followed up with just a whole lot of nothing.
It's a lot of individual prowess right now. I mean, Ming finally actually kind of coming back to somewhere near his former self of tournaments past, but outside of that, but outside of that, I mean, when we've seen them have success, they have needed Chewy as well, and Chewy so far for me hasn't really been delivering here in the last chance. Maybe they'll find a way to get him enabled more and take some more head-on fights, because that's where, I mean, at least again in the past, Ming was one of the big boys. So let's see if they can get that going as we get into our second to last match here of the second day of LCQ.
Let's go. Let's take it over to Miramar to close things out for the day. And we'll see if anybody can make a jump once again as we are going from the hard southwest all the way up to Campo Militar. As Miramar started off yesterday, it was got a little spicy kind of early.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that remains the case here today.
I think, honestly, from here on out, it's going to be spicy all the way through.
I think it has to be.
Regardless of simplicity of planes, simplicity of circles, with how much is at risk, it's not just top 8, but it's top 5 here teams are fighting for, and even more so come halfway through tomorrow, when some of those top teams are locked in. they all of a sudden get a whole lot more power, a whole lot more authority on who makes it into the top 5 alongside them. It's going to get only more crazy, from here on out.
Yep. Can't stress it enough, guys. Top 5 of this lobby are the only ones that will be making it on to the grand final. Everybody else will be heading back home, wondering what could have been. As we see 17 landing in their normal Picado looting spot. Will they get a little bit of good luck? Will they get a little bit of fortune? Will they roll nothing but cherries? Will they get 21 on the draw? Or will they have to make a long rotation? Okay.
They're inside circle.
Could be worse. could be a lot. Well, could be a lot worse. That's what I'm
Yeah, definitely. And for 17 as well. I mean, it's not been ugly as it has been. There were times during group stages where we were like, wait, is 17 even gonna make it through to last chance? Like, are they actually gonna get eliminated in bottom 3? Because it was not looking good. But they too have found some success, gotten a little ball rolling. And now, well, we'll see if they can do that. Same thing with Gen G here, off of what we just saw with Orca and Flame in a game where I thought that was going to be maybe a 1 or 2 pointer. Them two netted up a lot of kills with placement points to boot. A nice turnaround for the boys in Gen G. You see there, second place overall, 10 kills. And I'm pretty sure almost all of those kills came from just those 2 players.
Yeah, shades of Gen G from earlier this year where we saw Orca and Bean just frag out, and Gen G almost, they were making a run at EWC, like they were looking really, really good, and we finally got to see a little bit of that action once again. 17, meanwhile, currently sitting in 3rd place, 76 point, FaZe right behind him. Now the difference between those two, though, you're talking about 10 placement points and 10 kills, so it is just kind of wild. But let's talk about Red Zone and hear what he has to say.
And here is Red Zone from Aslip Pentagram. Well, so incredible, that back-to-back WCD. So I would like to ask you, what is this momentum of this incredible things that happening right now? What's fueling it?
일단 백투백 치킨을 드셨는데요. 정말 지금 기세가 정말 놀랍습니다. 혹시 이 원동력이 뭐라고 생각하나요?
글라즈 햄머 선수가 운영적으로 되게 준비를 많이 해줬는데 게임 와서도 그대로 잘 해준 것 같아서 치킨 잘 먹은 것 같습니다.
So our teammate Glass and Hammer, they've been giving great calls. So I think that's what happened. You know, good plays, and so that secured the chickens.
Wow, so let's hear for Aslip Pentagram. Let's see, they're gonna grab another chicken or not. Aslip Pentagram is here.
Bye-bye. Aslip Pentagram with the 2-piece on the wild card maps. Now, it must be said that both of those games, you saw Aslip Pentagram in just perfect positions.
Yeah.
On Tego, they were on the north side, nobody around them. This time in Test Track, nobody really around them, spread out inside the compound. But you're talking about it. Hammer and Glass with the shot calling, that's what put them there. So, you know, you got to give credit where it's due. And then, again, they were put in these really, really good positions, but you still got to get kills. You still got to get points on top of that. And they went the extra mile and even secured the win to go along with it.
PUBG is a team game all the way through, regardless of who gets the kills. It is a lot that goes into getting yourself into a spot from where you can make that happen. FaZe now in a good central position. They decided they didn't want the gold Mirado, simply too flashy, so they parked it in the pool alongside their other vehicle. They should be able to get it out should they want to, but currently sat in the 2-1-1 split with some pretty prio terrain in their lookout. So we'll see if they opt to group up, if they even get a chance to group up, because if anyone rates that, for example, Gustav sits solo down at the crossroads, there might be a pull-up to follow. Good thing for them is the teams that are around them right now. We're talking Liquid, 17, Amiga, all in decent position too, and none of them are really known to be heavy pull-up phase 1 type teams.
Yeah, and I mean, all of those teams also already in positions, as you said, that they're comfortable with, right? Like, we'll see what happens there. Luke 12, meanwhile.
It's a bait.
Yeah, this is absolutely a bait. Artix has the angles from long range. They know
Ready.
he's up there.
Think him,
Look at this, extends the Navi guy. You just can't get a fair fight on this map in this lobby without somebody third party and fourth party. And yeah, I think Orchid just reading the tea leaves there and realizing, you know what, let's not go for this. It's 1 point. Let's get it later on.
Also, they've been hearing the vehicles on the south side of that coming up. They're like, yeah, there's more to play for. We have Magora inside circle, and we would actually, if possible, like some more points, because we're sat in 14th right now. Still definitely doable. A little bit of a 9-point jump up for them to Petrichor, but with half the games almost there, almost half the games left remaining to play, Orchid could definitely still turn it around.
See Petrichor Road, AZ being the scouting man. Looking to see what he can spy out. We also got a few teams still making their way in. Change the Game and Geek over here on this eastern coast. Looks like Change the Game are stopping down to do their scouting, and Geek may be pushing right into the bottom of them. So we'll keep an eye on that. And also Asla Pentagram still way, way off in the southwest.
I'm pretty sure AC actually just spotted Rock on the south side there on the very southern edge of the Power Grid Plateau. That's actually pretty important to realize. I mean, you might have Chewy having heard the vehicles come up from Picardo, but that's a pretty important read, seeing, guys, we are being backfilled. There is a team behind on the side of us, so when we opt to group up, when we opt to push on through, just be aware that any crossing can come with bullets fired. So a good read on AC to keep his eyes on the south side of that one.
You got a brief glimpse there at Change the Game. They're hiding inside compounds. You saw the glider of PWD is flying overhead, but I'm not sure if he's going to spot anything out for Geek. We'll keep an eye on it, while Rock, you can see just off in the distance trying to spy out their next move. And now Tianchan, they're going to catch Quizzy. And that is just a perfectly sprung trap there by Change the Game.
Not the first time they've been setting up traps, CGG, but rarely that they've been rewarded for doing so. They've been sitting around on bridge crossings, on roadsides, time and time again, but usually no one has opted to come their way. And this one, despite the fact that PewDiePie is in the air going, where the... I checked that like 3 times. Where were they? And, yeah, unluckily not too much you can do about that one.
Well, camps don't always pay off, but when they do, it feels like it makes it all worth it. It's like golf, right? Every time you hit that one shot, you hit the one shot that goes straight down the fairway, all of a sudden it makes everything make sense again. Well, Geeke's PWD with the high eyes in the sky, gonna let the rest of the boys know that Change the Game is on the move, and a few shots from Diffex will land, but not enough to get the knock, as FN Potion going to push right into Furia Kawanzine. He's got the Panzerfaust, and Star-Lord's going to be the one that suffers for it.
From a surprisingly passive
team.
No! How in the world did Kraken not win that? The Flash couldn't... Wow, I'm going to need a replay of that.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever scoped in. I'm not sure if he got flashed and just got denied the opportunity to, or what happened there.
That was brutal, yeah. I'm not sure what happened, but...
Great reaction from Rex, though.
Yeah, give credit to Rex, and he's going to find Kawanzine now as well. Gizera's going to push forward with that Panzerfaust, but he is the last player left alive on his squad. Can he at least secure a point? But no, Breakers is going to steal everything away for FN Potion. After losing Star-Lord, they'll at least get 2, and now Zenith will at least go over to Furia. Can he pull off something here? Rex playing around the wall side. He's going to win that one, and now the push comes in from Breakers.
You got to do it right now, because you have Hello My Bad seeing and hearing all of what's going on here. And I think if you're an Amiga right now, you're starting to wonder, wait, this is called the Magnet Compound for a reason. The issue is they have 2 players split down on the south side of Hacienda, so they can't really collapse on this, and Getrox is already in a pretty decent compound, so I guess for both Fury and FN right now, they're kind of lucky that Nemiga is not eyeing this more than they are.
Love to see Gizera secure that, and indeed he does. Rex goes down. Breakers knows he's on the roof. Feels like he's really leaning into this Panzerfaust.
Full timing.
See if he hits it. That's going to be a hard shot to hit. Yeah, he's going to find the roof. And now FN Breakers will have to go. Oh, no, Gizera strikes him from the top.
Gotta give it to him, man. Good. Solo performance there. Lost his teammates way too quickly for comfort, but able to get the 3-piece and keep his team in it. Unfortunate for him, there's no rest station right next to him, but water treatment is in play, and honestly, as tough as this circle is going to be to rotate into, it's kind of nice. He gets to rest his teammates now and get into water treatment.
It's good for Furio.
Yeah, exactly.
He's already making the send here, but Hello My Bad and Amiga, we've seen them do this before. They've camped these revive stations. They did so to FaZe yesterday, and this might be Furia getting caught by surprise once again. Amiga, they are going to see if they can send 2 up there. They've already got 2 inside the zone, but now FaZe is shooting them. as everybody's trying to make their way down south. Namiga is just sending it off to the north.
Also, kudos to Gazera for not going for the closest rest station, but actually thinking, no, I'm going to think twice about it. I'm going to go further outside circle. Issue is, Hello My Bad saw him on that path there. I'm not sure how many blue chips he was able to get in time, but he's definitely going to be hearing this bike come in. As I say that, no, he cut the engine a bit earlier. And while that helps him in mitigating sound cues, I don't think he's going to get here in time, at least to deny the rest to come through. Gazera might be dead, though.
He might be in trouble. He's going to immediately hop in that vehicle though, and get on out of there, as the grenade will explode. So Gazera very, very quick about his business, but unfortunately all the rest of Namiga are pushing down. Can he at least get in the long building? No, he can't, and Furia gets eliminated.
Furia éliminé.
Unluckily for them. Down they go. For the time being. I'll see here FaZe. They upped it to group. We talked about this position just before as Gustav able to hold on to it, and the rest of the team collapsing on it as the circle opted to go further south. I say further, as far south as it possibly could, all the way down to Cantera.
That is actually super. I mean, it feels dirty, but it's just really, really smart on the part of Namiga. And I'm wondering why it's only Miramar that it seems that they really do this, where they just have a lockdown on these res stations so hard outside of zone, going in first circle.
I think in asking your question, you also answered it too. It's because it's so far outside circle. They know that they can chase that guy. They saw him all the way there, and there would be no good reason for any other team to be up there when they just had a hard shift in the opposite direction.
Sure.
So.
I mean, maybe it's as you said, it's the hard shift that's really driving it.
Oh yeah.
But, I mean, gosh, great. It's just very heady play for Namiga, as it is 3 points to be found, and and every point so valuable here in these last stages. As you see, they're still currently holding on to second place.
And to make the best of a bad situation for both Fury and Evan, who got eliminated, they got effectively as many points as they could have possibly gotten off of an early game fight. Pochon with 3, of course, missing the last one there, and then Fury with the whole team wipe, but in the end taken out. So while it was by no stretch of the imagination a good game for them, a 3-pointer is still better than a 0-pointer, because that's math.
That is math.
We don't do a lot of it, the two of us, but when we do it right.
Simple addition is where we draw the line.
3 is more than 0.
Exactly. Exactly. We can do greater than less than usually. Okay, Myth. They are coming in on this southeastern side. They're going to be waiting for this zone to pop. We saw Azle Pentagram making their way through Los Leones. Circle will pop, and it's going to center just to the northwest of Cantera Crater. So all of our teams in Minas Generalis, you see them already. Orchid, Team Liquid, Gen G, kind of sharing territory right there. But where the rest of these teams go, Rock also another big wide split from them.
Observers wanting Myth just crash straight in to change the game. I think that's bad idea. We'll see if that's what they end up doing, but I don't think so. And for Pentagram as well, wrapping, I get the idea of wrapping east out of Los Leones, but you got to cut it straight north, and maybe honestly even cut back towards the west again, because you know there's going to be nothing to come for through those fields out east. As I say that though, Glass is actually kind of headed out there. I think it's just a quick stop to scout though as Levante. They know they have opponents on the other side of the road, but Vex, good job on him to protect his teammates as they're trying to repark the vehicles.
Good stuff.
They're collapsing on this
so
potentially.
far, but yeah, looks like Namiga, they just decided that Miramar is the game or the map where they just want to crash on everybody. Meanwhile, Azle Pentagram, they're going to run into Myth on the south side, but all of this is happening just as the dust storm arrives, and that's going to put a pause on the action.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause here, but on the southern side, big fights are taking place right now. Glass trying to make the run to safety. This all happening as two teams coming in from each their side of the circle are stopped. They effectively both stopped here to scout. Neither of them wanting to take fights, both of them wanting to make space for themselves. The issue is, it is first place against dead last. Myth cannot afford taking this fight right now, and more importantly, not afford to lose players.
And wouldn't you know it, Change the Game has eyes on it as well, so they're third partying. Meanwhile, back up in the north, the sandstorm has gone away, and now Namiga has sent Gedrox into the compound, but FaZe, you see the big wrap that Namiga has on them. They've already sent Leosh into the zone. He's getting shot at from far away, but right up close, Gedrox just waiting for Vard to try to peek that, and oh, that's an easy grenade. Cook that thing to perfection. Oh, goodness. Okay, the follow-up going to come through as well, but FaZe already on the move once again. As looks like Jeems +1 have gone up there to try to take out Leosh, and they will in fact do so, and they'll get the flush as well. So now FaZe turning the tables, but Levante will find the knock-on effects, and Vard will go down too. So that is a big trade coming in from Namiga.
Able to get a lot of points over this one. I like the idea of what they were doing, FaZe wrapping around the southern side, recognizing if they had a solo on the inside of the circle, trying to take the fight to him with numbers advantage, but losing 2 forwards. So now it's just Jeems and Gustav left alive here.
17.
Circle, but 17 is starting to flex out here too. We saw just before Little Ghost going over to get the rest on 7-7, I believe it was. So they're now up to 4, but they still haven't been able to regroup just yet.
So FaZe able to get 2 inside zone with eyes on all of this, and now 17 also kind of creeping over here to see if they can maybe third party. But Namiga going to be able to hop into vehicles, get back in. New circle pops is going to center up. Dead center essentially once again. Hello my bad, kind of on his own, and yeah, that was the flash. That tops Kraken, and what? Oh my goodness! It's like his gun just stopped working.
Imagine if it's not the scar as well, right? Headshot, body shot immediately. Unlucky for him.
That is.
I mean, the reaction on their faces.
Yeah,
there as well,
that's brutal,
full
man.
focus.
That is brutal. He hit him dead to rights. Okay, Gizera got that. Got the win in the end with the high ground, and unfortunately after that, he tried to go for the res, tried to be a good teammate. And unfortunately, Namiga sprung the trap, and that was what took down Furia. As we see a number of teams still trying to make their way in. Asl Pentagram came in from the south side. Howl is by himself going into Venus Generalis. Red Zone still off to the east outside, and Gen G all eyes on that direction. Changed the game meanwhile, working their way around the crater. Namiga, still trying to take that fight with FaZe. It's been lasting forever. I think it's a 2v2 at this point.
The issue is that neither two teams have been able to get over the top, and I think both are anticipating that there's a team set just up at the top of the hill waiting for them. Little do they know, it is completely vacant, so unluckily for them, they won't be able to find out, I think, either until it's too late.
Nice grenade there. Gets Gustav pretty low. Jeems will keep re-peeking, just making sure that the push doesn't come through as Levante. This is all just ego peak battles around the mountains here. Either team wanting to give away as Levante, yep, okay, that headshot will be enough to force me to come back. Gedrox gonna try to return the favor with that mini, and yep, that's where we're at. We're just trading shots.
Neck muscles, the strongest muscles on the side of a PUBG player, just bouncing, leaning constantly, left, right. The upper abs getting a good core workout going today.
Well, Gustav is going to go ahead and leave. Jeems is going to stick around and wait and see if maybe you can catch him slipping. The grenade going to sail just a little bit too far. Gedrock's going to push right in, and Jeems going to be ready, but Gedrox gets the better of him. Nice spray from him.
Yeah, Nate thrown over, went far, but mitigated some audible cues there. Jeems not scoped in by the time the peak came over the top of Gustav. Tries to go to safety, but Levante had his number written. So FaZe out in 14th place. They were sat and tied first coming into today now with a pretty decent sized jump up to top 2.
Yeah, still in the top 5, but it is definitely not been a great day for FaZe so far with one match remaining to play. Maybe they can find their footing a little bit more. Namiga, though, just we kind of lost track of them in the middle maps a little bit, but finding with only 2 here, doing as much as they can. Actually, because Gedrox, he's
driving for rest. I mean, they have until 21. Is it 21 or 24 minutes? And now I can't remember, but they should have enough time to get the rest. Thing is, sure, you get a rest, but bro, where are you going with this?
Well, he does have 33 first aids, so
he's chilling.
I think he might be okay.
But he's too far away to get that rest.
Yeah,
not gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That was as we say, ambitious.
Yeah.
All right, Howl, the last player left alive for Pentagram, but Gen G has got him keyed in. The grenades will sail just off to the side. Howl waiting to see if he can maybe catch one of these guys before they make the push on through the windows. Will blow up the vehicle, and he's gonna go down flame. takes him out as the
As they're
Bronco
eliminated.
rolls down the hill.
Yeah, I mean, tournaments past, it was all about Bean, but today Flame and Tosi have been the ones delivering and continue to
Na'Vi.
do so here. Na'Vi will play Smoke to deny the vision for Boostic, because that could have easily been a kill or two as they come pulling up on the backside of this Gen G split.
They had to go somewhere, and this looked like it might be juicy. Bean all by himself tries to lead it off with a well-placed grenade, doesn't find anything. Na'Vi just going to move through like a SWAT team. They don't clear out the low side, though. They immediately go up high. Bean has that backpack, jammer pack, ready to go, and now here it comes. The first peek comes through. The second peek will do a little bit of damage, but no, extends will take him down in the end.
We talk about windows of opportunity. Na'Vi seeing Flame get the kill onto Howl there. They realize, wait, if he's up there, they've got to be split, and now they're continuing to fight forward. Na'Vi, this was a perfectly timed play down in that southeastern side. They also had the split with the nades and the smokes to boot, so really good read from Na'Vi to make that play happen.
Very nicely done. A fight of opportunity, and Na'Vi coming out ahead. Flame now the last player left alive for Gen G, but Boostic and the Orchid boys have decided to come down, but Boostic will lose that fight against Hakatori, and now the rest of the team are arriving, but you see Lurex still separated from everybody. Hakatori just asserting his dominance. Will go for the high side. Fairest looking down to see if he can maybe catch Orchid from an angle that they're not expecting.
And this circle, I mean, is absolutely death. And that's why these teams are committing so hard to these edge fights right now, because they know there's going to be nothing to fight for inside this circle. Flame does get one, able to stay alive for a bit, but then taken out by Fairest. Fairest, too, is going to be taken out immediately after. This is what I'm saying. They're trying to clean points on the edge, because once they have to come circle center, they know there's literally going to be nothing to fight over.
Yeah, Team Liquid in a 2-2 split on the northern side. The southern part of their 2-2 has vision over all of this, and Orchid will go down in the end as Na'Vi starting to wake up here in the late day. 7 kills for them so far. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, they're sandwiched between Change the Game and Sharper, as Scappy from Myth, the last player left alive. He's going to find the knock, or the flush rather, onto AZ. Extend's going to go down to the blue. Non will take down Scappy, and now Change the Game can turn their full attention over towards Petrichor.
Yeah, this fight between CTG and Petrichor has to come to an end quickly, because whoever wins this needs to get up on the ridge line and scout out of this position. But both of them dug in pretty deep with the cover that they have, as Ming Ming now tries to make something happen. Pushes up close, but loses 2 to the backside. Grenade comes through from Arrestabalui.
Sharper with the low side grenade, finding massive knocks there as Ming Ming has to push right in to Change the Game just to stay alive via their smoke clouds, and he's going to find one. He takes the knock on a Wembo with 1 HP left in the bag. Sharper still trying to come over, but now Team Liquid is taking shots at them.
I love the commitment from Sharper here. They have the compound outside in the field, but they know there's more points to be garnered inside this one. Ming Ming again. Such a good step up from the very talented mechanical player here, trying to make something happen. Runs back to safety, but the safety is only going to be for a little while. Shots now being fired back towards him from the southern side.
Oh, he's desperately trying to get these flushes, and he will get 2, but he won't get Tiantian, as Tiantian now will try to turn his attention towards getting up Hangy. Does he even have time with Sharper bearing down? What a spray from Tiantian! I don't know, Arrestabalui just didn't see him, but he just got absolutely roasted.
Was he looting? Was he looking at the map? I'm not too sure, but he was not prepared for that whatsoever. Jedi does get the flush onto one, so they know it's only one left alive, and now for Tiantian, there should be no way this is going to be allowed. Able to get the first one, though they couldn't take out the PRDM in time.
They couldn't do it. Tiantian still running around. He's going to hop out, hop back in, do a little seat swap, see if he can find something. He's going to try to trade with Jedi, but not going to happen. Thunder will take him down as Purdy Curdy has spotted out Levante from the northern side. So snakes in the midst here for Team Liquid. I think they lose 1, but they do end up taking him down in the end.
Circle closing in, but Sharper now has a BRDM. While it might be half HP, you take that thing and you drive inside circle. That is great cover for you to try and utilize as Ruck. They had the staples down towards the southwest for a long time, but have been forced to make a move on out, and now trying to suppress 17, successful in doing so. While taking the knock on 1, they do find one in return onto Xiao Bei.
A very important knock from Centastico. Once again, he's delivering for his team, and he's going to force 17 to pull back into their compound. Now Liquid dealt with their snake from Namiga, but 17 has one of their own in Gedrox right behind, and he's still got 22 first aids to work with.
With one hand.
Yeah, he's just sitting there taking a drink, man. He is comfy and cozy Well, GK Spyro now is right behind Team Liquid as well, and they have no idea. And he's going to find the knock onto Luke, but will immediately get traded back down by Purdy Curdy, and that is absolutely huge.
Exactly. Clutch turnaround. Liquid needs this one going their way. 58 points thus far for Liquid. You talked about it. Just get that one day with games going your way, and with a win here,
that's a
that
big
could potentially boot Liquid up the leaderboard.
Okay, they get their man back on his feet, and now they have to defend from 17.
They actually have the repair kit as well.
Got the repair kit for Sharper, so that BRDM is going to be looking so fresh and so clean as Alo has the P90 in hand. Rock just has to try to survive a little bit longer. They've got a lot of space to move around, but so much utility being sent over in their direction now by Sharper.
Yeah, Thunder's just not close enough to find anything. Oh, Halo. Last bullet in the spray finds the headshot onto Little Ghost, taking him out. Xiao Wu and Xiao Bei, again, working with just smokes for cover. They have to push further forward. They're inside circle just exactly on that northwestern tip, but I mean, 7-7 is playing at slaughter here. We've got to keep in mind this man right here. Gedrox, one step at a time, but he's down to just 10 first aids. Now he's going to have to run eventually.
The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one first aid. As Purdy Curdy has a nice angle, full spot out Xiao Bei. And now Xiao Wu is in the smoke, and he's like, don't crawl over by me, you're gonna give me away. 7-7-0-0 now, the last player left alive for 17, but another good grenade for Purdy Curdy might be enough to finish him off. 632 damage for the IGL of Team Liquid, but it's gonna fall just a little bit shy.
Knows exactly where he has him, cooks it once more, maybe a bit too much, but nonetheless able to dislodge 17 Gaming to full effect. Go to the spray here as well. Not able to quite find an Alo there. No, doing pressure down towards the southern side. This is what I was talking about. Liquid, they need to spread out. They need to try and maintain control because the high ground here is very beneficial if you know how to take use of it. Oh, you're about to die, Fantastic.
Well, Rock is just getting shot at by everybody that's left in the lobby as Thunders will take down the vehicle, which in turn takes down Fantastico. Sharper now pushing forward with that BRDM, knowing that they have Rock down to just a duo. But do they know that BL has the Panzerfaust? Indeed, they do not. He will take down his own teammate in the process, but Souls gets taken out, or Jedi gets taken out, and now does Rock? No. Okay, that's that BRDM's done so.
It is busted.
Goodbye.
Completely and utterly blown to pieces. Look at this Purdy looking to go into the 700 points.
8 kills, baby.
Yeah, exactly, racking them up for Team Liquid. But while all this has been going on, Gedrox has made it into the circle. Now V still has yet to be taken out. Now starts shooting. And it's going to be Sosa to find one on the edge.
Oh, that's got to be so irritating for Gedrox. He's like, I finally get into the circle. I finally take this. Oh, the grenade from Luke 12 will be enough to finish off Rock. And Gedrox will still play around that edge as Na'Vi. Oh, boy, that is a raid boss that's pushing into your side. Team Liquid maybe getting caught out guard as Alo has gone off to the side to hunt down Gedrox.
No more heals. 20 bullets in the AUG. And a
What
rock.
more do you need?
Well, some util, some heals, some flashes,
a few
smokes,
more things.
some boost, level 3 gear, BRDM, Panzerfaust. You want me to continue?
I'm telling you, there. Well, look at the utility counter for our teams here.
Yeah.
Liquid is even sitting pretty low, but Namiga has nothing. Na'Vi only 2. They got a grenade and a Molotov as Alo will collect that point here as Team Liquid continue to climb up the leaderboard. Na'Vi, though, we finally get to see them shining once again. 9 kills for them in a 3v2 for the win here.
Yeah, 5 placement points rewarded for Gedrox's 32 heals commitment there as well. Good 3rd place for him. And now a very doable 2v3, I should say, for Na'Vi, because they are forced to flex out, and unluckily for them, they allow for Alo to get into this flex position, but can they isolate him? Can they take this fight to him? Or will Luke and Purdy, because they need to make something happen now as well. Indeed, they do. Issues Hagatori with a FAMAS in hand is simply too dangerous. Headshot connected, though, and Luke's able to find him.
And that's a huge knock. Hagatori was the up-close man, and they already know where Soset is.
Yeah.
They can get the revive onto Purdy Curdy, and it is just going to be a 3v1 versus Soset as Alo, they're going to take the shots at the toesies.
To do something,
and he's going to try to make a run while the res is coming through. This is the only shot he has to try to take down this one player from Team Liquid that's still solo.
They're actually allowing for this play to take place. They are not expecting this whatsoever. He now hears this. They have to come and try and help him out.
Halo in the 1v1. Sosid will try to make the peek. He's going to find him. He's going to get the knock. He wins the 1v1. Na'Vi gets another kill. Sosid down to 17 HP while Team Liquid is on the high side staring down.
Oh, he went for the heals. Not going to get him. Halo, look at this. He's confused too, and I get it. He was allowed to make that run happen. They want to get the flush. They got the point with it in the end, but a bit scary there for Liquid. Good game for them, though. Double-digit kills. But my, oh my, whew, what an end.
They left it a little bit sweaty there at the end for sure, but you know what? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. A win's a win.
And they sat right next to them as well.
Of course they are. Yeah,
Halo
already
coming
looking
over.
How much damage did you do, man? How did you get me? But yeah, Halo doesn't lose those 1v1s very often, so he's got to give credit where it's due. Sosid actually owned him there. But another good performance here from Namiga, as they have been just sneaky good on Miramar.
Yeah, so there Levante cheering his teammate Gedrox on as well for a good performance. Team Liquid finally able to get something going here, but I'm not seeing the size of joy, I'm seeing the size of relief, as these guys know it's still a tall mountain to climb to secure a grand final spot.
They put themselves in striking distance, and that's all you can really ask for. But we've got one game remaining for the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Put it all on the line. I see it, I want it, I take it, it's mine. It's a Super Bowl. Who you got, who you rooting for? You with them or with us, yeah, we toe to toe. Look and see them, they shook, man, they losing hope. City, but I got with me, yeah,
Is Team Liquid back from the dead? They get themselves the Miramar victory here with one more left on the day, but this is important stuff for the boys in blue. Will they be able to continue it on throughout the rest of last stage here? Joining me, Martin, to talk about the Team Liquid bounce back.
Man, the consistency today. 2 clutches from Halo, 2 situations where they're getting points on games that are maximizing points on games they shouldn't be able to have doing it that. I would say this though, Halo, huge clutch here, but this one, Curdy. The game from this man was absolutely slamming. I think he got 700 or 800 damage to this game here. And also the clutch to take Hakatori down, to take this win home here, and that was massive. That's 16 points yesterday over the games. They're going to have a huge step up today compared to that.
Yeah, some great shots coming out from the boys. I have a minor gripe, you know, just too many overcooked grenades on some of those engagements. But other than that, they were firing on all cylinders and going up against Na'Vi towards the very end as well, making sure to shut down Hakatori, which was very important. Damn that nade. Considering Hakatori was on one for this game as well.
He was. He turned on 5 kills or 6 kills and 500, 600, 700 plus damage for him too, but he did not win the last engagement. Luke 12 took him down here. Pretty good, got knocked, but yeah, how many points are they going to end on here? That's 12, so 13, so 23 points. That's 37 points. That's 60 points today on their 16 points yesterday, and we've only played 5 games, James. That is huge. An average of 12 points per game in just 5 games.
Brilliant glow up, brilliant glow up. Looks like 17's also been enjoying themselves as well here. They were in that northwest side of this circle. I guess they were hoping for a little bit more than what they got from this game, as the tomatoes are not happy. Look, right, when I get burnt, I'm going to call it out as well, but I don't go out in the sun. I don't like the sun.
Can't kill anyone on
No, they call me the day walker. But anyway, yeah, of course, watching them as they don't have the easiest time to transition into the Circle 17 game in there, it was always going to be hard coming off the side of that hill, right?
Yeah, for sure. Levante and Gedrox had a little bit of a rough engagement, dying a little bit early here because of that, but Gedrox did manage to salvage the points. Yeah. 2 players staying alive there through that, Gedrox and Levante, but the impact that had on FaZe Clan, that was huge, right? It delayed them. They lost 2 players, and it delayed them in such a strong fashion where it lost FaZe time, it lost them players, and it lost them a lot of points. Liquid, though, huge step up for them. The 23 points to come their way here. That is massive. 16 for Na'Vi, 11 for Nemiga. It's the same names over and over again
Yes,
today, Jim.
it really is, especially for Nemiga up there as they're doing it. As you said, the 16 is kind of important for Na'Vi, right?
Is.
Their games have either been hot or quite cold, to say the least.
Very sure.
Also, a funny interaction, of course, with them leaning over to Sosa and the Na'Vi boys, being like, you just ran me down. What's going on over there?
You can't give that man a FAMAS in level 3 gear. I'm not going to win that. And then Luke 12 said, no. This is our game. This is our time. We're not going to take another top 4 here. We're going to take this win home here. That's massive for them. And that's going to have a huge impact once we get to the overall leader. But remember, they started the day at the absolute very bottom here. 16
They were in the bin.
Were nothing. And I think they're going to end on somewhere 75, 76 points.
Let's see.
Oh, look
huge
at that.
Jump up.
76 points, James.
That is 1 point outside of top 5 for Team Liquid. What a boost.
And we now have a huge gap been between our 8th and 9th place. That is 15 points, James. That's way, way too much. So right now, the active chase of Rock, Change the Game, and Liquid chasing down Na'Vi, 17 Gaming, and FaZe. It's not a big point gap. There's only 10 points between 3rd place and 8th place. There is 6 teams fighting for those 3 spots right now.
Yep, with 7 games remaining, I'm looking towards the bottom and I'm starting to, in my mind, write off some of these teams. I don't think, based on the performance that they've had yet, that they're going to be able to make this jump up with that being a moving goalpost here, Avenger.
The most interesting thing is that we still have prize pool changes, right? So
yes, true.
Each placement that you're able to take higher up here is going to have a huge impact on your overall prize pool. So there's every game to be played for still here.
Yeah, at this segment of the tournament, it being last stage, a lot of those prize pool jump ups are like an extra $1,000, an extra $1,000, an extra $1,000 for a lot of those spots. But as you get a little bit higher, it gets much, much more, and then you qualify obviously for the grand final, which then gets extreme.
With 1 game to go here, 2 teams on triple digits. I'll say this: if they just get a few more points here, that foundation that they have been building so far through here day 2, that's going to be enough for them to step on the top 3 podium tomorrow.
It feels like for Team Liquid, right, they just needed that 1 game's trigger of confidence. Where that was during the day, for them, seems to have occurred, and maybe they can parlay that forwards here to be able to get them to the grand final, because right now they are that 1 point outside. What a recovery that would be. And with 1 more Miramar on the cards, it's time to find out how 12 games will make everything shape up here for a last stage.
1 game left here on day number 2 of the final stage, the last stage. Team Liquid putting themselves back in the conversation with a big win there in match number 11. Na'Vi also jumping right back up, but the desk said it, Toby. Avenger said it himself. The drop-off from 8th to 9th is too big. If you want to be in the conversation come tomorrow, you need to have something here. So if you're on that right-hand side of the leaderboard, you need to pull out all the stops here in the final game.
No doubt about it. Big step-ups here to finish off the day strong. Looking into tomorrow with some confidence, with some motivation going your way would be big for anyone sat 9th and below, especially looking all the way down to the bottom of the leaderboard. While you might not climb too much off of a good game, still you're going to be that much closer to the competition coming into your 6 matches tomorrow.
It feels like at this point there's still 3 spots that are up for grabs in that top 5.
Yeah.
Nemiga and Pentagram, they have put on a show. I feel like they're pretty set, unless they just have an absolute crash out tomorrow, which feels unlikely. But those other 3 spots, I feel like we've seen a lot of shifting around. And now here we go. We're going to go down to the southeast for our final game.
So you say there's a chance?
There is always a chance. Always a chance.
That's all I'm going to say with that, and then we'll see what happens. Or he's going to go with that Los Leones, and I'm fine with both. So we'll see how things pan out, as a lot of teams are down here in the southern side to kick things off. FaZe, of course, their alt drop is down here in the southern side of Los, and with VP not being around, that means Gen G gets to split out and take control of the entirety of Los Leones. Even more so, it gets to split even further than that. They'll take the east side compounds too.
There you go. They'll change the game dead center here. Now, currently changed the game sitting in 7th place, but they're only 10 points removed from 3rd.
Yep.
So that is just how tight everything is on that left-hand side of the leaderboard, how close it is going to be at the end of today and going into tomorrow when there are only 6 games remaining to determine who our top 5 teams will be that make it to the grand final, and they will rejoin the rest of the teams from the group stages and Full Sense, who we have not gotten to see just yet.
Exactly. It will be interesting to see how they're going to fare. Congratulations, of course, to Belmont, who graduated from university today.
Hey!
So he got that going.
Congrats to him.
I'm sure that from there, he's now going to go straight back to playing and get ready for the finals come the start of next week. As we see here, our top damage, kill leaders, with the Howl now creeping up that leaderboard, finding himself in second with 21. He's been popping off today.
Big pop-off day for him. As those middle maps, boy, they did quite a lot of favors for Asla Pentagram. But they are still currently in second, still going back and forth with Namiga. We've seen them trade spots today, and we'll see if that remains the case here with the 1 game remaining.
It's insane to me when you look at this top 4 that we have Asla Pentagram and Amiga in here.
I don't think
I don't know. I mean,
this
is not to sound disrespectful. Quite the contrary. I am so impressed with what both these teams have been able to do. We have multiple global partner teams here on the struggle bus.
I mean,
and then you have a 0 LAN experience Namiga come in. Not 0, but very little LAN experience Namiga come in and stomp people. Pentagram looking like they didn't belong here in day 1 of group. Then all of a sudden, Red's going, oh, wait, I do remember how to play the game. And then he steps up, and in doing so, enables Howl now being able to go out and deliver. Hammer able to support as well. Glass, too. I mean, their communication has been completely flipped upside down in a good way here in the past couple of days. And I just think it's amazing. Global stages, man, they either make you or they break you.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is the last stage. Obviously, the lobby a little bit, more forgiving, right? But our top 2 teams didn't attend a single PGS this year.
True.
Like that's where we're sitting right now.
Insane.
And they're coming in and putting on a show here in this last stage. Well, the groups, the grand final is going to be a lot more difficult.
Of
they're
course,
going to find,
of course.
but you know what? You take the W's where you can get them, and right now they are feeling very good.
Oh,
and with great reason now, as FaZe is going to be pushing right into that Geekay compound on the south side. Feck's going to be the closest one, but it looks like. I don't know if he got the call to pull away. Yeah, James is looking over in that direction. May have spotted something.
I was going to say, what did he hear or see? Or was just gut feeling that maybe it was a bit too eager trying to contest this, because they must have, with how the plane path was, literally right down here, they must have seen a team jumping Puerto. So good on them to disengage. Not so good for Rock to lose one early on. That's RBN down and out.
Is not. And Rock, another team that one good game could jump them all the way up into third. They've been having a hell of a tournament so far, but they've got 1 game to play, and they've got to do it with 3. Is Boostic going to get spotted out by Gizero? So that's Orchid's big man down.
Exactly. That's been the name of the game for this last chance so far. Orchid, as a reason, they're set down towards the bottom. Boostic, usually when they have success, he is the one to start those fights. Almost pretty much guaranteed for a first knock in any given fight, but never seems to be able to get into a position to actually make that happen. We heard from the interview with Red Zone in the previous one with how Glass are so good at putting him in the right place. For Orchid, they've struggled to enable Boostic to that same effect here in the last chance.
Uria? I think this was more just, I don't even think this was a camp. This was just 2 teams running into each other out in the wild north, just south of Oasis, as FaZe continuing to toy with Geekay here. Spiro got a few shots into James rather, takes out the tire, but it looks like James should be okay.
That is incredibly brave. I mean, I think they heard, or maybe quote-unquote felt the rotation from Pentagram coming in on the southern side, saying, okay, so we're not going to cut up that direction. But for FaZe to come over, get shot at by GK from inside the warehouse, then go away. I thought, great, smart disengage. To then go back and make that play once more. That is, they really want that
sur YouTube que vous pouvez mettre un petit pouce bleu.
Maybe a little bit disrespectful.
Et vous abonner à la chaîne.
Sure they know exactly who it is that's in there.
C'est gratuit, ça fait toujours
now
plaisir.
is going to get spotted out by Posa, and that's going to be another one taken out for Orchid as FaZe pushing into the Diffex looting spot in Porto Paraiso. I think they knew exactly who to expect in here.
Yeah, you'd
and
think so.
Diffex, playing that wall, but you're coming into Geekay territory. They are not an easy out by any means, especially not this man.
James is here by himself right now. His team is way further south. They just got shot at from warehouse. Now he's getting. This is a big bait, and he's going to be taken out. I am very confused.
Yeah,
but nonetheless, it is what it is. And now we have a fight going on between Potion and Navi.
Yeah, FM Potion taking that E pickup. They fall right on top of Navi. And the trade comes through. Unfortunately, Navi were in a bit of a split, so they weren't there to defend Sosed. And now, Hakatori comes from the high side, but Rex spots him out.
Yeah, Hakatori, if there's a player you want to get rid of to get a good off-angle position, that would be him. You see Extensia trying to hold any sort of crossing for Rex to push on forward. Throws a nade, not to do much damage, but to mitigate audible cues as he swings the corner with the sawn off in hand. I think he heard him jump just inside, so if he can place the nade, well, no. He's going to be able to get out of there.
Ferris just dancing around.
Yep.
As Rex will go ahead and take the rooftop once again. He knows that they've got one guy picked out here, and then they've got two that are up on the hillside. So FM Potion got a good read of exactly what's going on as Ferris is basically on his own. Now, the good thing is he does have support from that high side, and it doesn't look like anybody's looking over there, although Change the Game, Wenbo was starting to creep over in that direction off to the east. I don't think he's going to get vision onto the Navi boys anytime soon, though. They are on the other side of a very large mountain.
Yeah, exactly. There's all the way down the hillside towards the waterfront. So I think for Wenbo,
that actually got in.
Positioned, it's not gonna be looking that way. As seen it, that's one good nade. Is he gonna get the second? Oh, not gonna happen twice. Third time.
Third time.
And just shot. Fourth time. Fifth time?
See, like he landed it perfectly the first time and started feeling himself a little bit, and then unfortunately it was just not the beef.
Back to your golf stories, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I hit that on the driving range.
Exactly. I hit the most beautiful chip on earth, and then the next 5 I just sail the green. It's okay, whatever.
That's why we were partners in casting, because we both play golf. Rex now, I mean, again, this is the main issue for them. Had they just been able to pull into this building and take the fight straight on with the one Navi player, that would be something, but they're paying, I mean, for good reason, Hakatori a lot of respect up on this hillside by saying we literally can't aggress in the open, because with this guy set up here, who's to say what kind of crazy headshots he's going to land?
Curious to see if Extends actually was able to... What is he doing?
Scouting.
Okay.
His team is on the road.
Oh,
he don't have a glider, so might as well use a boat.
Got to use something. Any port in a storm. Well, Extends manages to get down to the coastline. He's going to try to provide some support. Rex. Rex. He's going to play from this. They play from this side of the roof where your team can defend you. And yeah, I mean, obviously you got Hakatori up there. Oh, that's a good grenade. Gets him down to half HP. Do they have any follow-up for it, though, as the new circle does pop? And this is going to be dead center.
Oh, yeah. Rare that the coastline gets rewarded. On the east, usually we have a lot of south circles go coastline, but now out towards the water we go here, towards the east. And for Hakatori, that just means he can stick around for at least a little while longer.
Sure can. Let's see if Ferris. Yeah, this is what I was waiting for. He's got that MP5 in him, and he immediately makes the push, and Rex doesn't hear it in time, and he will go down. Ferris has that high ground, but the rest of FM Potion are going to try to make the push across the road. Ferris has to drop back down and heal up. But look at how low Zenith already is. Star-Lord, they're going to lay the smoke wall down and continue this push.
Breakers are still up on the high ground inside the building, but look at this. They're continuing the flank around the side of Extend. Spots one on the backside of the blue smoke. Able to find the knock on him to that Zenith down. Star-Lord now needs to make something happen. He's completely trapped in between two positions, and Extends gets himself another one now. Up to just Breakers, who had an incredible day yesterday. But this right here is probably asking a bit too much. 1v3. Against Navi, suppressed, contained by Hakatori. They know exactly where they have him, and there's nothing he can do but watch his teammates get flushed.
Wow. Navi, they were dead to rights there, it felt like, and they turned the tables onto FM Potion, as now Petrichor Road and Team Liquid will run into each other in the open fields just to the west, rather, of the center circle. Alo already down. Now the trade's coming through. He hasn't gotten flushed out just yet. Non down to 12 HP. Sparking going to have to retreat as now Chewy is going to catch him slipping. He gets 2 immediately. Will have to reload before turning back to Purdy Curdy, but Purdy Curdy will get that knock. Now Ming and Non will collapse on top of him, and Team Liquid, after getting the win in game number 11, or match 11, they will get taken out in 16th place.
Don't want to call any favorites, but for the sake of the highlight, I wish Julia hit that third one as well. There was a 6 spray transfer onto the second. Almost connecting on the third two as Nemiga now comes in to try and clean on up. Petrichor wounded already. Now to be absolutely butchered by Nemiga. Great timing on the engagement here from them.
And who else would it be but
True.
Nemiga to collapse onto this fight right as it's ending and try to take advantage of Petrichor Road while they are resetting. Nan, I think might be the last player left alive. Yeah, he's all by himself, and he's just going to go retreat to the shack as Nemiga, they're stopwatching their brains, ticking a little bit too loud, so they're going to go ahead and get on the move once again.
Was these type of situations that we saw Breakers on yesterday come out victorious in, but again, 1v3 here is probably going to be a bit tricky as nades come in. I feel like they know where he is, and indeed, Devante proves that point exactly. Not flexing for the webcam, fair enough. We'll save that for later. Thunders is still sat in their water, trying to make sure that his team has somewhere. I say his team.
They're in.
Where in the world are they? They are actually in between phase in Puerto. So there is that. Also, can we somehow go onto this island just for the memes?
Please.
It's not like it's a super important match. We can go out there, right?
No.
Somehow. Go east.
There's still a lot of water in it. There's an island still in it. So there's that. At least Thunders has somewhere to retreat to there. As we see Furia on the northern side, they're going to find their way in. They've got a pretty good route here, all things considered. But the south side, Toby, the south side is looking very, very tough.
Coming out of Puerto now is going to be tricky, that's for sure. And for Myth, they have a tough decision to make. Do we try and run up the mountain, or run up the mountain now, or do we sit here holding anyone that tries to back out maybe of Puerto? Because if you're faced, that might be the smartest play here. Instead of pushing further north, try and see if you can get back out the south side of the city and get up into the hills.
Keep an eye on it as Breakers. Chanley will take the fight against Na'Vi. They're going to try to push right in. The grenade comes through. Hackatory is on time, though. Will go down to that grenade, but that's no harm, no foul, as he'll get right back on his feet. Meanwhile, Sharper, they're trying to make their run, but Vex is going to come there just in the nick of time. Gets a spray down. The seat swap comes through to try to get him down, but look at that. They just barely get out of there.
Exactly what we were just talking about, that south side rotation coming out of Myth. I actually sat here. The issue is they're not really ready and waiting. They're sat here looking both ways. Thunders, guys, you're safe. You're safe. Well, no, they're not, because he just can't see them from there.
Indeed, and you also have where, like you said, Sharper and Myth both hanging down here, but all the teams, you got Sharper, Myth, and Rock.
Yeah.
Where they need to go is currently occupied by Pentagram, and Gen G's already been taking shots over in that direction as well. So that might be a five-way fight that's going to come off here pretty soon. As Made in Thailand, they're going to make their move, and they're going to run into Rock while they do so.
The timing for this could be perfect for Sharper. If they opt to properly engage in the fight here between Myth and Rock, and Sharper gets a chance to third party, that could be huge, but it's such a difficult uphill rotation. You have no chance to scout forward, so Myth forced to send it in blind, and luckily for them, the brick and silos are free for the taking, so good on them for daring to commit to it.
Okay, they're trying to drive past FaZe. That is a bold play, but a bold play that pays off for Sharper as they get to the beach for now. But look at Geeke, they still have angles onto this as well. They take out the tire, so Sharper's going to have to drop down some smokes here. But look at that, apparently, there it is, okay. I don't know how Geeke stopped shooting at him there for a second.
Able to
works out well.
That issue is now they're out here on the coast, and well, actually benefit is there's still Thunders out on the island that can do something to, if not shoot at opponents, then at least give info of who is where. But of course, phase 4 coming up in 20 seconds time. Oh, he has an inflatable boat as well. We might actually see that in play.
Oh, he's vibing. Get that.
But of course, we're shifting off water, so should go straight on top of CTG with this next shift.
That rigid hull inflatable boat. Will he...
That you sail backwards.
Yeah. Will he make the play? We'll see. All right, new circle's going to pop, and yeah, where else is it going to go, right? All the way off to the north. 17, looking pretty good. Change the game, looking good as well. Nemiga, they only have to really worry about Furia over in their compound. And, oh, look at that. E-pickup popped by FaZe, so we'll see where they decide to go.
Call that a Taylor Swift E-pickup.
Oh, yeah? What's
they
that?
don't go very far. Yep, it's
I don't get it.
It's fair. There was a whole thing about the private jets that you took very
there we go.
There
okay.
we go. We got there in the end.
I just had to explain it to me.
Yeah, that's
I'm
how
old.
That's fair. I don't know why I even tried making Taylor Swift jokes tomorrow. I mean, Nonetheless,
Not my
Sharba,
scene, man.
Well, fair enough, honestly, not mine either. But Sharba, they survived one crazy vehicle rotation. We'll see if they can make it one more as they now try to go up into the hills and seemingly will be able to do so. A few headshots connected, but
They can't
the
keep
fact that
getting
they
away
get
with
to
it.
wrap around this, they just dodged 4 teams. Look at the south on the map right now and how many teams are going to have to fight coming in. Sharpa just avoided all of that.
I mean, goodness gracious, if Thunders is able to rejoin them for free, this is going to be the most blessed rotation in the history of ever, as FaZe Clan going to hold on to that string, the cords, as long as they can. Looks like they're going to opt for the northern side of the circle. Actually, no, they're going to go to the warehouse of the Namiga compound. And Namiga's got to be ready for this. Gedrock's already taking the shots, but he is running low on ammo. Magore, though, will spot Vard out of the air. And now Fex and Gustav had made land.
Oh, dodging, weaving, trying to make it down to the ground. Fex, though, landing right out in the open, right in front of Leos, who takes him down instantly. So now it's just one left alive. Gustav trying to see if he can do anything in a 1v4 here.
It was always going to be rough for FaZe, but they roll right into Namiga's compound. And look at that, PWD and the Geekay boys coming into Rock. And Rock down to 2, but they're holding the line here. Biel, though, going to get spotted out by Quizzy, and it's all down to Souls.
And this is exactly what Sharba wanted to avoid. This chaos of a south side fight where too many teams are involved. You can't really control anything. First one to fall is going to be Rock, but you have to imagine there's at least 1 or 2 more teams immediately to follow.
You'd have to think Myth now making that push, as they will lose one. Vard, or Gustav rather, still alive. He's got that shot.
Hello there.
The side off with only 2 rounds. He doesn't even get one of them off, as Namiga adding even more kills to their already impressive total.
Oh yes, Pentagram down on the southern side, soon to have to take fights here as well. They're being shut at by both Sharba and Gen G now as well. Red zone spotted from up high. This angle just very, very difficult for Pentagram to really do anything about.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Gen G do this, where they just kind of hang out on the edge and just assert control over everything around them. They've got one left on the northern side, Flame. You can see just watching their backs. And now they will have to move once again. But look at that, change the game 17. Their compounds are going to be really, really difficult to make it past.
Practically impossible for Gen G. Is a smart disengage. Get back up to Flame and see if there's a world where you can wrap north on this. There's not necessarily a bad idea of when every option comes with a lot of risk, then that's the better of it, I'd say. Myth, though, a lot of kills they need to find, and right now being successful in doing so. Sharba kind of falling apart here at the seams, right on the edge of the circle.
There's Zapalui, the last player left alive, and now Navi coming out here and getting involved as well. At least 2 of them, Ferris and Hakatori. Hakatori going to get the knock on a Baron as Earth Zapalui just hiding behind the tree. He sees red zone, cruise past in the Bronco. Gen G going to push their way up to the north as well, while they have the opportunity, while all this action is going on the south side.
Yep, and for Pentagram realizing there's a lot of fighting going on down here and getting the rest onto red zone as well. They knew they need to take this fight. They can't backtrack. The team's up on the other side, and red zone enabled right away. Finds the first one. Glass with a double nade comes over the top as well. Louis does get one in return. Red zone now down as well. So damage going both ways here.
Just did not expect the snake in the grass, as Glaz will get taken down, or Zapalui will get taken down as well. Hakatori actually going to steal that point away. So Navi up to 5 kills now, as Asla Pentagram, they are down to 1 player. It's just Howl, but they have 4 points. He is still trying to make a meal of Myth here. Olympus has a little bit of a ridgeline that he can hide behind. Howl just hiding behind his fort, but this is outside of zone. And everybody, it seems, knows it.
Yeah, Olympus wrapping forward, knows exactly where he's going to feed that info across the Kiss, spots him as well. It's a 2v1, but they know Navi is nearby, so they can't commit too hard, because then this will happen. Olympus caught in the open. Hakatori wastes no time finding the first.
And look at this, Navi collecting their 6th kill. All of this happening because they were able to pull off the great turn on that hot drop from FN Potion, where they lost one early, but they end up taking down the entire team. And now they have 3 left alive, playing from the southeast. They've got Kiss, the solo, Howl, the solo, off in the distance. They can take them out. That'll be very nice, as Furia will go down in 10th.
Quizzy creeping on in here as well. It's only phase 5, so he can move quite a bit between his heels. Howl trying to make it further up towards the north. Will be spotted by Kiss, but as you said, it's a 1v1. And for now, Kiss can heal, chill. The issue is he has 5 bandies and that's it.
Oh, Kiss
Hey.
winning the 1v1 against Ferris. And now Navi, they've got to send Hakatori on over. But Gedrox, Namiga has wrapped around from the south. They catch Extend slipping, and all of a sudden, it's all down to Hakatori.
Love this play. Navi did not expect it at all. Give up on that compound altogether. They thought for sure that the team sat there would not be making a move, but Namiga playing really aggressive in this tournament, especially in this stage of the tournament. And they're being rewarded for it. Hakatori now, head on a swivel, has to look both ways here. Nate's coming in close, and Gedrox running forward.
Gedrox being a front man, and he's going to get him. Hakatori goes down, Navi out in 9th, as now Glaz, I think the last, or Howl rather, the last player left alive for Asla. And Namiga still wrapping around there to see if they can find anybody. I think CTG has spotted out Kiss. And yeah, that smoke wall going to be the thing that does it. And look at that, Quizzy.
He's still there.
Quizzy's still in there.
And he's going to be, I mean, there's no way, you should imagine, that Namiga is going to anticipate Quizzy here. One thing is that they know there's 2 guys fighting one another, but Quizzy has done nothing so far to reveal his positions. We'll see if they're going to spot him or if they're going to be caught with it. Gedrox, nice headshot connected. That's going to take Kiss down. One snake dealt with, 2 more to go.
En train de laver tout le
Tell
monde,
you
là,
what,
les,
Namiga, impressive stuff here in the final game. 11 kills already, but that being said, that is great news for everybody else in the lobby. You wanted to have that point sponge to keep things close down towards the cut line, and that is exactly what's happening here as we see Gen G still 4 up. They made that long wrap from the southwest all the way up to the north side. 17 has got them pretty much pinned down. 17 still 4 strong. So that north side is just a powder keg ready to explode.
Great read from Orchid here in this one, too. They saw in the kill feed and, well, I mean, in the game, that Namiga had wrapped south, taking the fight. They knew that it was Namiga sat inside the compound earlier from their fight against FaZe. So now pulling up, taking control of this. Not just that, but playing the south side of it, too, so they can't fall back into it as Howl will be found in the end. It's going to be Wenbo. CTG, it's been a quiet start to the game for them. It's been position over kills, and now this fight is going to happen, too, between Gen G and 17 outside circle.
I feel like CTG stealing that kill away from Namiga after they were hunting so hard might actually make them mad. I don't know if you want to make Namiga mad right now, change the game. But 17 and Gen G still trading here, still waiting for the fight to come off. Bean will find Xiaobei as the blue zone has arrived. He'll retreat back in as the rest of the 17 lads still try to work from that high ground, but the smoke's just making everything slow so far down.
Still plenty of space to maneuver as well because Namiga opted to wrap out. That gives way more room to maneuver for Gen G, thinking we heard the vehicles go into the compound. No one's been fighting there. No one's going to be pushing us from that southeast side anytime soon.
It's just taken way too long for 17, and now change the game. Now that they know that their backsides are clear, they're looking up north as well, and you can see the shot's going to come through, and that's going to force 17's hand. They can't continue to play this long game, but nice grenade from Lil Ghost will get the knock on a Tozy. That might open up a door here.
17 might want to fully, change the game, might want to fully commit to this push now as well. The issue is in running up towards the north, Namiga will get crossfire angles, and you can see the shots coming from down inside the compound as well. Lurix and Magore, only 2 players up, but could actually play a pretty big role in this if they opt to engage.
And they're already taking shots at everything, too, so Namiga's going to know that they have been backfilled as 17 is down just to Lil Ghost. Gen G somehow still 4 alive despite that long, drawn-out fight, but you got to wonder what they're sitting on in terms of utility, and they are just in a bad spot right now, out in the middle of the open, especially if Change the Game makes that push. Hangy was left behind, but Namiga is now pushing as well, and they're going to spot him out.
And they're going to have to fall back because of it, too. That is the anchor. They want to secure their backside, taken down. They're completely exposed now and trying to make the back to safety. And if you look at this position they're currently set in, not going to be easy to fight from here, but Winbo has managed to make it in to a bit of a trap position. We'll see if they can spring it in the great timing.
Immediately turn of attention there for Change the Game, and that's going to open up a door for Gen G. They just have to know to fill it in there as Levante gets brought down to 1 HP and manages to escape. But Gen G, they want to take out that last player from 17, Lil Ghost. They want to clear him out before they make their way in, and you still have that problem of Magore and Lurex, who still have angles onto this. You still see them taking shots over towards Gen G every now and then.
Is he still here as well? Physics more
How is he still
with
alive?
no nades, but creeping ever so much closer, just running in behind the Namiga boys, and we'll see again when he opts to engage, if he opts to engage, and how many he's going to get down with him.
Ooh, Magore actually helping out Gen G a little bit there as Tianjin was going to come down and have a free open spray onto Gen G. But now Namiga once again will find the angles. They're going to spot out areas. Good shots from Gedrox takes him down as Namiga continues to wrap down. But they are an equal opportunity game wrecker. And that is beautiful grenades to take down, change the game.
15 kills for Namiga, and they're all contributing in their own rights. So they continue to push on forward now with their eyes on to Gen G. There is still Lil Ghost left remaining from 17, who could end up playing a factor in this. The long-range Panzerfaust come into play, but they don't have to deal with them quickly. But here is Lil Ghost bringing the trap. Finds one, finds the second as well.
He's going to find two. That's huge, and Navante will be the one that takes him down in the end as Quizzy is still alive. Don't forget about that solo snake right behind Namiga. 2 players down. Gen G has to make a push, and that is exactly what they're doing.
Quizzy knows there's 2 guys down. He could go in and make a big play off of this, but I'm not sure if he's going to dare to with the position that Geeky finds himself in that mid-pack. A lot of points to get, but also a ledge potentially to lose. The flame comes out, gets 2, but gets a bit too greedy on it. Goes down to blue.
Does Orchid win this game?
They very well could.
They have just been easily just hanging out, and now they're making the push. But look at Magore. He's going to run right into Quizzy. Quizzy going to get him. Oh, he doesn't get the knock. Magore stays alive. And now Orchid, can they pull off the miracle win here at the end? It's a 2v1. Levante has the high ground, though.
Tries to smoke all of his teammates, but that's going to be Bates. I think he's going to go for the fight here. No reason for him to try to commit to a rest. It shows he's in a 1v2, and they know that now full well. Both of them bleed out.
Oh, look at Lurex. I think he only had about 9 rounds left for long-range fighting here. Lurex off in the distance. Levante just waiting. And, yeah, I think Orchid at this point, just wait him out.
Yeah.
And he'll eventually have to put himself in position to where you can take him down. Cooked grenade.
He's not going to give this away, though. There's no way he denies.
Not.
He's feeling it. He's flexing literally every single game. He's ready for this.
Levante has been on fire so far during this last stage. As he lays down the smoke, starts to wrap around. He's going to spot out Lurex. Lurex has a tree to hide behind. He'll get a nice shot there. 2 nice shots, but great trades coming in from Levante as he is just ego peeking all of this. Magore has to make the push. He will, and Team Orchid pulls off a miracle win to close the day.
Thank you, Orchid, for not throwing that one. They had a perfect setup there in the end. Debate on behind the trees gives the info across. Once he goes low, you stay back, allow for your teammate to make the aggressive play. That was a much, much needed game. They were sat in 14th coming into the end of that one. So for Orchid to be able to get something going, huge. But for these boys, 17 kills for Namiga. Insane.
All credit in the world due to Orchid. That is definitely a win that they very much needed. And we'll see how many points they end up getting off it in the end. But at the end of the day, Namiga, as you said, 17 kills. So many points for them. And they have officially become the point sponge of this lobby. It's great news for everybody that was down on the cut line. Even better news for Namiga as that you've got to imagine that secures their spot in the grand final.
No doubt about it. Good rotations on the side of Gen G2. Didn't opt for a lot of kills, didn't grant them a lot of opportunities for kills, but good job on them. But that's going to do it for day 2 here as we go back to the desk for one final time for today.
Team Orchid slams the ground and was able to take a strong victory here for match 12. The question remains, though, is it too late? They were languishing down towards the bottom. It's a big boost, moving them forwards in the points overall. But tomorrow, they're still going to need some big performances.
Yeah, but Namiga in this game, man, that's a ticket to the grand final.
Congratulations!
And with 6 games to go. My plan as the 14 other teams that's not as the pentagram, avoid, abandon.
Yes.
Just do not meet Namiga no matter what you do. Purgatory and Navi, a little bit of a step of this one too, at a big one here, but FaZe trying to get in that a little bit too late. Orchid was very passive on the eastern side. Then we saw that whole absolute insane situation with Gen G, with 17, with Nemiga coming in there. Myth was involved. There's just so much action on that western side. It ended up being, imagine if Quizzy actually won that engagement with Mogor. It would have been a 1 versus 1 versus 1. And Quizzy could potentially take that home because he actually had the better spot against the two.
Yeah, not too bad. Nice sneaky little movements coming in from Quizzy towards the end. Of course, Geek does still need a little bit more here to try and push things up. That middle pack is quite fierce at the end of day number 2 for the last stage, but for sure, everybody's going to be vying for not as many spots as they may have hoped for going into day number 3. Looking at some of the final moments from this as well, the CTG Tian, we've seen a lot of good frags coming out from him.
He really stepped it up. It's huge, but they had not much to play with that western side there. Delay from Lil Ghost, the delay from Gen G, and then the absolute bombardment from Nemiga completely shut down CTG. It's going to hold them off a little bit. They're still going to be in that upper mid pack, be able to strike at that same distance here. But Orchid, there were 36 points prior to this in 15th place, James. They need these points, and they need to step up massively tomorrow if they want to have a shot at getting into that top 5 in that grand final.
Yeah, for sure. I think that looking at this team on the screen right now, they're going to need like a Team Liquid-like reinforcement tomorrow to try and challenge for those spots. As you can see, when they did take that win, yes, okay, they were happy with the victory, but definitely not happy with the full scenario here for the last stage so far, especially after the fact that Orchid looked so good in group stage, Mark.
They did. They look super strong.
Yeah.
One of the top performers, one of the most damage done for sure. And for me, though, I'll say this, the 61 points we've seen from Na'Vi total today and the overall performance from Nemiga to be able to put them into this spot here, I think they're going to be in the 65, 70 plus mark here for them. That's going to be a huge performance for those two. But Nemiga, man, what a day. Orchid happy, smiling, but they're going to need a Nemiga-sized day tomorrow to have a shot at getting into that top 5.
Yeah, there they are on screen, though. Nemiga going to be very, very pleased with what we just saw from there. For Gen G, not so easy, though. They're going to need to get things going. But now it's time for some interviews to round out day number 2 here of last stage.
เอาละค่ะเรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับ last stage ในวันที่ 2 นั่นเองค่ะ เย้สนุกไหมคะทุกคนสนุกมากนะวันนี้นะคะก็วันนี้เดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกันหน่อยดีกว่ากับอีกหนึ่งทีมนะคะที่ต้องบอกว่าเพิ่งจะได้กินไก่กันไปแบบอร่อยกันเลยทีเดียวนะคะก็วันนี้เราอยู่กับ Sparkling เย้นะคะจาก TL นั่นเองนะคะ so let's talk about it what's happened today so the first one you made it in the top 4 in almost every game from match 8 to match 10 so what was it like what was the experience could you please share it with us
Oh, we just, had a really bad day 1, so we worked our best to make sure we could play every game today and give us a chance to fight for the top 5 tomorrow.
All right, so we cheer for you, and we hope it's going to be what you expect for. And the second one is really look like you're making a strong push to catch up. And what was the key moment today when things starts to turn around?
I think things start to turn around, before you play the first match, how the teams feels, how the vibes, how the energy are. And it felt good even before hopping up on my computer today. So, it felt good.
Yeah, sure. So that's going to be any adjustment or anything that will be changed for tomorrow, the last day of last stage?
You can always adjust. You can always get better, can always improve. But the goal is just to be better than today and yesterday, so.
All right, so look forward for it for today. All right, so let's give a big round of applause และขอเสียงปรบมือนะคะกับ TL ค่ะ Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, and for today วันนี้ไม่สัมภาษณ์ไม่ได้จริงๆนะคะกับนามิกะนั่นเองนะคะ All right, so let's cheer for Get Rocks from Namiga. Whoa, 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 whoa. Everyone is here for you. Yeah, everyone is here for you to cheer him. Yeah, you can translate. Like everyone is cheer for him here.
Все поздравляю тебя с таким результатом сегодня.
Спасибо, приятно.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's talk about this. You finished first yesterday and you're still leading in the leadership today. Such an incredible result for your first PGC. So what's so different from your team right now comparing from the group stage?
То есть вчера и сегодня вы продолжаете лидировать турнирной таблицы. Можешь сказать, какие изменения произошли в вашей команде по сравнению с групповым этапом?
Ну, мы разобрали, что нам нужно играть более агрессивнее, так как лобби более такой, мне кажется, слабее. Я думаю, что это был хороший показатель.
So we made some adjustments and also analyzed the games before it, and now we're trying to play more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, adjustments. So
We'll be more aggressive.
Yep.
So today we saw it already.
Je vous mets le
And
tableau.
things are looking great right now in this moment, but
Le
with
classement
1 more
général
days to go, the mental game become a big
de la deuxième
factor.
journée.
So how does the team plan to maintain this energy and secure the spot to the grand finals?
То есть на данный момент все выглядит отлично, но в последние дни, то есть в последний день психологический настрой будет более важен. И как ваша команда
Tout va se
собирается
jouer demain pour le top
поддерживать
5.
этот настрой?
Savoir qui c'est
Ну, мы,
qui
скорее
sera
всего,
les 5
сядем,
premières,
обсудим,
les 5
реплей,
meilleures
посмотрим,
équipes
И я думаю, что поймем, как играть на следующий день.
du stage
We'll just sit with our teammates and talk about
qui
the games
rejoindront
and
les
analyze the games, and then
les 10
we'll
premiers qualifiés.
make some decisions how to play the next
Et après, il y aura le dernier qualifié.
Alright, sure.
On
So
verra
a lot
bien
of
qui
fans
ce sera.
here. Do you have any words
Sur
that
ce,
you
je
would
vous
like
souhaite
to
une
say
bonne
to
fin
them?
d'après-midi. Et puis on se
Спасибо,
retrouve
что болеете
peut-être
за
ce soir aux
Мимику.
alentours de 20h30.
Thank you for supporting
Sur
me.
ce,
Wow! Alright, and this is Namiga. Thank you so much, Get Rock. Thank you. Let's take
sur ce, je vous laisse.
Alright,
Et on se
so
retrouve
the
ce
game
soir
is
aux
still on, and
alentours de
tomorrow will be
20h30.
the last day of the
Normalement,
last
ce
stage,
soir aux
so I
alentours
hope
de
you guys
20h30.
will be here to cheer
Sur ce,
up
bonne
the
fin
team you
d'après-midi.
love. ก็
Ciao,
พรุ่งนี้
ciao.
วันสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะของ last stage นะคะ